All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Today is July 25th. You're having wonderful morning.
Hi,
today,
that's me in the background.
Today is July 25th, 2024. It is about 6 a.m. We are about to start the trading day. And if you are watching this recap, I want to give you a little bit of an update on everything going on so you understand what you're watching. This is about to be 7 hours of the stock market. We're about to go over everything pre-market from the movers to the news. Then we're going to be having the news wire right here, as you could see, and then we are going to go from there and deal with the earnings after hours. So it's a really big day, and why I'm telling you all of this, because I don't know if you've been in the chat or not. However, it will take you about 24 hours to chat given everything that's going on. And why I'm telling you that, so you're not confused and understand that this is an investment. And these are actually our long-term accounts. We have started these from about like $2,000 or so. I think on this one it was like $500. We do this every single month and we build it up little by little. And the fact is, we make investments, and if you want to take advantage of the stock market, this is where you're going to do it. And now too, I might as well give you guys a little bit of the recap. You do see some other things on screen I don't usually have. It's because I got a little bit of a clappage and banned on YouTube, so it's kind of my like stand against defiance. So hopefully you don't get bothered by it too much, but my job here is to provide some stock news, do it all for free, and I'm glad you're here. And now get ready, because now we got to say what's up to everybody who's live. Patriotism. Oh, and today's a wild day, man. Everybody around the world is already going nuts. You have no idea. The market correction, the bubble popping, all of that. Oh, what up, baby? Good morning. What up, Tim Whitman? What up, Samuel? Frank, Azel, Xavier, Joey, Ty B, baby, Caleb Wilson, Dinosaur, Ian, Tony, Skinny FX, Troy Lambert, baby, Jay Samuels, Carlos, I Heart Dogs. Good morning, baby. What up, Matthew? What up, Roy? Big Curly, Gunner, Evan, Martin, Skrelly, baby. Oh, what's going on? How you living, Cam? What's going on, Oscar? What up, Damo? What up, El Jefe? What up, KVN? S-Dub for Mayor. Good morning, baby. What up, Best Buzz? How you living, Bruno? Good morning. Good morning, Perma Bear. Blizzy, Straw Hat, baby. Chris Jacobs. Woo. Good morning. So, Chatadonia, hey, oh yeah, wait, what about the Twitch? Oh, El Coyote, Kuva, Blowing Dough, Rocky Balboa, Z Destroyer, Payday Devil, Side Tricks, baby. Good morning. What up, 333? Oh, you got to pay a rack to speak? Oh, man. Welcome to the Twitch life, man. Yeah. Good morning, though. Good morning. Blizzy B. What up, Patriot? Lord Wavy Bo, the marketer, Vasily, and Robo Hand Tech, and El Coyote, baby. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Oh, it's a good day. So, Chatadonia, I have the news. I have all of that stuff. It's going to be, I was on a little slow, but like literally I got a channel strike yesterday. So that's why you see the Trump 24 on screen. I'm going to double down, because within 48 hours of telling you how I feel about the politics and candidates, thankfully I didn't have any other strikes on my channel because the old ones expired. Otherwise, I would not have been able to go live. So make sure you guys are on the free long-term alerts. Make sure you guys are on the Twitch just in case. And yeah, man, I don't know. It's kind of, I'm very happy though, man. We got a lot to talk about. Baby. But here is the news, and get ready. It's absolutely a wild ass day. I'm telling you, the bonds and even the gold went crazy. I'm still sad on that one, but it's around the world. People are kind of worried here. And again, Japan and all of that. So let's see what happens, baby. Let's see what happens. Stock futures pair A losses after U.S. GDP report. U.S. equity futures are lower, but well off their worst levels after a rout in Japan sent the Nikkei tumbling, hammered gold and crypto as the yen carry trade unwound, if only until next week when the BOJ inevitably disappoints yet again. As of 7:50 a.m., S&P futures were 0.1% lower, while NASDAQ futes dropped 0.2%, with tech giants are mixed pre-market trading trading. An hour later, after GDP data, futures turned slightly positive. Wednesday's session was a bloodbath. The index finally broke a 356-day streak without a down 2% or greater move, the longest streak since 2007 when it went 943 days without a down 2% move, as the S&P fell minus 2.3%, worst day since DEC 22. NDX fell minus 3.7%, worst session since Octana 22. MAG 7 minus 6%, worst session since NAV 22. AI winners down minus 5% to minus 10%, and index volume spike VIX 18 for first time since April. Bond yields are 5.8 BP, led by the front end. Commodities are weaker. WTI fell minus 1.8%. Base metals are mostly lower. The USD is lower, but also well off its worst levels. Gross domestic product increased at a 2.8% annualized rate after rising 1.4% in the previous period, the government's initial estimate showed. The economy's main growth engine, personal spending, rose 2.3%, also more than forecast. In pre-market trading, IBM shares rose 4.3% after the IT services company reported second quarter results that beat expectations, with the company's software division notably strong. IBM also said its generative AI book has grown to more than $2 billion. Ford plunged minus 13% after the automaker reported adjusted earnings per share for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Analysts note that unwelcome warranty headwinds drove the company's significant miss. Chipotle shares jumped 3.5% after the burrito chain reported second quarter comparable sales that beat consensus expectations. Analysts said traffic growth was strong and highlighted management taking action to address negative publicity over portion size. Here are some other notable corporate highlights. Day one, biopharmaceutical shares gain 9.2% after Ipsen enters into an exclusive ex-US licensing agreement with the biotechnology company to commercialize tovorafenib for the most common childhood brain tumor. Edwards Life shares tumble 23% after the maker of heart valves reported sales for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. The medical devices company also said it has agreed to buy Genevalve Technology and Endotronics for about $1.2 billion. Las Vegas Sands shares fall 3.5% after the casino operator reported net revenue for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Analysts noted weakness in Macau and disruptions caused by casino renovations as headwinds. Lululemon shares fall 2.0% after Citigroup cut its recommendation on the athleisure apparel maker to neutral from buy. The analyst notes that the active apparel category has slowed this year and is expected to cool further. Viking Therapeutics shares climb 18% after the drug developer said it is advancing its weight loss shot into a late-stage trial. The biotech also said a mid-stage trial of its obesity pill will start in the fourth quarter. And as the global economy slows, traders have also started ramping up bets that the Fed will have to cut interest rates sooner than expected to sustain the U.S. economy. Yields on 2-year treasuries dropped 7 basis points to 4.35%. The yen rallied more than 1% on bets the rate gap between Japan and the U.S. will shrink. We are getting disappointment after disappointment, said Florian Ielpo, head of macro research at Lombardo Deer Asset Management. The message is that maybe growth is weaker than the U.S. data led us to think, and maybe it's time to reshuffle allocations away from U.S. large tech. If there was a bubble in the AI and Magnificent Seven part of the market, then last night saw it pop, said Steve Clayton, head of equity funds at Hargreaves Lansdowne. Earnings disappoint, a slew of disappointing headlines in European hours, covering everything from consumer staples to cars and luxury goods. Deep in the market malaise, Nestle, Stellantis, and Kering dropped on earnings that missed estimates, while Universal Music Group shares fell as much as 30%, the biggest decline since the company's initial public offering after its subscription and streaming revenue growth disappointed investors. In the U.S., Ford shares plunged as as much as 12% in pre-market trading after the automaker's results also fell short of expectations. A rush to havens. The rout in stocks sparked a rush to haven assets and boosted calls for quicker interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve and other central banks. Shorter dated securities led gains, with 2-year Treasury yields falling to the lowest since early February, and UK and German bonds following suit. Meanwhile, the yen rose to the highest in more than 2 months against the dollar Thursday, reflecting burgeoning wagers that the interest rate gap between Japan and the U.S. will likely narrow. China cut. The big surprise of the day came from China, where the central bank unexpectedly lowered the rate on its 1-year policy loans to 2.3% from 2.5%. Following a surprise reduction to a key short-term rate this week. The PBOC's string of rate cuts underscores authorities' growing urgency to support growth, which came in worse than expected in the second quarter as faltering consumer spending more than offset an export boom. China's bond futures edged higher with the yuan after the cut, though the moves were modest. Top overnight news: U.S. President Biden said America is to choose between hope and hate, optimism and negativity, while he added that he needs to unite the party and it is time to pass the torch, but will continue his duties as president for the remainder of his term. Furthermore, he also commented that Vice President Harris is experienced, tough, and capable. China continues to lower its policy rates, taking its 1-year MLF rate down 20 BP to 2.3% as the Gov works to bolster growth. BBG, China smartphone shipments plus 10% in Q2. Apple, AAPL, China sales fell 2% YY in Q2. Huawei sales plus 41%. Canalys, 5 of China's major state-owned banks cut deposit rates to cushion a hit to their already record low margins after this week's surprise lowering of lending benchmarks to bolster stuttering economic growth. RTRS. The yen surged toward 152 on bets the interest rate gap between Japan and the U.S. is finally set to shrink. Some 90% of BOJ watchers see a risk of it hiking on July 31st, even if that isn't their base case, and the Fed faces growing calls to start cutting the same day. The move hit Japan's Nikkei 225 and undermined assets from gold to Bitcoin. BBG, Germany's IFO survey for Joule, fell a bit short of expectations, with the expectations index coming in at 86.9 versus the street 89.3 and down from 88.8 in June. BBG, negotiations on a ceasefire for hostages deal in the Gaza conflict appear to be in their closing stages, and U.S. President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will discuss remaining gaps on Thursday. A senior U.S. official said on Wednesday, RTRS U.S. GDP growth probably accelerated to an annualized 2% last quarter from 1.4%, but discretionary spending growth has cooled and demand may moderate further in the second half as the labor market weakens, tipping the Fed toward easing. Bloomberg Economics said BBG Harris could have her VP selection in the next 2 weeks, and the frontrunners remain Cooper, NC, Shapiro, PA, and Kelly, AZ, CNN. Boeing's plea deal with the DOJ over 737 MAX crashes includes at least $243.6 million in fines and 3 years probation. RTRS, ST Micro cut its annual revenue outlook for a second time, and B Semi issued weak third quarter guidance. BBG. Oh, it cut off? I thought there was a little bit more. BBG. Oh, good morning. Good morning. We have a lot more. There's still more, baby. Yeah, good morning. And then today's a holiday, bro. You guys know that? Today's a holiday. I know some of you are confused about the bottom left. That's my stand in defiance for getting clapped for expressing myself in the last 48 hours. But you don't need any likes today. No. Today's a free day. I'm happy. I wanted you to see. and I'm glad you guys all get to see it. So it's free. It's on the house, man. Don't worry. Nothing. Nothing is required. All you got to do is just take it in. It's a big day, market correction and all of that. So enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it, but just pay attention. Don't you know what I'm saying? I hope you see exactly what the hell is happening and how they treat you. Again, my job is to give you info, and if I want to be myself and want to give you all of it, but how can you do that if you get clapped? But S&P futures are flat in Thursday morning trading, though near the best market levels comes after U.S. equities sold off on Wednesday, with the S&P 500 snapping a 356-day streak without a 2% or more move. Decline. NASDAQ off more than 3.5% for its worst session since October 2022. Mag 7 and AI beneficiaries among the worst performers. Treasuries rallying across the curve, though off the best levels. Dollar index flat, though yen strength again the story in Forex. Gold is down by 1.4, Bitcoin down by 2.3, and WTI is down by 1.4. Wednesday sell-off still the big story. Oh, Xavier, Antonio, that's a first-timer. God bless you, bro. Thank you. Wednesday sell-off still the big story. Risk off chalk to a last lackluster Mag 7 earnings takeaway versus elevated expectations, select AI scrutiny, incremental consumer concerns, and stretched positioning and sentiment. Some signs of stabilization today, with several high-profile tech names posting better Q2 results. However, Treasury strength fits with the pickup in growth worries and some calls for a Fed rate cut next week, though Fed not expected to ease until late September. Also concerns about spike in volatility, which could exacerbate systematic fund unwinds and shift seasonals. Weak part of July following first half strength. First half of August is the fifth worst 2-week period of the year. Massive volume of earnings today. Just over 30% of the S&P 500 has reported. Blended growth for Q2 running at 10.3, while 78% have beat in line with fourth quarter average, and earnings surprising to the upside by 4.2% versus 6.5% fourth quarter average. Some better takeaways from high-profile tech, IBM, ServiceNow, and Clack. Airlines continue to take down second-half numbers to better balance in demand of supply. Some auto names weaker after results, but for different reasons. Ford and O'Reilly. More scrutiny surrounding big-ticket spending at BC and Pool. Softer global macro in focus with chemicals like Dow. A&D names underpinned by beat and raises, NOC and RTX. Cost-saving, operational efficiency has been a big earnings things for companies like Hasbro and Massimo. Initial jobless claims dropped more than forecast week over week after last week's print. That was the highest since August 23. Continuing claims a bit better than expected, down slightly off last week's print. That was the highest since November 21. Headline durable goods surprise negative, lowest since April 20. However, core capital goods orders well ahead of the estimates, best since January 23. First read of Q2 GDP was 2.8, better than the 2% consensus, up from 1.4 Q1 pace, though driven in large part by inventory build. Personal consumption also beat Q2 core PCE of 2.9, a bit higher than expected, though down from 3.7 Q1 level. June core PCE, the highlight of the week on Friday. Street looking for increase of 0.1 in June for the second straight month, which would push the 3-month annualized rate below the Fed's 2% target. And there's more. Again, yeah, we had the GDP numbers. I came in super strong. So, U.S. markets experienced worst session since 2022 amid tech sell-off. Global investors scramble to adjust portfolios to guard against U.S. election curveballs. Treasury curve steepens as market braces for Fed rate cuts. Sudden yen surge hits assets from equities to gold, sparking widespread liquidation across markets. Japan's stock market enters technical correction on concerns over AI bets and risk of BOJ rate hike. Again, honestly, do you guys, remember we were talking yesterday, the biggest drop since December, right? That was December 2022. That was the last time the yen made a move and everybody liquidated everything. So kind of a little blast from the past. Keep that in mind. China markets a surprise out of sequence of 20 basis point cut to 1-year MLF rate. Slim majority of economists predict China will cut benchmark lending rate again in Q4. China to allocate $41 billion in ultra-long bonds for trade-ins to boost consumption. China yield curve steepener trade gains traction, but question remains if long-dated yields can rise. IBM Q2 revenue ahead of estimates report doubling of bookings for AI. Forward slides after higher costs. EV unit takes a toll on profit. Stellantis reports big first half net income drop of 48% and plans output and price cuts. Gucci owner Kering posts double-digit sales drop in Q2. See softer second half of the year. Cost-conscious consumers drive Nestle to cut sales growth. Unilever delivers H1 profit beat but worse than expected. OpenAI may lose as much as $5 billion this year, which could force it to raise cash in the next 12 months. Airlines cutting ticket prices as post-pandemic travel boom fades. Lineage raises $4 billion in this year's biggest IPO. ESPN, NBC, Universal, and Amazon win rights to carry NBA games in an 11-year deal valued at $77 billion. Biden touts achievement. Oval Office address lays out priorities for final months of his presidency. Harris and Trump escalated attacks on each other, setting up a brutal election campaign. Some Republicans second-guessing J.D. Vance as Trump's VP pick. MA practitioners now reconsidering their electoral strategies with J.D. Vance and Harris shaking up expectations. Josh Answers on YouTube gets a community strike and would have been banned if he didn't have the other ones removed because he told you who he voted for or who's going to vote for in the last 48 hours, and people got mad about that, and you are living through a very wild time. Germany IFO business climate unexpectedly missed expectations in July. Japan corporate service inflation hits 9-year high. South Korean economy unexpectedly shrinks amid weaker consumer spending. Israeli PM Netanyahu defends Gaza war to Congress amid some lawmakers boycotting protests. U.S. warns tech startups, hostile states such as China potentially gaining sensitive data and intellectual property. And some U.S. states purge Chinese companies from their investments amid fraying U.S.-China relations. Woo! That's a lot. That's a lot, man. There's more, baby. There's more, baby. So you got VKTX, they're up 15. Oh, wait, no. There's even more. CBRE up 11.6 earnings. Molina up 9.6 earnings. Now up 6.8 earnings. An update on leadership change and investigation. Unilever up 6.5 earnings and ice cream separation on track. They're separating their ice cream unit. It's not like a thing. You know what I'm saying? ARGX up 5.9, KDP up 3.6 off earnings, NOC 3.6 earnings, BTI 3.5 earnings and buyback agreement with GS, SNY up 3.3 earnings, IBM 3.3 earnings, RTX 3.2 earnings, CLAC 2.3 earnings, NDAC 2.0 earnings, Burke 1.8, Bank of America upgrade, Team up 1.4, Flex up 1.4, Craig Halliam initiates buy, CRM up 1.4 off nothing, VKTX earnings and starting a new phase 3 trial, two of them. INDV up 13.5 earnings, $100 million share buyback. Hasbro up 8.5 off earnings. Pega up 7.2 off earnings. ASTS up 5.5. First 5 commercial satellites completed final assembly. CLS up 5.4 earnings. GL 4 earnings. NVCO 4 earnings. ADMA up 2 off nothing. RIG up 2.7 quarterly status. BITF up 1.9. New shareholder rights plan. Mira up 38, additional discovery of Cotomatic, Cotomix 2 selective NMDA, biomechanism of action. Bali up 25, $18 merger agreement. ACU up 4.8, fast track designation for Alzheimer's drug. Alar up 3.1, Concord Genuity upgrade. Alt up 2.4, publication of trial data. Edward Life Sciences down 22 earnings and acquires Jonah Value. WST down 15 off earnings, Ford down 13 off earnings, Stellantis or STM down 12 off earnings, Stellantis down 8 off earnings, Terra down 7.9 off earnings, Southwest down 5 off earnings, launches enhancements to transform customer experience, Car down 5.3, EDU down 5.2, East Bay announces departure of celebrity live streamer Dong Hua. I don't even know what that is. Dow down 4.8, AZN down 4.3, Align down 4.4, Honeywell down 4.5, Siri down 4.3, WBD down 4.1, NBA will enter in a long-term agreement. Citi downgraded Lulu, they're down 3. O'Reilly down 1.8 off earnings. MXL down 26 off earnings. NYCB down 9 off earnings, and then shelving mortgage servicing business. RGC down 15, Sage down 4, JP Morgan downgrade. Gold and silver stocks pummeled alongside your boy Crypto. So I had to skim through it, Chad. We don't have much time left, baby. We don't have much time left. I think they downgrade. I don't know if they brought up the Ozempic. You would think Ozempic would help Lulu, but Chadadonia, those are all of your headlines. It's a wild day, bro. It's a wild day, man. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Honestly, that GDP saved us, but you're not really out of the woods just yet. And again, everybody freaking out in Japan. It's really reminiscent of December. So again, I think that market correction we haven't hit 10% yet. It's on the cusp, but we'll see how this all plays out. But should be a fun time. I'm pissed at that gold. I'm way down on the gold now, which was unfortunate. But I guess there's bigger things in life. There's bigger things in life, huh? Like freedom of speech. Oh yes. So yeah. Thank you, guys. But I do have a couple of plays. We only have 45 seconds, so I'll go over all of those with you. ZB, KDP, Now, Pfizer, VKTX, Starbucks, Disney, Apple, Amazon, Meta, and EW. I would watch out for all of those. Those will be good. BTI too. Yeah, you're right. Again, they had that buyback there, and just in general, they're doing good with everything else. So we'll see. But that being said. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready. I hope you're feeling good. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. And I'm glad, man. I'm grateful. I really am, man. Every single day we get this opportunity. But before we chase it, man, the thing is, there's people who fought for this country. And they fought for our freedoms. They fought for my freedom. And they've given so much, man. And I think the least we could do is honor them every single day. So before we begin our day here at the Colt, we want to give a huge special shout out to all the active servicemen, both the active, non-active, your families, everybody, for real, man. If you have given to this country through your time, effort, and service, man, you deserve the world. The least we could do is say thank you every morning. So from me and the whole community, veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we love you, man. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you, for real. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, God bless America, baby. Amen. Amen, baby. It's a good day. It's a holiday today. You guys know that? I feel great because now I don't feel as crazy, and I hope you all witness it. Oh, I have another one. Actually, I have a crazy history lesson for you today. So good thing I didn't have all my other strikes got cleared up, because then that paves the way for me to give you guys the history lesson of today. And it's a very good one. It's a very, very good one. But Chattadonia, don't even worry about the likes, bro. Again, that's why I know some of you may not like it, but this is my stand in defiance. That's why I have the Trump 2024 on there. I did get a community strike yesterday. They didn't tell me why. I'm assuming it was because of the, what's it called? I played the Mr. Beast thing because it said child safety. That's the only thing I could think of. But I think we all really know the reason why. Within 48 hours of me saying just any thought or opinion on this upcoming election, to get punished or to even have a warning shot like that, that's insane. So that's why. I hope it doesn't bother you too much. I'm not trying to, but I do have to stand on my beliefs. And I really think, like I was telling you guys, man, it's very, very disturbing with everything going on. It's kind of crazy to think about. But that's why I've been acting how I have. And that's why I feel good, though, because you get to see it now. But here's the deal. Good morning. No likes, no nothing. You don't need that today. That's why I'm saying it's a holiday. And I hope you never forget this. And that's why I'm not as crazy as you think. I hope you see it, man. I hope you see it, man. But, yeah, we got 1 minute. Again, I got a couple of plays out there. Again, I'm going to be holding. My bond play went green and then red. I'm getting murdered on the gold now. And then the ES is still down. But we're going to ride that out. But it is a more bearish day. So we're going to see how this all plays out. You know what I'm saying? So let's have a good one, baby. Let's have a good one. Boop. How much time do we have? 17 seconds? All right, man, let's have a good one. Call out anything. If you need anything, you let me know, baby. We will be here, and let's have a good time. Keep it clean. And God bless America, baby. God bless America. You knew you were trumpets? Yeah, man. Well, I guess as of recently. Round 1. Fight. All righty. Yeah, bro. Airbnb smashed too. Again, there's actually some good earnings beats and a lot of misses. I would check Ford. Oh, yeah, bro. Shout out all the donos. I was doing the news and everything, and I know I missed a lot of those. So let's get through the morning, bro. I'm going to get you all y'all shout outs, but I appreciate y'all, man, for real. If you ain't, then you lying. Abby Vibe Pop. I hope it gets to that 1 level. Watch Tesla and any of the continuations. Again, keep an eye on the yen. Abby Vibe, not so much. But if that keeps going, that could be a decent one. Again, China had a rate cut. Ford's not open on the chain. Well, let me know when that opens up. K-Love. What's up, baby? Good morning. There was one more I wanted to see. Oh, yeah, RJ. So, happy birthday, baby. Let's go, Nike and Intel. Be careful on the birthday purchases, though. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful. Because sometimes they go, the market don't give about our birthday. You know what I'm saying? But good one, baby. MO is about to hit 50 again. You have BTI. Who was the other one? Yeah, MO is great. We'll take it for now. NASDAQ is actually up right now. We'll see how long that lasts. Russell is still going. No plays for now. I do want in a weird way, I like this Starbucks play. Who is the other post earnings? I wanted to see Ford when that opens up. Starbucks is getting clapped. There's one more, not VKTX, but Pfizer. I kind of think Pfizer wants to buy them. Nobody said that except for me. That's just my opinion. And then I want to see where we end up. And then Edwards Life Sciences. I want to see by the end of the day whether or not this pressure comes up. I did not sell out of the Tesla. Did they come up? If you ain't. No. They're actually down today. So those Tesla puts came down, but they're still up overall. But no, I did not sell them. I was saying yesterday I would have sold them yesterday, but with everything going down, I wanted to make sure I had one. But it kind of reminds me of Netflix. So they're actually up. Yeah, ServiceNow, that was the other one. They're up 10. And remember, this is a big mover. Contracts are way more expensive on the pre-earnings for that one. And then watch the bonds. Disney at highs after that pricing news. What they're raising prices. I don't know, man. Disney, we had that talk yesterday, bro. Disney is awful. Again, I own it still. I like them for the long term, but after what's his name selling out, and then everything since the proxy has been a mess. Messier than freedom of speech in elections. Oh, Mark Dez, baby. Oh, yeah, RTX and what was the other one? Not GD. There was another defense name. Damn. I think RTX would have hit. Remember we were talking, that thing don't move usually. And then SPY going lower. NVIDIA down 207. Ford was really bad. And I don't know, Ford was so bad yesterday. When we were reading the numbers, that was one of those where I was like, damn, that's awful. And then when I actually looked at the name, it was awful. So usually that doesn't, I haven't seen that happen in a while. I'd say at least a year maybe, where it's wow, that's really bad earnings. And then you look, usually the stock is ripping off something arbitrary related to the earnings or the investment plan. But nah, Ford was bad. And then when you looked at it, it was awful. Snap, they're just getting killed off the Meta Google. So I'm still in that one. That one's getting murdered. It was crazy. I was literally up $1,000 on it. It was just like the gold play. It was up but that one was up for 2 minutes and then flipped after the upgrade. But I'm still down with it. I'm going to just stick to the plan. Sell out day before earnings and call it a day. But today is, again, I think Japan is weighing on us a little more, but everybody is kind of just a little bit more worried. Or at the very least, that's what the media is kind of projecting. You guys have been here before. Everybody feels good. Then all of a sudden, day after day, the headlines are like, it's bad, it's awful. Maybe the bubble popped until the good earnings come out, and then everybody is going to be like, yeah, nah, we good to go. You bought Edward Life Sciences. Good luck on that. NASDAQ is getting killed by chips and AI. So literally, that was some of the headlines this morning. People are talking about AI bubble popping. Japan's situation is like December of 2022. But it was already the same thing. But now people are speculating more rate cuts in Japan in a more hawkish Japan. But now this time, people are finally reacting. So they're selling shit and liquidating. It's very, I say we're really high right now in the market. But this sentiment is very reminiscent to end of last year or 2 years ago. You guys remember 2022? Right here, December 13th, 2022. This like 4 or 5 days, this was all freaking out at Japan, and then Japan backed down. That was the first time we were going to hear about Japan cutting rates in the modern era, or raising rates, excuse me. And then they didn't, and then we were able to rebound with everything else. Yeah, I meant rate rises. Sorry, not cut. But that's pretty much this time around now. We reacted back then, and then we stopped reacting. But now you're kind of doing the same thing. Stocks, bonds, gold, everything is legitimately liquidating on that concern. It's very fascinating. Meta's down 0.9. Yesterday was the first day of the year we flipped into fear with the 42 reading on fear and greed. Then you lie it in the rain. Yeah, the China, dude, it's crazy. China cut rates surprisingly, too. I didn't even expect that. I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 economists out of like 50 or 60 that thought China would cut rates, and they thought they would, and then they actually did it. Someone said no, Space Nectar. So someone in the YouTube said no, it's not. It was there last week, dude. So I don't know. I was reading that comment. Ford getting killed. Yeah, man. Ford was actually bad. I don't know. Watch defense. LMT, RTX, very interesting. I mean, keep an eye out for any sort of rebound in the shit that's clapped. You lying. They have different rate cuts in China, so don't get it twisted. There's multiple, like there's the MLF rate, they have the bank rate, their margin rates, all of that. Yeah, Pfizer 30-33 and MO. So again, very value rotation-y today. Although the fear is high and people are worried. Again, people are more worried about the AI bubble and tech popping. But Russell and Dow are holding up great. Coca-Cola all-time highs. All right, I kind of want to make a play, but I kind of want to wait. I'm still in the MES. Those are getting clapped too. And then bonds are hella weird. Avivi announces discontinuation of experimental Alzheimer's drug. Average up on your Ford shares. I mean, why not wait till it goes down more? I mean, it is already down 15. So, audience, I don't know. Actually, it's not bad. There is definitely downside, but like if you already bought it low and that would be an average up here, I mean, why not wait? Yeah, no, ServiceNow I did. I think ServiceNow is very interesting. It's either this will be the top or I think it'll go like 15% low key. Okay, but you need to calm down on the spamming now too, okay, sir? Too bad I made the politics on the channel. No, man, it's freedom. That's it, man. If y'all don't realize how crazy this shit is, that's God bless you, man. And that's why I say it's just disturbing how many of you support it. And if they do it to other people, they'll do it to you. But I have a crazy history lesson to share with you. So I hope you stick around. Not really, but you might want to learn something if you're open to it. MO and value plays are all killing it. So that is, again, Russell is very strong right now. How can we help with the strike? I don't know, man. Just show love. That's it. I don't know. I think I'm in a Trump gang now. I don't know how that works. Can you send this to all the Trumpers? Show them what happened. Do I get any support with that? Is there like a hotline I call? Do I get a Harley Davidson? I don't know. But whatever y'all, like, I don't know. You get stream alerts. I don't know how it works. I'm new to this. It was only 48 hours, bro. It's only been like 3 days, I guess. So you let me know. You let me know, man. I don't know how this works. I'm new to this. I got my. Do I get a badge? Oh my gosh, that's dope. I get a little patch. You're dead at that. I hope you stay, but not really. I don't know. Well, dude, because I don't know. I was just saying what I was saying, but like, unfortunately, my ADD and truth barrier just goes like, you know what I was? Because I said it, but as I heard myself say, I hope you stay. I was like, not really. I don't know. It's like, if you want to learn things, I got you. I have a crazy history lesson, bro. You have no idea, and I'm not insane. Not only do you see the retaliation, but there's two other things that are just insane. I know I used to not take political stances. Yeah, 100%. But I'm on the right side of history. That's what I'll share with you why. Because the thing that bothered me, I'm glad that the same thing happened about 40, 50 years ago. I'm not that crazy. Bob, China plays got the rate cut, but I don't know if they're going to do that good. But they are going up. Zug, bros, baby. I love you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Makati, there you go. Somebody knows. God bless you, bro. Yeah, Mo has been great all year, man. I'm very glad. We had a great pickup. I think that was probably the best pickup of the year for the long term. We grabbed that shit at 39, yielding 10% or 9 points. That's amazing, bro. So again, not only that, like any of those shares you bought on MO at 9-10%, that means by 2034 you will get your whole entire investment back just in dividends. Should have bought more. We did. I mean, but obviously we're always going to want even more. Because remember, we bought two other pickups before that at like 41 and then 40. So I put like 3 deposits in a row. And that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm very glad. I have no regret with it. And the fact we got it at the lows. Oil. Be careful with oil, though. That's what I said. If you ain't, then you lying. Nikes. Leader of Yemen Houthi. A response to Israel strikes near Hodaya will come. On your option play. I can't give you advice, but I'm down to, give you my thoughts and tell you what I would do. If that's good enough, post the play. I got you, G. I feel you. I want to sit on I am sitting on my hands for now. I think the most logical play moving forward is going to be pre-earnings plays. I don't know if y'all hear me right now. Is there a possibility that the fear gets worse and we keep going down? Yes, 100%. But especially if we go down even more, the opportunity to snag some pre-earnings, because I'm telling you, we've seen this many, many times. The moment the data starts coming in good, all of the crack, just like the way the fear flipped, is going to flip to the other side. So keep that in mind. Google is dropping down 1, but that's the only thing I'm thinking about right now. And then I'm still writing out the plays from yesterday. I'm really pissed at gold, bro. I fucking dropped the ball on that one. Fat gain, a fat loss. They scam me. We're pretty deep into the bull steepener. The bull steepener, man, or you call it whatever type of steepener you want, but any way you cut it, the yield curve is steepening somewhat rapidly. It chilled a little bit from yesterday, but this has been the steepest the yield curve has been since the, pretty much end of last year, or even like almost like a little bit more than a year and a half. I'm loving the watermark. I don't know, man, if y'all love it though, but y'all need to spread the word on how that just played out in 48 hours though. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's a Trump support group that I contact or how it is. I put the Trump there because I've been saying a lot of things that are disturbing with how things have been with the politics and how a lot of people blindly support it. And then I said I'm going to vote for Trump. And then within 48 or 72 hours, I got a community strike for something totally unrelated, which I call my warning shot. So instead of backing down, I'm doubling down. I'll triple down too. Like I said, just sign up for the long-term alerts, stream alerts or whatever. We have a backup Twitch as well. But yeah, and I was even telling you guys yesterday, and you guys are like, oh, why would you leave if it was 4 more years? Like, you get what I'm saying now? Like, think about it. How can I tell you everything honestly and truthfully? If you do say something, especially even if you believe it, you get punished. That's not freedom. That's not truth. And unfortunately, it just sucks. And then just imagine all the stuff you get. That just means that it passed the filters. It's all like, that's crazy to think about. So yeah, and again, I'm not some of y'all, man. And I think do I get bothered by some people? Hell yeah. But when I do take a step back, I think some of y'all have reached out. Y'all are Biden, Harris supporters and all of that, but some of y'all are beautiful as well too, and I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Some of you take it the very wrong way, but some of y'all have even said, Josh, that you have shown me a lot of love, and you see how wrong this is, even though you support something else. So I appreciate you. So I'm not trying to bother you, but I you know what I'm saying? But I do need to stand on my truth, my friend. Oh, the PM calls are up. They're up 100%. Nice. I forgot we had those, but do we have till next week on those? Yeah. Yeah, honestly, you can make the PM play free. That's good. I'm glad it's. What strike are we at, though? We're at 115. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard bone from the champ of flyers. We did not go over the history lesson. No. Let's see. Let me get it there. Where the fuck is that play? Please hold while we connect your call. And then Whirlpool did jack shit. With a homie. Thank you for everything, man. Thank you, bro. You've shown so much love. So many donos, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, we need 46 cents. Ooh. The spreads on those PMs are huge, actually. An option on yesterday, it's up. I didn't make a play on Ford unless you just did the 2 standard deviations. That's good, bro. Yeah, Ford was there. I love you too, Open Face. Thank you for all your support as well. I mean, anybody who's just a real ass human, you know what I'm saying? And you can see it and getting bogged down and just like, man, I've really got mad love. So it's good, bro. I told you yesterday, even I'm angry about certain things and all of it, but I don't know. It's weird how this all just played out too, but I'm grateful, man. I'm grateful, for real. PayPal. All the time. Skirt. God is good. Skirt. All the time. Skirt. If you ain't. Skirt. Then you lying. What's up, baby? My man. Donovan, baby. Welcome, my friend. Oh, Space Nectar. Let's go, baby. God bless y'all, man. Thank you. You've heard rumors of the Fed cutting next week. Do you think it's possible? I do, but it would be as a result of Japan crashing or China. Other than that, no shot. So I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know if it's probable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the crazy part about it. So it's on there, and people have brought it up. Again, even Bill Dudley. Think you'll ever leave YouTube if they keep clapping you? Hey, man, I will go where the Lord takes me. But I'm not doing that other shit again. AKA, I'm not going to not say what I feel and believe. Like, fuck it. I don't know, man. It's good. It's good to be back. Good to be back. All right, I sold one of the Philip Morris a little bit more than 100%, made it free. Now you got a free Zin play. God is good all the time. All right, man. All right, bonds are all over the place, man. Gold's still flushing, even if it's a bad cut or surprise. They will. It just depends how it plays out. But for now, man, Russell killing it, and it's just like you have this rotation really, really holding up right now. You know, so that's the key. I think it's just a matter of the, like, again, these like quote unquote Trump trades or value into it. If they do cut rates, we'll see. But I don't know if we should waste our time on it. Like, it should be by September or literally after the election. Otherwise, if there is a July cut, which is in a week, you guys know what I'm saying? Like, literally, that's a week. We would have a very, very big problem. That would mean something is really, really messed up. Where am I showing the free plays? Oh, I don't have the thing up here today, actually. But we talked about it yesterday. We did that play live or 2 days ago on Philip Morris. Yeah, IWM. I think IWM is going to hold up. It just depends, again, off the China shit and everything else. I think the data in the morning was kind of, I wouldn't call it concerning, but that was the exact data. Were you here yesterday for our discussion when we were talking about the yield curve uninverting in like a weird way? Like, does that make sense? Like how we were talking about the yield curve uninverting without a rate cut, and how Powell has done this weird, he's pulled off something fascinating where he got the market to believe in imminent rate cuts while at the same time got them to not believe. I don't know if you were there. Are you familiar with that line of logic? Because if you are, that's what I saw with the data today. Because, like, think about it. Everybody's like, fear, panic, cut, inflation from the other data, and they're loving that. But then today, GDP rocketing up. Everyone, it just goes to show, it's like, well, yeah, inflation came down, but these little impetus pressures that are like kind of there that could raise it up again and give you an excuse to have higher long-term rates, that's what it's there. So simply said, I think today's data justified higher long-term rates, but still left the door open for a shorter-term cut, which again is a steepener, which is mind-blowing to me, fascinating. But there is one more set of data, I think, before September that could lock it in. No, GDP came in really good. So GDP shot up by like 0.8, I think. It was supposed to be at 2, came in at 2.8. August 9th in the video, strike 110. Are you dope? Speaking for the real, the jet, the peach, the pony, baby. My man, God bless you, Rigo. Thank you. And, bro, enjoy it, man. I don't know, is it snowing out there? You always bring the vibes, bro, with the info, and I just know you living my dream, bro, on the mountain. Just on the mountain, chilling. Enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it. If Abivai goes nuts, man, God willing, bro. God willing. Ooh, 3 points. I think this is what it was priced in. And then what did Gavin say? He said NVIDIA August 9th, the 110. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, you could stop a lot of things. You could try to get in the way. You could do whatever you want, but you can't stop the peach. Happy Friday, Junior, baby. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Horn Peach Nation. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Can I actually I don't Hold on. I need to change this real quick. Okay. Peach Nation. I don't know. I don't know if it looks the same way. Peach Nation, God bless you. Yeah, Peach, I'm with. Let's see, man. Those are my candidates. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It's crazy, man. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You don't miss. You ain't, then you lying. Didn't Trump try to stay in office after he lost? Yeah, I don't think Trump's a good guy, man. But again, if y'all support silencing people and oppression that you can't even see and all the other shit, like by all means, that's it. That's why I'm on that. I already got clapped. I literally within days of telling you guys how I feel about the election, I have already got a channel strike. If I didn't have my other channel, remember a couple months ago I was all excited because all my other BS channel strikes disappeared. I was so happy. I was like, oh shit, they went away. Right? If I didn't have those gone away, I would not be streaming live today. And that's within a couple of days of telling you. And guess what? They already rejected my appeal. So look, this is yesterday, bro. That's why I'm putting that on there. Yeah, it was on you. So I'm saying I can't stand for this, but at the same time, it's kind of bittersweet because I was just telling you all of this stuff, and then to watch this happen, I hope all of you see this. And I was just telling you, I don't want, if whoever wins, I'm like, you really want me to do 4 years, and how can I help people and give and do what I want to do? And I'm not asking for anything. And you know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, come on, dude. Yeah, child safety. And the only excuse because I played what Mr. Beast said. And they won't even show. Usually they show you the clip. They're already rejecting the appeal. All of that, man. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, damn, I'm really not a. So I hope you guys see it. And like, I'm like, if y'all really support that, go ahead. But I don't know, man. Go look into history. So maybe I'll tell you now. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you the history. So are you guys aware? It's kind of crazy. 1968, the last time a presidential candidate stepped down at the last minute. However, he at least did it during the primaries to a degree. It was Lyndon B. Johnson. That was a video I showed you guys the other day. You remember that? And SPY going lower, bonds still climbing, low ticker kind of picking up. So Lyndon B. Johnson, he was the last one. Oh, damn, those Pfizer plays went up. He was the last one to step down. And do you realize everybody flipped back then? The reason you have your current primary system was because of 1968, and they did the exact same thing that's happening now. The only difference was back then people rioted, and they were very bothered, and they got mad because all of a sudden homeboy dropped out, and then they just put in some guy. Because you guys got to realize, without the primaries, that's like some fucking slave shit. That's back in the day where they used to just pick whoever the delegate was, and nobody had any sort of right. So it wasn't, the civil rights stuff was around there, but literally people were against the war. That was the real reason. You know, they really were against the war. So when Lyndon B. Johnson dropped out, he dropped out, and then they just threw in some random Democratic candidate that nobody voted for. The people got mad because homeboys supported the war and they were over it. But literally, it was, again, you could even go look up primary reform in 1968. Go look about all of the other stuff, but it literally, all hell broke loose after. Where is it? Let me see if I can get you an article. Actually, there's a ton. There's a Vox article. Go search. There's a Wikipedia page on it. But a lot of people don't know this. I'm not crazy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, when you guys are like, why are you all of a sudden doing this? Bro, the people, the hippies in the 70s felt the exact same way I felt. You know what I'm saying? It was the exact same thing. The moment they were like, no, but the difference was we support the wars now. We support all of the killing and all the other stuff. Back then, that was it went against them a lot more. But, well, yeah, Nixon came later. And then, are you ready for the crazy part? There was also an assassination too. Not JFK, but RFK. So literally, RFK was even assassinated after he won the California primary in this same 1968 election. Again, they ended up losing the guy that they just put in randomly, but I'm telling you, man, like, people, the literal reason we have primaries today was because they had a candidate drop out last minute and they try to just throw in some rando. It was the vice president too. It was the same exact thing that's happening now. And the people got insane. They flipped. They actually responded. So I'm not that insane, man, when I'm telling you this. And if that's a strong enough reason for me to say, no, this is not democracy. So, GG's, man. But go look it up if you actually give a shit. Dude, the history of it is insane because it's exactly the same. It's actually nuts to think about. And then SPY's dumping, bro. Damn, 5402. And then bonds gone green, but my goodness. This was 1968. So again, the last time a presidential candidate dropped out of a race at the last minute, and then they put in somebody who did not go through primaries or were, kind of selected by the people to a degree. They've reformed all of the primaries. That's what we have today, and it was this whole thing. Just back then, they rioted. Back then, people were really against it just because of what it stood for. All right, man, you're really dumped. Bro, that fear is real. Let me see. It's been more than 30 minutes. Let me get you a checkup here. So you have 142 names red on the SPY. 360 names green. Dow Jones, 11 red, 19 in the green. Honestly, it doesn't look that bad. And then NASDAQ, 54 green, 47 red. I don't know why Pfizer is doing that good. But I guess it's just value land. But then again, dude, NASDAQ down another 1%. There's a liquidation. I'm telling you, this isn't, it's one part bad earnings, but all this shit going on in Japan, and the fact it's finally causing a movement, that's where things are getting weird. There is talk of the AI bubble getting bursted. It's not just Pfizer. Yeah, no, there's a lot of names up. I just said the Dow only had I think less than 10 or barely above 10 names in the red. So value and Russell's kind of killing it. I think it's kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the unwind of the carry trade. Because remember, they were going so gradual, nobody was really reacting, right? And then all of a sudden, today, it kind of, I think it's surprised, mixed in with the negative AI. But they started talking bearish and more hiking and more, hawkishness in your, what's it called? In your China or in Japan. And then it led to that liquidation, which we haven't seen since December of 2022. And drop 10. Well, I think we're down 8% in the last couple of weeks, the last 2 weeks alone. Yeah, yen, bad earnings, yield curve almost uninverting. There's a lot going on. Indeed. Well, I would keep in mind pre-earnings plays. That's the only thing I'm tempted to. Wait a minute. Nike? Dude, they got murdered yesterday. I thought this thing was at 75. Yeah, even gold got whacked too. It's liquidation. That's why Bitcoin, Japan got so bad. Or Japan, it was a visceral reaction, and it led to people selling off the other stuff. Why don't we riot if this is worse than 1968? I mean this in the nicest way possible. It's because people are brainwashed. And, again, people support the war this time, so there's no problem in that sense. And then, again, you see social media, it looks like there's a lot of support for stuff, but in reality, it's not. And then again, it literally goes 100% against democracy in the history of this country. That's why it's kind of shocking. But if you don't look into it enough, you don't care, or you believe in other ideologies that are more important than what true democracy is, then you're not gonna mind it. I hope Nike bought them, but you got to be careful. I got two. I thought MO was Pfizer. Again, those Pfizer plays went up 80%. Did those ever go? Did we make those free? I think I did, right? The August Pfizers. I think we did make them free because I only have 20 of them. 2-line summary of the topic. Yeah. In 1968, the last time a presidential candidate dropped out is the reason why you have the primary system you have today. It led to the reforms, making us have the primaries operate like they do now. And that was because people were really bothered by a candidate dropping out and then instituting a vice president that nobody voted for. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about 1968. So 1/3 to make it free, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I sold 80. All right. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. But those who came back up again. I invest in stupid because Google is lagging. I'm already being punished. This isn't all Google earnings. I see what you're saying, but there's a lot of things going on right now. In general, the earnings sentiment has not been good so far. And then now we are dealing with, again, a lot of things even overseas. But NVIDIA and the bigger names, they're going to contribute to the size. No way. NVIDIA's at 106. That's like what? That's like a 30% drop, no? That's crazy. I hope homie didn't hold that long term Remember when he was like, Josh, I'm putting all my money at NVIDIA at the top. If you ain't, then you lying in the rain. Those 110 puts. Let's go, baby. I vividly just remember, I just vividly remember that guy sent me that long term, and he was like, Josh, I put in all of this money, and he bought in at like 120 or 130. He's like, is this a good long term? And I was just like, hey, man, unless you bought it for really, really cheap, I wouldn't do that. Would I agree that Trump is anti-democracy because he tried to use fake electors to stay in power when he lost the election? I mean, I'm sure there's an argument. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, I don't think that Trump is the best person, and I hear you on that. But he's not in office. It's what's happening right now. Does that make sense? You guys, again, you're even watching it, bro. I can't even talk to you about it. Imagine everybody else, and it's just like, unfortunately, what's happening now is not democratic at all. And the last time it did happen in this exact same fashion, most Americans were aware of that because there wasn't this orange enemy that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I really wish it wasn't Donald Trump, because then you couldn't justify this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because the only reason y'all are like, wait a minute, well, what about Trump? I feel you. I wish it was a good candidate. I wish it was somebody else, because that's the only justification people are having to literally ignore democracy and literally piss on this country. It's not market related. I don't know. It might be. That's the thing. I don't know. I brought this up yesterday. This shit is too insane. I know you guys think I'm nuts, some of you, but unfortunately this is getting so insane. There is going to be a market effect. That's why I'm telling you, there's so much going on, and everybody's kind of like lulled to sleep about it. But no, let me show you. Let me show you this right now. But ever since the debate and all of this, the yield curve has been rapidly steepening. So I think it's going to hit the market eventually. There's too much craziness. But it is kind of tied into the politics. The solution to Biden stepping down, he should have done it earlier, like Lyndon B. Johnson did it in March. He should have done it then, and then you should have had, a real Kamala thing and have her actually advocate or run as a president and let the people have their voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. Because even then, I think even yesterday, and this is mind blowing to me, even Black Lives Matter agrees with this. They even said it's not democratic. Who would have thought? But yeah, due process is a good way to put it. The red scare is now the orange scare. No, low key. But how would you resolve it? The ticket was Biden-Harris. There isn't time to hold primary. You could do a snap primary. I mean, unfortunately, but that's the thing. You got to find a way. But having somebody install the candidate, that's just not, again, it doesn't really work. You don't really have too much history. Even sadly, even if she did win, which again I think she will. Even if that happens, it's not going to like it. It kind of even puts a stain on her record because then it's like you didn't really get elected like that. It's hella weird, bro. That's what I'm saying. Again, I'm not that nuts because again, in 1968, the last time this happened, it was a very big deal, a very very big deal, and then it led into the era of the 70s and Nixon, which is mind blowing. Kroger Albertsons agree for delay deal for September trial. Starbucks hit a new high. I like that one. Say about Black Lives Matter. So literally Black Lives Matter, I think it was the head of it or the new head. I don't know. I don't really follow them as much. But they said that not having primaries and putting in Kamala is undemocratic. They don't support it. Yeah, well, we're going to see. There is still a chance with the DNC, but even then, I think you can. I like the idea of a snap primary. That would help ease some of my issues. You know, not ask again. Just go through go through the real democratic motions. That's all. IBM. I don't think it went up enough. Yeah, remember IBM was pricing in like what, 7? I think I said that. I liked IBM for the possibility of it going there, but it was. And then SPY just bounced off the bottom. NATO says Russian drones. That's crazy. NVIDIA is the lowest in 2 months. We dumped off of a mix of, again, more bad earnings, a Japan liquidation, and then just overall volatility with everybody kind of getting worried now that the AI bubble may have popped. So somebody said it. They're saying if the AI bubble popped, it happened yesterday. Paramount stakeholders say Redstone forcing $8 billion deal. The Abivite contract is up. No way. I only got one, though, so it's hella small. And then back to VWAP. But you're still down 1-1, man. SPY barely down. That's the thing. Tech and AI just getting murked here today. But then your Russell and Dow and some of these value plays are doing good. No, I don't think we tested the limits yet, unfortunately. Yesterday, I thought we'd get more of a bounce, but it's starting to feel like December 2022. So I do think we are going to bounce pretty big, but it's either going to keep going down for 1 to 4 more days. I don't know how long. That's the problem. Do I think it popped the AI bubble? I don't know. I don't think it's kind of like, unfortunately, just I don't know. It kind of reminds me of the Biden shit, right? Like we all kind of know AI is like, just like we all knew Biden was old and shit. But, like, nobody really reacted till it was, like, kind of late. And then you're like, wait a minute. It's like same thing with AI. We know NVIDIA is making money. We know a couple of people are making money. But we don't know, like, how, like, who else is getting paid off of this and where everything else is going. There's still a lot of question marks. So I think it's hard to say. Yeah, I'm still in the gold play. I got fucking murked off of that. Very sad. So I'm gonna hold it. I think that was the Japan effect. I'll take the pain on it, but that flipped heavy. Elon XAI 5 billion poll. Public in favor. We'll discuss this with the Tesla board. What was his poll? In April, the video dropped 22 and then pushed all-time highs. Could do it again. Yeah, I mean, April was ugly, even for the market, and then we ended up ripping. And then again, even in December. I'm down 4 Gs on the gold play now. I literally went up 2 Gs to down 4. I was only down $800 or $500 when I went to bed. That's why I was like, all right, whatever. I was mad that I let the green go red, and then I'm like, what the fuck when I wake up? But honestly, I'm more concerned with democracy. It was a weird morning to wake. I woke up to getting a channel strike, then the gold flipping, and I was like, I don't know which one to react to more. So, I was like, man, this is America. 5K? I mean, you could call, I just said 4K, but if you want it to be 5K, yeah, well, I mean, fuck it. Why not? It'll get there if it keeps going. Bought 2 more Nikes. I mean, it kind of makes sense with the whole Japan thing. But that was just, it's funny because, again, that's even just like the AI stuff. Everybody knew Japan was a problem. But then it just randomly, just one little hawkish move, just like, again, the straw that broke the camel's back. That's how I feel with a lot of things right now, no? You tell me. Like, it feels like AI, it was like something minor is getting people to freak out. Again, Japan, just the tiniest move is getting people to freak out on this stuff. Again, even the politics, it just seems like these one little events out of nowhere are what's causing all of these things. So it's very interesting. The theme of today is still poor earnings, AI bubble pop, and then Japan liquidation pressure. Yeah, and yesterday too. Yesterday we were at the cusp of freaking out already, and then that's it. Boeing and green, no shares. I mean, SPY's trying to come back. It was up in the morning. Don't get that twisted. It was really, really down, and then GDP. So, again, you were actually lifted up. So that wouldn't be too surprising. I think they liquidated bonds, or people liquidated, because there was just a visceral reaction to a bearish, a more hawkish, bearish Bank of Japan. Bye. Correction over. I don't even think we hit the correction point, did we? That's the weird part. Microsoft flush. What's this? That's crazy. It shows 4. I see 417, but it didn't go down that low. Go bounce to VWAP. Yeah, mid cap, small, bro. Russell is up 1% right now. So keep that in mind. Whatever fear and all of that, this is just word to buy. People buy stuff. Market could go down, but there can be things to buy. We technically hit correction now, down 10%. Bond starting to flip a little bit. Oh, damn. Long-term's green today. So I'm glad we have value. It got killed yesterday. It's good. I think the long-term even looked like, don't it even look like April? Y'all remember that? You guys don't remember? It was like January to like April, and just the long-term just kept fucking going. We were like, yeah. Every week, every month, bro, you just kept going. You're making 10 grand. It just kept going up and up and up and up. And then remember, April came around. Literally April 1st, the top. Yeah, this year. You guys don't remember that? It was literally a couple months ago. Literally 4 months ago, 3 months ago. And then I remember we gave up like 1 or 2 months of gains just in that first 2 or 3 weeks. And then we were like, oh man, and then started to go up. So you're getting another pullback here. People are ready to sell out all of it. This is later stage, and I mean, there's bad seasonality for both July and the beginning of August. The carry trade unwinding is, it kind of looks like it. But it's just, again, the straw that broke the camel's back. Check my soy strike or SPY. I don't have SPY or soy. That's crazy. Got some Soylent. Long term, I'm defeated. I'm up 1.5. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you may have not liked it when NVIDIA was like running. If you didn't have like NVIDIA, again, we had our meta. But all that value in the long term, you know, when push comes to shove, it's going to have its moment. So I'm glad. Because even on a day like today, bro, all those value plays did very, very well. And you'll notice as we start to bounce, they give back a little bit. What? Oh, it's already 7:30, baby. So we've been here for an hour. Not bad. Not bad at all. They'll back in June. One of your long terms doesn't like it. Is it more tech? JPM. I wonder. I don't know. I think foreign markets, except for like China, just barely holding up. But China did a rate cut and they're barely doing good. I don't like that as much. Corporate buyback should be arriving here very, very shortly. Oh, that Mustang, that was a Tesla investment into XAI. You told me that? Oh, my bad. I wasn't understanding that headline at first. Meta, Google, Disney. I mean, they're all right. I think Pfizer's the only one green right now. Man, Pfizer's up 2%. And it's actually holding. Added NVIDIA to the long term. Seemed like the right opportunity, you know? I'm not a big fan of buying things that are like too expensive, but I'm kind of down. I like that you're shopping for the long term. You know what I'm saying? I like it. Paying the play, baby. Thanks for the bomb play idea. My pleasure, man. Welcome to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A trade? No? Trade filet? Trade filet. I like trade filet. Micron, no. I don't. Micron, I've seen Micron my whole life and at very, very low prices. I'm not touching Micron at any of those prices. Again, I do like that people are shopping and I like that, you know, don't be afraid. Again, as long as you have a budget, a balance, a plan, and you're going to hold for X amount of time, you're in the right state of mind looking for a good deal rather than trying to run and be terrified and think, yes, there's uncertainty. The curve is uninverting, all of that. But until those things actually happen, you know, you have a certain opportunity. I'm holding one of the PM calls. I made it free. Just over 100%. You see no reason to be optimistic. Yeah, I'm not talking about anything about it. So, like, it's nothing about optimism as much as it has to do with a deal or a value. It's honestly, it's kind of like the politics. Don't focus on like, focus on the real value of the name rather than kind of the narrative. On NVIDIA puts, I think just NVIDIA in general. I can't believe it. Wow. Hold up. NVIDIA already bounced $5. I remember I was just saying it. Nothing's really happened that got people scared, but it's definitely, I think Japan is a bigger effect today. But the earnings sentiment from yesterday, the last couple of days, it's slowly been fading and getting worse and worse. And it's just not having people feeling good. And then now they're talking AI bubble popping, and then this little Japan reaction causing these movements are pretty crazy. Isn't that bullish for gold? Yes and no. It's bullish until everything gets liquidated. That's literally what happened. So like everybody, yeah, you kind of got a little bit of it, but this idea that Japan's gonna move like this, everybody just liquidated everything. I mean, if the Nikkei drops like that, that's pretty much it. It could cause a lot of things. It's a 1% bounce on NQ. No way. I mean, dude, this is better volatility though. It's kind of crazy. It just sucks. It's that because it's still you guys don't know. Like yesterday was big, but even the days prior, it was still lower volume. But that's a fat ass move. And then I think, did we fill this gap? So you filled the positive CPI gap, I think. Yeah, you hit right below 5,400. I think there's a little bit more. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, bro, it's not over yet, sadly. Yeah, the VIX isn't going that crazy. Good call on that. But I don't know. I don't think the downside might be quite over yet. It looks like it filled, but it didn't really fill it. You're like in the middle. 50-50, Habibi. GE on the high. Gold should go up. Yeah, but I think the Japan thing, we're going to have to juggle a little bit. Or gold, I don't know if gold will, if there's like a real big cut and crash like 08, I think it'll really rock it up. The only danger of gold is what if it's all priced in? What if gold becomes a sell the news in a weird way? What if gold runs up to $2,400, $2,500, even higher, and then they cut rates, and then gold just kind of stays there because it kind of already front ran everything. Tesla didn't drop because it was already really bad the other day. I think SMCI is a big mover. I got clapped on a play the other day. Lineage shares. We have an IPO today.
Kevin, maybe you
These
take
guys
a
are like,
this
fuck.
one.
All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back, baby.
To make sure that you have enough.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. I think it's really unique. We are one of the few, if only, large users of power that can actually shed load. So if you think about our warehouses, they can be large thermal batteries. So we can cool them when power is cheap and turn them off when power is less expensive. And so we can really help reduce the waste in the energy. And obviously with data centers, there's a huge concern about power. And we really sit in a unique spot. We've actually built our first warehouse that's completely off the grid using solar and linear linear generators, our partner at Mainspring. So there's a ton of things that we are uniquely set up to do. And as you have the electrification of the grid, we're set up to charge our trucks. And really, we couldn't be more excited about what we're doing to help enable the power infrastructure of not only the U.S., but the whole world.
Adam, when you look forward to the election and the potential regulatory changes, do you think that your business would do better if it were easier, for example, to put up cables?
This has been a durable growth business since we've been in it, and we've been through different cycles and different political environments, and we just do what we do. The food is a global food supply chain. It flows like water, we like to say, and so we don't have a view on it being any different in a different environment here.
People are going to eat no matter who's running the place.
It's a fair point. You definitely need food. And on that note, Kevin, I'll ask you a follow-up. Obviously, the majority of your customers are food companies, but when you look to the future, where are you thinking about possibly expanding? I mean, my mind goes to potential blood storage, drugs, maybe other types of food, such as pet food. What are you thinking about when you map out the next couple years?
You're spot on. There's a lot of stuff we can do. Our focus, 90% of our time is focused on the food industry. If you open your fridge or freezer, that's what we have in our warehouses. We like to say, like, data centers are for technology companies, or cell towers are for cellular industry. We are the food infrastructure. Instead of moving packets of data, we move packets in food. And you mentioned we can do that in the pharmaceutical space, blood plasma. There's all types of ways to use the technology and assets we've built. So we kind of feel like our growth is somewhat unlimited. And that's why being public and having the best cost of capital and the best partners is absolutely critical to continue our growth.
Really curious on how fast you think you can grow. At the end of March, you owned or had a leasehold interest, according to your prospectus, of more than 200 temperature-controlled warehouses. Can you double that, and over what time frame?
We're actually already at 480. And so, yeah, look, we think we can continue to grow this business. I mean, since the first warehouse that Kevin and I bought in 2008 to today, we've grown our EBITDA at a 48% CAGR. Look, we've built this company for growth. We've invested the infrastructure to bring companies into the fold. We've invested the time and effort to have a team that can develop new assets, including brand new fully automated assets. And so, look, we think we're the best capacity provider and the best owner for this industry.
All right, great to have you guys with us. Thanks so much for joining us. Adam Force there and Kevin Marchetti of Lineage in the biggest IPO that we've seen so far this year. Let's take a look at what's going on in the markets right now, as we've had really an up and down day. Abigail Doolittle has a look at some of the stocks that are moving. Abigail?
Big time up and down day, not moments ago, I should say, on the NASDAQ 100 down 1%. This after dropping precipitously yesterday, the worst day since 2022. This is a 3-day view of the NASDAQ 100. And here is that dip down to about 1%, down 1% on the day. The recovery now down about 0.5% over this time period, though down 4.4%. So lots of selling. Let's take a look at what's driving some of this action for the NASDAQ 100. And of course, we've been talking about NVIDIA. The reason that we are off of those lows, NVIDIA now at 112 as opposed to 108. But below 118, support is broken. It really appears as though the next level of support, true support, could be sub 100, suggesting that the chip complex and the big tech complex from a sentiment standpoint, too far, too fast, could go further. Plus, Microsoft, Apple, and Meta, we're going to have those upcoming earnings reports, those outlooks. NVIDIA, not until the end of August. So everybody's going to be wondering,
So it's funny, NVIDIA has the bigger cap. Oh. Okay, I'm looking at the names that are up. Very interesting names, green and red on the NASDAQ. It's still 54 green, 47 red. So you do actually have more. You have more names green across the board today. Believe it or not. But yeah, Warner's down, Lulu's getting clapped, Honeywell, Nvidia, Meta, Qualcomm, Micron, NXPI, SMCI, Microchip, Microsoft. A lot going on. My goodness. And yeah, well, I don't know. Someone just said maybe August 1st it bounces, but just don't forget, I was telling you guys yesterday, the month, July is usually green, and we are now negative on the month. So that just means by Jerome Powell, which is in 6 days, you know what I'm saying? Jerome Powell, 6 days, whatever happens, that's going to determine pretty much the gain or loss on the month. And again, last time we even went down this year was April. That was that last moment I was just showing you, even the long term that we were talking about. Where is it? I want to show you guys the seasonality. Because again, hasn't it been, I think it's, the last time July went negative was what? 2018? Yeah, that's crazy. Yikes. So, right now, July is negative, right? The last time we had a negative July was 10 years ago. July 2014. That was the last time July went negative, and then 2011 before that, and then 08 and 07. So, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, yeah, if you grab that in a video, that was great. So that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever, it doesn't sound good, but you got to realize now everything is just going to boil down to that last week. You know, we're going to get a little, today's Thursday, you'll get a little bit more of earnings. Then tomorrow is going to do Friday things. We might even dump a little bit more by Friday, even if today holds up. But then it's just all going to come down. Where was July 1st? Right here? So, yeah, right now we're barely negative on the month. But this is the point. If we go low from here, then there you go. If we go up, then it'll be good. 2015, July and August was very memorable, but I like 2014. I think 2014 was the first time I made one of these social media accounts for trading. I think that was my first Instagram post. Why is there a Trump 24 on your screen? I'm just standing on business after getting a community strike for telling you who I'm going to vote for. Sorry if it bothers you. But they won't beat us, nah. Into silence, nah. They won't beat us, nah. So we shaking all the dust off our souls if they don't receive the gospel, then they treat us like some fools. What they do? They won't beat us in the shutting up. Nah, we won't button up. Yeah, that's like an old Jesus song back in the day. Yeah, so it's not really related to Trump, but that just reminded me. All right, well, again, first couple weeks are what's it called? First couple weeks are pretty bad of August. Mm. $20.25 peach. All right, SPY trying to come up and bonds. It's decent, man. I don't know if that was like the extra flush or not, but we'll see. How do you deal with data issues? What do you mean? Oh, I don't have the position screen up. It was taken down, and it'll take me too much to get it on here. It'll reveal too much of my other screen because I have to like put up the page and then crop it and shit. Uncle 24 election. Yeah, it's gonna be like stop the tyrants and follow democracy. Why are these liberals crazy? They get so mad, they attack, but they say it's democracy. Why are you mad? Why the hell are you mad at me? So maybe 20 more election, like 1968. Something like that. We will give up our freedom because a man that we hate. Woo! I don't know. That's the only thing I think I've worked on with Uncle, but other than that, yeah. Okay, standing on business. First one. Thank you, my friend. Wow. A lot of first time super chats, baby. Hearn. Oh, honestly, man, and for everybody else earlier, slow down. We had a lot in the morning. I had to digest getting my community strike. I had to clear out the other, other 30 or so liberals trying to act like this is all okay. But it's good, man. It's good. I appreciate y'all, man, for real. It is a very big day. This is all, low key, you've already moved about 1.3% in an hour and 15 minutes. So you've done a lot. They'll follow me to Rumble. I don't know. We'll see. Think about it. Wouldn't that be crazy? Just like, I want you to imagine this situation. Ready? Imagine I just tell you, I speak my mind like every other day. Maybe it's a topic people don't like. But then imagine I get banned right when the yield curve uninverts. That's crazy. Usually I get banned after I make the video. That's what happened with the COVID one. But yeah. So I don't know. Make sure you're signed up to the free long-term alerts or subscribe to my Instagram so I could still contact you. Dang, yeah. And then Starbucks came down. I like that one. U.S. Treasury Yellen says Biden has driven a remarkable economic recovery, restored U.S. standing in the world. Oh, she's praising him. Global economy remains resilient. U.S. Q2 GDP inflation on Thursday affirms U.S. on the path to steady growth and declining inflation. I like Chipotle. I think it's a little expensive, but that was one of the ones that I'm like kind of down to top tick. I think Chipotle, just as a burgeoning restaurant, is, in a weird way, I think Chipotle, I don't know if it'll be as active as McDonald's because they don't have a drive-thru. Some of them do, actually. Did you know that? Do you know there's Chipotles with drive-thrus? Sure. What up, Jake? Oh, and Longer, and Spaceman, and Demetrios. What's up, baby? Thank you, guys. Oh, and Martin, man, I'll show him mad love. I appreciate it, man. See, man, this is the real ones. Hey, man, you think we need some deflation? Yeah, it wouldn't hurt, but it's just going to be sad. But yeah, in a weird way. Why? Because I think it would be nice if prices came down. In a sense, it would give all of you guys an opportunity to get real estate and start some good ones. You don't agree with me on the politics, but to ban you is crazy. Hey, man, I appreciate it. But at the same time, though, this is what you guys are supporting over the last 4 years and for the next 4. And that's why I'm like, it's truly sad. And this is why it's hard to operate in an environment like that. But I appreciate it, for real. But, I hope none of you, it's nice when it's all on your side and it works, but, unfortunately, that is the downside to it. But back to that, Chipotle. I think Chipotle, I don't know. What do you guys think? Chipotle can be the next McDonald's. I think they need more drive-thrus. That's my thing. Yeah, McDonald's used to own a lot of Chipotle, and then they sold it off. Isn't that crazy? McDonald's could have been banking off Chipotle right now. I'm trying to explain to grandma inflation's only 3. She's like, the prices haven't went there. I know, it's funny, man. If you try to if you try to explain to like older people, unless they just watch the news and, you know, get brainwashed with it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, if you try to explain it to them, they're like, what do you mean? No. Even my mom, same exact way. I've talked to some older guys too, and they're all like, the prices ain't coming down. Whole thing about going inside and seeing you make the food. Everything I order from the app, I get skimped. That's like the modern thing of everybody like crying about it. But you know what? Low key, I did get my shit delivered the other day and it tasted awful. But I think it's fast casual. But again, their growth rate and everything they're doing, bro. I think they have that potential. That's why I like them. I still think it's expensive. But like at any company I've watched them grow over the last decade, and it's not stopping. I even went from becoming like a Chipotle hater to like a Chipotle lover. I used to think people were idiots. Like, I was like, man, why everybody going to Chipotle? You guys remember, I think it was like 2014, actually. I want to say it was like 2014 or 2015, like 10 years ago. Everybody, like, remember when like Chipotle was like, Chipotle, Chipotle, Chipotle. Everybody was going to Chipotle. And I was like, man, y'all crazy. I was like, what's the big deal about this? I was like, this is not that good. Like, and then I don't know, man, it slowly grew on me. And because it was like, I got into it. It was like kind of healthy in a weird way, but it was just like, I don't know. I got converted. I don't know how it happened, you know, but before I knew it, I was okay with no freedom of speech. What? Oh, no, sorry, my bad. I meant Chipotle. I meant Chipotle. It just happened so fast. But it isn't fast food. That's where I think they get limited. Like, I've seen it. I've seen a Chipotle drive-thru, but I've never actually been to one. But I feel like if you imagine, like, just in and out, that would be, like, crazy for them. Oh, someone just posted a stat. They said they plan on making, 500 drive-thrus? Chipotle's? Yeah, that'd be crazy. You don't get the Chipotle hype. I don't really like it. It's weird. I don't know. It's just my only thing is it's simple. Like, is it healthy? I feel like it's not healthy, but I also feel like it's not unhealthy. It's just literally steak, beans, cheese, and rice. Like, it's very, I feel like I guess it was when I started working out. It just seemed like a good post-workout type beat, you know, a little bit better than a meal prep. They're clapping it, the earning. I think they said something that flipped that earnings call. Again, remember yesterday, they were up like 15%. Chipotle's food is going the opposite direction of the stock. Yeah, well, why do you think the stock is going up? Email about PHILO. I think I did, man. Yeah, I really hope it helped. And even yesterday, somebody responded to me, and I responded back on my Instagram. I just saw a DM come through right when I posted, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to hit up homie. And just like, man, I like yesterday's PHILO. I got a good one for you today. And above all else, man, just be at peace, even when it's not peaceful. I'm working on it myself. I don't, you know, it's so funny how today even played out. You have no idea. After everything I was sharing with y'all yesterday, like, I really, like, you would have thought I'd be very, very mad. Because I told you yesterday I was mad. I was like, again, I felt a certain way. I've been telling y'all I've been disturbed by some things, but, like, I'm very glad with how it kind of played out because I hope you see it. So I don't know, man. It's wild, but dude, little by little, bro. Little by little, you got to build up everything brick by brick, And the same thing goes for the things that can hurt you. You know, even if you feel sad, you know what I'm saying? That sadness builds up brick by brick. You know, bad decisions too. And you got to knock down the walls, man. Oh, yallah. The Olympics could push Nike. I don't know, man. If this was like 2008, maybe. You know, like back in the day, but I don't know. It maybe depends on the viewership. But I would say no. I'm leaning towards no. NVIDIA down. NVIDIA's green now. NVIDIA was down 7 or something like that. It bounced heavy. Bro, we just bounced huge. NASDAQ is green right now. You guys realize how nuts that is? So literally you have moved about, I'd say 1.4 now, all in an hour 15, hour 30. Bam, 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 bam. You think this bounce was from GDP? A little bit, and I think we freaked out. There was more of a broader liquidation that caused kind of, I think, a daisy chain of a reaction. And then I think we're able to kind of ease up on that throughout the day. And then just, again, you got to go a little bit. This isn't October 22. No. I feel you. This is giving me December 22 vibes. That Japan thing, that's what, unfortunately, you got to put it on your radar now. Just watch the next couple of days. If this Japan hawkishness keeps hitting dominoes over, it's going to play out like this. I think we're going to have a little bit more downside potential, and then we're going to start going. It's Euro close? Oh, we got 30 more minutes. Ooh, uh-oh. That's not good, though, because what if Euro closes... What if we get Euro close and then we dump again? How do you control bias when trading? Well, I think it's even beyond trading. I don't think you could control your bias. I think you're better off being aware of it to know how it's affecting your decisions. You know, that's why even then, I know I'm not unbiased, but I usually try to be aware of it. And even then, that's why I even try to have you guys, you know, be aware of it too when I tell you to post your plays, when even lately I'm telling you even how, now I do feel this way about politics, you know? It's like you have to be aware of it. I think being aware of your bias, you can never control it. I don't know. Does that make sense? Do you guys agree? Because I don't think you can control your bias. That's why it's a bias. That's why if that was the case, you would be a superhuman and you could control your thoughts and emotions effectively better than anybody. But the only way is to kind of be aware of it so you know how it's pushing you, what it's leading you to in. You know, then you could kind of ask yourself the failure points. Where does that bias come into trouble? You know, is there actually evidence of what you're seeing? Or is it just you getting that confirmation bias? But it's funny, conservatives love Josh when he assumed he was liberal-leaning. Now some liberals are hating. They define people by their politics. Well, listen, I do agree with you, and it is kind of nasty how some people behave, but some people, there is some liberals who have reached out to me with a lot of love, and they aren't like that, and they know how I feel. They don't try to test it. and send propaganda. They've sent me messages privately, and they showed a lot of love. But last time I told you I was a liberal, I didn't get banned within 48 hours, or I didn't get a channel strike. That is a big difference. I vibe with it. That's all. And, everybody got their reasons. But I do hope you hear me out, because this isn't a world. This is not a good. This is weird. And I know the people back in America back in the day, they reacted a certain reason. They reacted a certain way for a reason. Josh must be great at parties. Oh, dude, I'm a vibe. You guys hear that? Unilever. I forgot they're separating their ice cream business. Are you considering moving to another platform? I don't know. I just be subscribed to the stream alerts, my Instagram, or anything for any future updates. Because again, I don't know. I don't know when I'll get banned, and I don't know if it's fair or right. But that's not the topic apparently, because people don't care about that. But just stay. You know where to find me. For now, I think it will be hilarious if the yield curve uninverts, though, and then they clap my ass. There's something about that irony that just makes me, tingle a little bit. Why would you get banned? Well, I got a channel strike yesterday. So it was all, and then again, within a couple of hours of saying the Trump shit, they gotta make sure, they gotta put you in check, But that's why you have the Trump 24 on your screen right now. Because other times I would run away. I don't know if you've noticed. Every other time in the year I would walk. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Oh, okay, I won't talk about it. Oh, okay. Oh, I got to walk on eggshells now. Oh, sorry. Oh, this time I think I'm going to double down. We should stop with the political shit now. I'm good, but thank you for your advice. I appreciate it. Get a long term, though, because that's just rocking. Yeah, I already appealed it. They denied it. In almost 5 years, I've never seen you pick a side. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, it's a shame, bro. It's a shame. Trying to Gen Z everybody into submission. I'm going to steal that. My foot's not on anybody's neck. I'm getting shot in the back. It's a big difference, but I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of the irony of all of it. It's not as powerful as you think. It's literally okay, but I hope you see it. That's why. That's why I'm like, look, just that's it. There's nothing I could do. All I could do is just be myself and be honest. And if that is not allowed and again, I'm not trying to bother anybody, do anything wrong, just get my earnings. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. My feelings got hurt. Kind of, not really. I think like I said, I'm more disturbed. But then I want to be myself. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. But thank you for helping me do that. You know, I hope you have people around you that do that too. See why that's not Tylenol, is it? No, Tyler Technology. That's up 9. Why is that, dude? There's a lot of names killing. Boeing, probably like 2 months since Boeing had bad news. Were you on Twitch if YouTube claps you? Yeah, until they clap me. Sure. Even then, it's a good backup for now. They do a live stream actual chat now. I mean, maybe we'll go one at a time. One at a time. We'll go down the list. I don't know. Silver is probably clapped with gold, but I haven't honestly looked. I want to say silver got clapped less. No, he got clapped more, but still bad day overall. Strike this, strike that. Hope be able to start that wop, 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 wop. Long term, fuck 'em up. Today's weird. Today was a day of volatility. The real fear crept in from yesterday. Like yesterday, you were on the cusp of it, and it was bad yesterday. But then today, with the AI and all the other stuff, it was just. And then Japan now, just it seems like the straw that broke the camel's back. But then again, last time this happened, it went a lot crazier. Oh, I forgot. ServiceNow.
What good does it do for
Remember,
a CEO
homie?
to have the sales director
This
optimized,
guy?
but they
I love
are
him.
not
He looked like
included
he in the
a
80s.
workflow
He
that
wearing the
deals with
transitions.
the customer from the product that you build.
This is like
to
the white
product that you
version of my
ship,
dad.
and ultimately, the
Now that I
product
think
that
about
the
it.
customer uses.
He got a little
and
bit
gets
better hair,
satisfaction from.
but the only
We
other
take the
person
whole
I know
value
wearing
chain into
transitions
account.
is
If you take
my
HR,
father.
You know, it's one thing to have a system of record where, you know, I know my employees and I pay them and I have benefits for them, but it's another thing to recruit them, hire them, onboard
He does
them,
look like
train
Righteous
them,
Gemstones.
give them every service that they need in real time, and constantly evolve the generative AI use cases on the mobile so they have a beautiful life. So we just do something different. They do something important too, and our job is to make sure that the customer wins.
Are you taking market share?
Oh, obviously. I mean, if you look at our business, we are the unicorn in the enterprise software industry. I think that one of the analysts on Wall Street put it beautifully today. He basically said that this is an exclusive brand in
Again,
the
this is
enterprise software
ServiceNow. They
industry.
did. I don't know if they're
Because
still
we're the
climbing.
unicorn. No one's growing as fast as we are. You know, they say you're world class when you grow at the rule of 40. That means your revenue growth plus your free cash flow margin adds up to 40. We're operating in the mid-50s. And we're not only beating quarters, but we're raising guidance as we beat quarters. And that's really because the Gen AI revolution was carefully thought through on our platform. Our brilliant engineers built the best products in the world. Our go-to-market machine's unstoppable. And all the supporting functions in our company and our ecosystem are working for the customer. We come to work for the customer. Whether you're in the private sector or you're in the public sector, we work for you. And I think people really appreciate that, which is why we have like a 99% loyalty rate.
I want to talk about that public sector and indeed some of the analysts noting a slight nervousness about what's just happened that's unique to you. And this is in the hiring sphere. And in fact, the president and COO CJ Desai has just left the company, largely because of policy violations, we understand. You did a deep dive into what had occurred in terms of the hiring of your head of public sector, Raj Iyer, the former U.S. Army official. Now, for those out there who don't know legalese, who aren't aware of HR details, can you explain really simply what happened and the action you took?
Well, I can tell you what I told the capital markets yesterday. Basically, we received an internal complaint. We take all complaints extremely seriously, especially when it comes to a public sector entity. We love our federal
Dang, you in
business,
Spain right now? Enjoy it,
and we
baby.
care deeply about the citizens of the United States.
Are you going to go to the
also
Olympics?
the service professionals of the United States and how we
Spain
serve
close
them.
to
We
France?
take that extremely seriously. So we elevated that to the board. A special committee of the board
Hey, yo,
was
Vance,
formed, along with
always
outside
support, no
counsel.
matter what, baby.
We
God bless,
investigated
yo.
all the facts very, very carefully.
This
and
is
came to the
ServiceNow
conclusion
CEO.
that the policy was violated.
Mr.
And we
Transition Lens.
openly reported this to all the
Mr. 80s
entities
in the
that are
living in the
that are the
2000s.
entities that should have received the reports in the government.
Mr.
And we were proactive with the whole situation. So
never mind.
we have that behind us, hopefully. And, you know, it's one of those things where integrity and our abidance by strict adherence to our policies is just something that we care deeply about in our culture, and we don't grade that on a curve. You know, tough decisions have to be made when tough decisions have to be made.
Bill McDermott, CEO of ServiceNow there. Let's continue the conversation.
I wanted to hear that. Again, that was the guy that would be up there with Jensen. Remember, it was Jensen Huang, the CEO of Dell, and then the guy who looked like he was from the 80s, that was him. All of a sudden, I want to own ServiceNow. Remember, they were part of the pump. Big mover, too. I thought it would continue a little more. I guess it did. I said it'd go up 15% if it breaks up. So it kind of did get up there. And then, why are Pfizer still pumping? And then SPY, bro, new high of the day. We're like chilling there. So Japan was absolutely nothing. It was just kind of another one of those reports and talks of Japan planning to be more hawkish with their rate hikes, right? It's the same thing they've been doing, but then it just sparked this reaction out of everybody. Then the Nikkei dropped. Everyone started liquidating, and then the yen started strengthening. So you don't know which came first. It could have been the yen strength causing dominoes of all of them, but essentially it's the OG worry of the carry unwind, but it just hit randomly after talking a little bit more hawkish with rate cuts. So that's the weird part about it. You wait up. Yeah, Euro close in 18 minutes. Yo, that candle's getting big, though. So, again, we are starting to break out here. I mean, to give you an idea, though, are you ready? I've slashed half of the losses on that MES. This is insane. So, I was down, I think, like 1,400 on the MES, and then now I'm down $500, $600. Still down a shit ton on the gold, but... And I am going to ride that one out. I think someone asked if I was going to cut losses. I will, but I have 6 more days till the rollover. Might as well hold it. I think you can max lose another 2K on a GC, another 200 on an MGC, and then there's no point of taking that L there. I think not into the red at the very least. If it does go down even more, that sucks. But this thing was already rocketing, and you have rate cuts in favor.
Tom Aspinall versus Tom Aspinall.
Bro, Europe's green.
The UK also.
FTSE 100 green.
Got it. So clearly
Stocks 50
international is a
red,
focus
Germany
for you,
red, and France
you said
red,
you've been
all by
there for years.
1%.
Which markets are you excited about right now for the future?
Mexico. Very, very excited about Mexico. Just built the Performance Institute down there.
I want to see if he does the little lizard
in Las
thing.
Vegas. We have one in China. We have one in Mexico
That's all
City
I'm tuning
now.
in for.
And in the next several years, I'm looking to open one in Africa. So Mexico is a very big focus for me right now.
I mentioned the NBA rights deal. I wonder if there's any implications, Dana, of that deal for the renewal that you're about to go into. I believe your TV rights, domestic one with ESPN, expires 2025.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sports rights are through the roof right now. And, I have this philosophy
Service
that
now
when
breaking
I
out.
grew up, you had,
I look if he does the
Channel
little
3,
lizard licking thing.
Channel 5, Channel 8,
He's not
Channel
doing it
13.
as much.
I think that's going to be the
He might have been coked out at the
globally
RNC.
over the next several years.
To be honest,
you don't know who the players are going to be that will be the majors. Will it be Disney? Will it be YouTube? Will it be Amazon? Who knows? But yeah, our rights deal is going to be a big deal coming up here. And who knows? We could end up like the NBA and the NFL, where we end up on multiple channels instead of just one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Could you ever see yourself as part of a sports bundle?
I could. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, he's not doing
changing so quickly. But yeah, I could definitely see that.
So he doesn't do Blow at 11 a.m.
It's
good to know.
A lot of different levels of fights, whether it's contender series, fight nights, or pay-per-views, and they could end up on multiple platforms.
Have those negotiations begun?
Yeah, bro. Look at his mouth, like his lips are totally. He's not even doing what he's doing at all.
And a lot of people out there kicking the tires.
Well, there are reports that, so your last deal, I believe, was 7 years, and there are reports that this one could be double, at least $3 billion. Any sense of what it's worth?
It's going to depend on how all these other rights play out. Like you just said, the NBA was a big deal. Obviously, this one playing out, who's going to get them, who's not going to get them, could determine where we end up.
I'm curious also about, and so are a lot of the analysts that follow the parent company, TKO, since the merger with WWE, what those synergies look like,
maybe
and
he just
how
figured someone
it's
called him
been
out on the lizard
additive
thing.
Or change the business at all of UFC.
This is weird. This is not the same guy.
For instance, or sort of stay
But
away
then
from
again,
each
like,
other
drugs
in certain
is wild.
markets with certain fights. How's that all working out?
No, I think that, if you look at, listen, we're going to continue to do what we do. They're going to continue to do what they do. I think what's helped a lot is there's been a lot of synergies in sponsorship and helping them.
Check TKO too. Remember, TKO had a headline yesterday.
And production and things like that. But we also, there could be a time where we roll into town. UFC's on Saturday somewhere, and the WWE is on Sunday or Monday. I think you're going to start to see a lot of that happen here in the future.
I mean, there's been so much demand for live sports and entertainment coming out of COVID. What do you see in terms of the lasting impact of that? How much you can charge for tickets? I mean, famously, your stadiums have been sold out, right?
Yeah, no, we've been breaking records since COVID. I mean, during COVID and then coming out of COVID, we continue to go into places and break our own records. And I agree with you. We realized during COVID how important live sports really is and how much, we need it in our lives. And the great thing about the UFC is this thing works everywhere. It literally works everywhere. And I believe that early on in the early days of the UFC, and we've proven it now over the last almost 25 years.
Speaking of live events, we watched you last week introduce former President Trump at the RNC when he accepted his nomination. Dana, you're speaking now to business audience, CNBC audience, investors, business owners, CEOs, executives. What's your message to them about what you'd expect, given you know him pretty well from another Trump
Bro, you're going
administration?
vertical now. Bro, that's insane. That's a 70-point move in about 45 minutes.
First of all,
so you've literally done half of yesterday's move in that little V.
To get back here, but
it is kind of giving October vibes, but I still think it's December.
He's all about getting the government out of your life and letting you,
I'm gonna go pee while
run your business, run your life. I think he's going to help the economy. I think he's going to bring more jobs back. I think he's going to be very focused on fixing what's going on over in Russia and the Ukraine and over in Israel and Gaza. I think that the president is focused on a lot of positive things over the next 4 years.
How long does this relationship go back, and how did it evolve? He's been a big supporter of UFC, right, from the early days.
Yeah, well, originally when we bought the company, we had the thing had such a bad stigma attached to it. We had a hard time getting into certain venues. He opened his doors at the Trump Taj Mahal, and you think about it back then, the Trump brand here, the UFC brand down here, but he saw that this thing could be big and embraced it. He's a big fight fan. Period. Boxing, MMA, all of it.
Well, Dana, appreciate your perspective on that and the business. It's good to talk to you.
I know. I like
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
They're good. Terrific
you, Dana
fighters.
White,
the way
head of
they
the
fight.
UFC.
It's like boxing. But it's not boxing. It's brutal. The way they do it. Tremendous. Tremendous athletes. The best athletes. I know. Well, what a rally. We're up now. The market's up 0.5%. Yeah, Dana White V-shaped recovery. Josh gets a channel strike days after telling you he's voting for Trump. Market is all of a sudden worried about an AI bubble pop, and now the Japan carry trade unwinding, and earnings are mediocre, but causing a reaction like they're the worst. And then we still have big inflation data tomorrow, and then Jerome Powell next Wednesday. Welcome, baby. And then it'll be the end of the month. What a July. God bless America. Yesterday's volume was insane because of the volatility. So I think it's already elevated now, but just like any of the days we sell off big, volume is going to rocket up. So like you'll notice the big volume on the red days, any of the big gap downs and red days, those are your volume pops, but it's red. So as long as I think if we come back down and go back up again, volume will rocket. Otherwise, it'll keep doing this. Keep mentioning that AI burst, I mean, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to not talk about it, or how much Nvidia do you hold where that's bothering you? It's good. You're not a Biden supporter. That's why you didn't get mad at that one. You don't care about Japan, but me mentioning the AI bubble pop, that got you. You're like, why do you keep saying it, Josh? Why do you keep saying it? What do you mean? What do you mean it popped? It didn't pop, just people are worried. Land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her to the night with the long term from above. From the bottom to the dip buy to the covered call with premium. Okay, sorry. How many people will be angry if great financial collapse happened in the next 3 months? Smiley face. That comment just got weird with the smiley face at the end. You anarchist. He's like, I don't think people would be angry. I think they would be devastated and suffering. I think that's the more appropriate reaction. I think it'd be depression, anger, pain, uncertainty, confusion. Yeah. So, smiley face? No? Does that... No? Okay. I didn't know Lulu... Damn, this is a 52-week low? I thought they bounced off of that one shit. I thought they bounced off of their last earnings, but damn. Damn, Lulu's back to 2020? It just sucks. They were so much cheaper. I don't know. I grabbed Lulu at like 150. But that's not bad. Honestly, that's the crazy part, though. Do you guys realize Lulu has a lower PE ratio than Nike? That's what they got going for them, to be honest with you. We've been buying Lulu. Their growth and margins are a little different, but that alone is very surprising. Because you would think both of them with their declines, I wouldn't think Nike was valued that high in that way, but then also too, you think Lulu would be doing a little better. To buy the PFAS, is that plastics? I don't even know. Oh, Lulu. Yeah, Lulu's dumping, bro. So, bro, what happened there? Lulu just dropped $3 in one candle. Yeah, again, they had a downgrade this morning. And remember, though, the last couple, it kind of makes a little bit of sense. I think the downgrade is what's starting it off. But do you guys realize what was the other thing? Let's see, pop quiz. Why would Lulu, besides a downgrade, why would Lulu be down 8% today? What could it be? Netflix off the bottom. The consumer, but how do you know? What do you mean how do you know the consumer? What about it? There you go. I got one. There's another one. There's two. I see one of them. There you go. There it is. LVMH and Gucci. So think about it. The last 4 to 48 hours, you have also heard from some big luxury retailers and apparelers. I don't know if that's the right adjective or is that a verb, but they did bad. Remember, Gucci yesterday, I was reading you those numbers. They were like down 30% year over year is what they were guiding to. Oh, yeah, and Visa too. But Visa, I don't think Visa was that bad. I think volumes were actually kind of up in some areas. But, yeah, so it kind of makes sense. That's crazy. What's Ulta's PE? Because I still love Ulta. That's my favorite out of any of those. Yeah, Ulta PE's at 14. Habibi. That's crazy, actually. Damn, Ulta, 366. Damn, this at 2019 highs? What? I think we bought it in the 2s or something. I would love Ulta to drop. PE is price to earnings. So how much you're paying for how much net income that stock brings in per share. It's a fundamental analysis, but it's not as effective as it was back in the day. It doesn't really tell you as much, but it's one of many methods that you could use to determine the premium of a stock that you are purchasing. Would I buy Ulta Leaps? I mean, maybe it don't pay a dividend, but I don't know. I don't know when it'll turn around, but yeah. Jeffrey's downside note on Lulu came out. Like another, I know there was one this morning, but was there like another action? Like another analyst house? Hot dog. You have 3 daughters. You've never been inside. Maybe it is. Maybe that's why it's dropping like right now. Like your daughters go to Ulta though. You just don't go inside. Or like do you not let them wear makeup? But then they got like shampoo and shit. From the mountains. Newsom issues executive order for the removal of homeless encampments. I've been seeing that lately. In like San Diego and LA, they're getting rid of homeless encampments for some reason. I don't know why. They did it in Chula Vista the other day. There's like a big homeless encampment in San Diego and Chula Vista, and the cops came in and got rid of it. But it's been there for a while. Yeah, I think that Jeffries thing might be new. Because it was JP Morgan downgraded them this morning. And then TD Cohen, they cut their price target on it. I don't see Jeffries. Citi, bro, everybody did. Oh my gosh. Has Lulu reported yet? Did Lulu already report or no? No, you got to watch out. Because that means they're going to surprise to the downside. But then analysts already know about it. Yeah. No, they report August 29th. They report in a month. Yeah. So do you know, look at literally, bro, TD Cohen, Citi, JP Morgan, Trifigura, Jesus. And then Citi, I already said that one. They all downgrade the stock today. And then Jeffries now too. But yeah, so do you know what they did? Do you know what they do? Do you guys remember when Starbucks, remember we hit 2,000% recently? You guys remember that big drop right here, literally in April? Remember Starbucks got murdered? Why did it get murdered? Besides missing big, why was it such a big surprise? No, it wasn't politics, although you want to blame, I'm not saying what caused their business slowdown. I'm saying why did that stock have its biggest drop since the year 2000? It was because the numbers were so bad, but there was no indication that it was going to be that bad. You guys don't remember? People were like, yo, why didn't you just tell us ahead of time that it was going to be materially bad? So remember, they could have came out and they could have just been like, hey, a month ahead of earnings, yo, this. They could have talked. Who do you think they could have talked to? There's two options. You could put out an 8K and you could inform everybody, or what's the other option? Anybody know? So if you're not going to tell you're not going to make a filing and tell everybody, oh yeah, Euro closes right now. There it is. You're going to tell the analysts, the guys who are paid to follow these stocks. You're going to go to the analysts and say, hey, this is where we're at. And then they're going to upgrade, downgrade in anticipation. Yes, that does happen. I think Bloomberg even talked about this the other day. So that's what I think's happening here with Lulu. Lulu has earnings in a month. You just had a wave of analysts downgrade the stock. I think they're preparing for a slowdown. I think their earnings did slow down. And I think the analysts are kind of getting there. But I don't think it was that bad. I think it was bad enough to let somebody know, but not bad enough to, I don't think it's going to get, totally abysmal. And now that you're aware of it, it's going to soften the blow a little bit. If you don't tell, you sell. The Lulu near your job is coupons for 25% off. No way. It may rip during earnings, or it's just probably going to be a bad earnings. And then maybe it'll just hold the range, or it'll probably stay within, unless it's even worse than expected. So if it's really bad, and they're kind of warning the analysts, but it's not that we don't really know the scope, then it could be bad. But for now, it's probably just going to get people prepared, because that's you, bro. That's $40 in 2 days. You had bad other consumer earnings, and then literally today, that's an onslaught, bro. Citi, JP Morgan, Trifigura, Jeffries, all these TD Cohen, all these people downgrading you like that. That's nuts. But that's all today. 4 different banks, analysts, big downgrades, price cuts, all in one day. Would you wait till after MO to buy for the long term? Wait till after earnings? I don't know. Again, we're up a lot on MO. So I don't know. Oh, wow. MO even came down? I hope 50 wasn't our top. But I don't know if I would buy MO at 50. I have bought it in the past at $50, several years ago, but that was a different time, and there wasn't as many discounts. You know what I'm saying? So it depends, like, what else is in your portfolio? Like, do you have a lot of growth? Do you have a lot of dividends? You know, like, how much cash are you holding? What percentage? Like, stuff like that could help you determine it. Because I'm not saying I would never buy it, but, like, I would run through your progressions, run through and see, you know, what else there's there. Like, what is your portfolio saying? What's the cash level looking like? What's another similar name that you could get at a better deal? What if you do? Again, are you really gonna miss out if you wait? Are you in a good enough position where, again, depending on cash and everything else, like, you could kind of hold on to it, you know? And again, I mean, maybe best case, worst case, earnings claps it, and then you could go from there, but still never know. But let me show you, man. We're up a shit ton, dude. So this is my problem with buying it right now. My problem with this is, like, look at all of our last purchases from January 23 till now. So beginning of last year, they're all up. And then this year, that last purchase on MO, it's up 25%. So that's what I'm worried about. Because if you buy it now at $50 and this thing comes down somehow or just like it was, you're now in a slow-moving stock. But then you're going to be down 20%. That's 2 years of dividends to get your money back. So I don't like that. I think it's up way too much. And then even my other purchases, like, somebody's like, oh, I wish we bought more MO. It's like, look, end of last due, we put like 3 deposits almost in a row on MO, but even those are up 15, 20%. The other one was just an extra 5. So I love the company. I really, really, really love the company, and I think it's great. I do drip. Yeah. No, I drip the hell out of MO. So I am technically buying it, but I'm not paying for it. You know what I'm saying? So look at my last 2 drips. I'm getting 8, 9 shares, and even those are up. My last drip investment is up 6%. The quarter before that is up 15% on the drip. That's insanity. So MPW, I might buy more. That's the thing. MPW, like I'm saying, I got to go through the progressions. Let me get another deposit. If there's nothing else cheap and there's nothing good, and again, I kind of like how MPW is hanging on there, it may make a lot of sense to go for it. But I'm going to go for the stuff with less premium, and then check against the relative value. You know, what other, like, again, we're looking at now Lulu dropping, Starbucks at lows, UPS at 5-year lows, shit like that. Those are the other opportunities, but I do want to keep stacking rather than adding new names. But long story short, I love MO, but I do think it's more riskier buying it at $50 than $39. And then unless you really have too much cash and need to buy something, then I would just chill. Or maybe, again, I like the Pfizer, but even Pfizer came back up. And otherwise, you chill, man. You chill. Too much cash is above 20%, in my opinion. I mean, there is other people and funds on Wall Street who would agree with me. But above 20% is that threshold. 30% max. 30% if you read Zero Hedge. Max. Just trust me on that one. 30 absolute max. I think 20 is the real number. Yeah, bro. Did Intel come back? We're still up 4% on Intel, but we were up 15 or 20. It was crazy. Baba 79. Again, they got that surprise rate cut, and people keep looking at that. So let's see. About to drop. Stop. Chop. Shut her down up and no stop. Long term. There's how Chatadonia rose. First it's gonna drop, then it's gonna pop, then you're gonna hold. You already know, man. Sorry. Cash in the long term, I use it every month and don't have any. I mean, right now, cash pays. So the idea of holding cash is because you're waiting to get something good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really it. But then after a certain amount, that's what I'm saying. Once you got more than that, you're kind of insane. You went 85% cash in your 401. Why wouldn't you go bonds? If you're waiting for the bubble to pop. Because I know the cash will pay, but once they cut rates, that's it. But you could do like a 6-month, 12-month, or 2-year. Not a recommendation, but that's kind of how I would think about it. Again, like right now, there's still, you could be scared, you could be waiting for the crash or whatnot, but point is, you still getting paid to do nothing if you put your money there. About alcohol stock, I like the tobacco ones more, but they have gotten killed, a lot of alcohol names, and I mean, you know, depending on the environment, they could still outperform. This Tesla truck with the fraternity wrap. Oh yeah, I'm gonna post another video on it. And I'm gonna try, bro. I'm gonna see how long I could keep posting on Instagram before I get over it. But I'm kind of having a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying? It's been a lot of fun lately. Terra Lantar. You like that one, huh? Terra Bella, Terra Luna, Terra Lantar. Here, I'm going to post another one on Instagram. I already posted this one before, I think, on TikTok, though. But I'm gonna start. I'm talking shit now, too. You know that? I responded to a Ross Gerber Instagram thread. I laughed. I chuckled. He was trying to sell his Tesla. I said I'll buy it from him for more than it's worth if he stops crying about Elon. I was like, I'm down, bro. I got you. I got you. PM, I made it free, but I mean, the value rotation, that good earnings, I mean, everything looking nice for now, you know? Microsoft sell. We are coming down. Remember, Euro close, that just hit 12 minutes ago. We had a nice bounce. We didn't technically fill the gap, but we do got to watch out because that was a big move. But NASDAQ is back to red already. I sold the PM at 50 or 55. Where's PM right now? Remember, those shares would have been good if we went for those. I'm still chilling, though. Would you add Celsius at 52,000? Or you meant $52, right? But I don't know. I like Celsius, but it is still up tremendously. Like, low-key, I'd be buying Celsius at like $10, homie. $12 maybe. It's a great company. I love their growth, but again, I mean, in a world where value is very cheap, Josh refuses to buy things up 500%. I don't get it. Buy it now. Why wouldn't he? It's AI. They thought he was dumb. No, I'm telling you, buy now. They thought he was stupid. Yeah, hey, now figure you gotta save democracy by not being democratic. The yield curve was uninverting. Coming to a theater near you. Traders buy everything at all-time highs. Option trading extremely risky and lose all financial money. Thank you. Quickly, get to the yards. You need to buy more. Buy them all now. Hurry, go. They bought everything. Oh yeah, but yeah. So I wouldn't buy that at that price, unfortunately. Long story short, it's a good company though. I love Celsius. I have not drank a Celsius in a while, but I'm very impressed with their rate of growth, how they're performing. I mean, it's been a while since you've had a what's it called? It's been a while since you've had like a Red Bull competitor. Can we call it that? Because again, Red Bull is like the one that dominates. Southwest scrapping open seating. You mean the drink or the F1 sports team? The drink, I think. Yeah. There are so many energy drinks, but I feel like it still boils down to like Red Bull, Monster, and then now Celsius. I think Celsius got up there. You put Red Bull in your whiskey. Okay, it's cool. There's other ways to request a prayer, but I got you, dude. Oh, no, I don't really like whiskey. I've never been like some of y'all. I don't know how y'all do that shit. You manly men. Maybe I am a liberal after all, because I don't like that shit. I cannot be, there's no sipping on just straight whiskey and shit. Y'all nasty. Give me a strawberry margarita with no margarita, sweet drink. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing that. Like when I'm old, I'm going to be sitting next to the fireplace, drinking out of like a sippy cup with a pink straw. And I'll be like, it's coconut. Love it. You know, like Jack and Coke. I don't know. You guys aren't cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. If you actually like it, God bless you. That's your palate. That's you. But if you think it makes you like hardcore, it's okay to be yourself. Mm-hmm. You love Jack and Coke? Well, listen, I know a guy named Dana White. Let's just say he likes the latter. You know what I'm saying? I like mocktails. You better watch. You just gotta watch out for the sugar, though. The mocktails do taste good. You know, when they make a good drink and they don't put the alcohol in it, oh man, it's fire. But like, it's a lot of sugar. $15 stock IRL value. Well, I mean, it got split, so it's that $15 is a lot more. You know what I'm saying? But like now, post split and everything, it's a little different. Are there Ozempic bars? What? Like, hey, can I order you a shot? Hey, yo, let's a Wegovy. Yeah, Wegovy to the guy at the bar. Yeah, that's on me. Put it on my tab. Yeah, put a semaglutide. Yeah, no, that's it. Sure. You down with? Do you like the oral ones? No, I got the pill ones. Yeah, it's still phase 3. Yeah, but it's cool. It's legit. Phase 3. Yeah, I don't even have diabetes. No, it's cool. It's cool. Like that type of bar? It's only Thursday. Oh, man. Why did I think it was Friday? Oh, man. Can I get a GLP-1 and tonic? Mocktails are like drinking decaf. I think decaf is a really weird concept. Like people be drinking bean juice for like with no drugs in it. That makes no sense. That's so weird. You said to put some money in bonds in your 401k. No, none of this is a recommendation, but I was responding to somebody who said that they moved their 401k to 80% cash because they're waiting for the bubble to pop. So I just said, why not wait, or why not just put it into a bond then, so you could make sure you're getting yield, and if something did happen and they did cut rates, you could still lock in a good return. You know, there's ways you could put your 401k to like benefit, even if you want to be defensive and wait. You understand decaf? Caffeine makes my heart flutter. But it doesn't taste like, it still tastes like coffee. I didn't know people like coffee taste like that. I guess I do. I guess it's grown on me, but like I would never drink a coffee that didn't have caffeine. That just something about that is weird to me. People often develop sensitivity to caffeine and miss the flavor, so they go decaf. Maybe. That makes a little more sense. It's a trip, bro. It's a trip. I had my, it's like smoking weed that don't get you high. I guess some people do that. You know they have vapes without nicotine, but then it's just like you're literally smoking glycerin. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, they do have all that. But like you have a nicotine vape with nothing in it. It's called CBD. GLD, big volume. Yeah, gold's still clapperoonie fest. Bond's barely green, which I'm kind of happy about. There's Bestos vape. You prefer hitting it? That's good. Vaping's 100 times harder to quit than cigs or alcohol. I think in a weird way, yeah. But it's good, man. A lot of you, man, I don't know what happened lately, but it's cool to see, bro. And I encourage you all to keep going. I think at least 50 Chads in the last 2 months have been like, Josh, I'm stopping alcohol, nicotine. I'm stopping vaping. So keep it up, man. It's gonna be hard. And two, that shit can fuck with you as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like doing something every single day and then you try to stop, and like you do stop, like it's gonna fuck with you. You know, like I hope you realize that, like it will, like, you know. So maybe if you feel a certain way, you're like, oh no, and like you looking at life a certain way, is like you got to think about it. You know, you may just be kind of going through a physiological reaction to not doing stuff. Saffron. Yeah, saffron is expensive. Your body does weird things around the 1 to 3 month part of like stopping nicotine and alcohol. Yeah. I mean, even within a couple of weeks, like literally even within a week, you're going to feel like you're going to have a lot of like emotions and other things going through, you know? If you want to quit, you'll do it. We quit cigs cold turkey. Nice. You and the wife? Let's go, baby. Yes, if you are going to consume anything, don't do it first thing in the morning. 100%. You guys know that, right? And avoid it before bed. I told you guys this like a month ago. If you want your caffeine to really hit, wait 30 minutes in the morning. So when you wake up, don't go and don't go drink caffeine. Don't wait 30 minutes after being awake. You do that, and that's it. You'll get a little bit of a hit. You said, wait, 90? It's only 30. I thought 90 minutes or 30 minutes. No. I lie in my bed for 30 minutes. Does that count? Yeah, if you're awake. Hell yeah. It's 90. I don't know, man. Maybe they edited in this like Kamala's history and shit, you know? I thought it was 30, but maybe we'll have to go back. Fact check, no evidence. What? Is it true or false? No evidence. False, true, no evidence. I'm a private citizen. I quit smoking because of you. Thank you. Amen, but I ain't do nothing, man. You know, that's why I was saying, like, it's so exciting because I'm, you know, maybe I had a little bit of an impact, but when it's all said and done, like, if that called to you, if something called to you and was like, yo, I'm going to do this, I think I need to do this, and you, like, actually did it, like, good for you. You know, that's you, and that's your body, and that's your spirit telling you something, and, you know, just I'm glad you followed it, and I'm glad you gave into something with discipline rather than doing the other one. Josh is still rolling up. Yeah, you want some? Nah, I told you guys the last time I smoked weed. It was end of last year, I think, or like middle of last year. I forgot where I was. Somebody was like, and I was like, you know what? I'm down. And it was bad. I did not enjoy it. I fell asleep, and I was very paranoid. But it's good. But then it got normal-ish. But nah, I never ate like that, though. It was very good. The munchies are dope in a weird way. I never really, like, I don't know. But, yeah. You used to have your pen in the background of the watch list. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay? I want to get, you know, I got banned for saying I'm going to vote for Donald Trump now, so I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Gold is going lower. You're smoking morning till evening every day. Nah, I mean, everybody has their own thing. You got to naturally, like, that's what I'm saying. All the people in here who are like, yo, I stopped this. Like, it's not, I don't know. You, like, just reach a point where you don't want to do it or not. Like, so, you know, no shame. I never tell you guys what to do or not. Like, that's the thing. Even the damn, like, I don't even care who you vote for, bro. Go ahead, do your thing. You support what you want to support, what you're okay with. I'm telling you what I believe and what I do, but that's everything's on you, man. But it is like you could do it every single day and you'll love it up until just one day be like, I don't want to do this, or I keep falling asleep, or this or that. So it's up to you. Four-year sober off all narcotics, alcohol, Zyn. Oh, you Zyn? By the grace of God. Amen, amen. Keep it up, bro. Weed fad over. You keep forgetting my own name. I don't think that's the weed, dog. That's a little extreme. What do you mean you forget your own name? The only person that is acceptable to say that is literally Joe Biden. So what do you mean you're forgetting your own name? I don't care how strong that weed is. Unless your last name is Biden, I don't get it. Yeah, that's not weed, bro. Yeah, did you play football? That's CTE. That's funny. I'm going to keep Lulu up. NVIDIA is about to go up. SPY just hit a right below the high. So I forget where I put my lighter, but never forget my name. So we got Joe Biden in the chat smoking weed before GTA 6. We've had a lot of things before GTA 6, man. Hasn't it been like 10 years? Some people can smoke, some people can't. It shouldn't be legal, in your opinion. But your name is the Green Trader. What happened? I feel like your name gives off very like pothead vibes. Unless you like trading like solar stocks, then I'm just like, what the fuck? But yeah. I think, well, PCs tomorrow. So I think that's going to be good. I typed in PC. What did I want? I wanted to show you this morning. We had GDP. So that was already good. But then all of the data so far, it's supporting an uninversion of the curve. So like low key, I think if PCE is cool tomorrow, there might be a chance the curve uninverts in a very weird way. Oh, the green trade, like you like green more than red. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Totally thought you were a pothead though. Because I've seen that, bro. I've seen like people, they're like, weed, pothead, THC, trader, weed, trader, I'm this, I'm this. It's funny, though. I've noticed, like, the potheads on YouTube are all angry, though. I never understood it. Like, I've had a hella potheads get mad at me in the past. But, like, I don't know. I'm like, man, aren't you supposed to be high and not care? Like, why are you so angry? Like, they get hella offended. And there's one, like, it was like Irie Trader, and he would get so mad. I'm like, that's the exact opposite of Irie, bro. So, yeah. Green Trader, 100% weed name, right? That's why I was like, this dude definitely a pothead. They just mad at you, brother. Yeah, but like if you high, like why you like get better weed? you talk about people getting offended when you ban people on your channel. Yeah, you like think about what I do. I just don't want to talk to people. Does that make sense? I never go out of my way to attack anybody, ever. I don't leave comments on people's pages. I did on Ross Gerber the other day. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that's difficult for you to understand. Like, think about it. I'm not going out of my way to bother anybody. I'm not going in and I'm just literally, I don't want to see your negativity. Like, quite frankly, I don't even want to be around liberals anymore. I've had enough of them. Like, that's it. And, like, it's so much easier to focus and be on the right things when I'm not dealing with certain stuff. So, like, I don't care. I love you in a certain way. You could do what you want to do, but I can't block people. Like, you could block somebody in the chat and never see their messages. That's, unfortunately, I have to ban somebody. But I'm not attacking them. I'm not remembering them. I do remember their names because I just have a fucked up memory. But I don't, like, I'm not going out of my way to go after that person. I'm not sending them death threats. I'm not sending them emails. Like, do you know what there's a very big difference. I don't know, but maybe that's just my view. Maybe I'm trying to justify it, but I really don't try to go after anybody. I just mind my own business, and that's why I'm like, hey, man, if you don't vibe with it, do your thing, but I don't want to be around you, but I don't have anything bad to say about you. I did. I commented on Ross Gerber the other day. He said he was selling his Tesla, and I said I'll buy it if he stops crying about Elon. So maybe that was my first like hate comment in like 7 years or something. I don't know if that counts. I giggled a little bit, but yeah. That wasn't nothing, yeah. But that's it. That's the best I've done on that sense. What happened to the market correction? It's because I titled it that. Glad you spoke your feelings. I am too, man. I am too. And like I'm saying, I need to just clear out some things, man. And I'd like the freedom to be myself and being around an environment that supports it. And listen, if we're different, that's cool. And like that's what I'm saying. If you want my info and all of it, be my guest. But I don't want to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all. Like it's nothing. It's not really that personal. But I just don't want to be exposed to that type of stuff. And I can just tell when some people have a certain mindset and their comments and all of that. It's just like, more people aren't. I don't know. Maybe it'll get there, but then again, people just don't know, bro. And then you look at the internet and all the bots and like the internet. If you go read comments and shit, it tells a whole different story. But yeah, it's wild. Are you banned? You're not banned, but you just put yourself on the radar. It's like going up to a cop. Like, hey, yo, am I arrested for breaking the law? Like, why would I assume that? What? Hold on. Skirp. Maybe I'm good. Maybe I cannot cross the border right now. Am I allowed to? Why wouldn't you be able to? You've been commenting for months with no acknowledgement. I don't know. Are you my girlfriend? Because maybe just the attention isn't enough. But yeah, I think I was talking to you the other day about you were saying I was wrong on Kamala jailing people. And we had that debate. Yeah, and then you got mad. And you're like, I guess I'll unfollow you months ago. So yeah, bro, you're just sensitive. But yeah, you're not banned. If you have any real questions, I'm here for the long term. If you get on some weird liberal shit, I'm going to ban you. And then thank you. Someone did that on Instagram. They walked up to a cop, say, "Excuse me, officer, am I being detained?" No? Okay, good, and then ran away. That's pretty funny. Oh, yeah. I want to talk about that. Not that, but is you're saying if PCE plummets like CPI, we should see a green light. I think the market will go up, but I was just saying earlier, that if tomorrow's PCE is good, I really think there's a possibility that you get an uninversion of the curve. Maybe not fully, but you'll get closer. Tomorrow will steepen a little bit more. I think the long end will go up, but that's because think about it. You have hot GDP today and then low inflation tomorrow. If that don't sound like, yeah, we gonna cut the rates soon and then but still like kind of keep it hot. I don't know what to tell you. It could be bad. I mean, lately you got to think about it. As the curve has been steepening, we have entertained a lot of volatility. So I don't bullish or bearish. It just really depends. I think it'll be bullish for some, bearish for others. I love saying you're voting for Trump. It brings out the true sides of people. I'm still not voting. Never really cared. Amen, bro. And honestly, that is something I'm grateful for. In a weird way. Let's get this over with. Get a little pain. Deal with it. But I didn't want to be around certain people to begin with. So, and it's good. I think get some freedom. I feel even more free. I feel like I could be myself too. I don't have to walk on eggshells and we good to go. I think I have a house in Kentucky. I like Kentucky a lot, but I've been, again, Indiana and Ohio. Those have been some big focuses, and then the Carolinas, North Carolina specifically. I need to get me in South Carolina. Kentucky's great. Kentucky's is a great place. Is this the return of Yash? It might be. It's a different version. It's like Yash with orange hair. I'm sorry. Hello, Yash with orange hair and small hands. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We call him Bosch. You have another 94-unit site entitled Looking at Raising Capital. Send it over. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You got off-market deals but not sure how you work? Oh, well, Uncle Trump. You could email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I work pretty simple. If I like it, I'll buy it. If not, I won't. But you joined this channel 6 days, your major YouTube account 6 days ago. Only commented today. So I feel like this is a plot. You know how they offer like kids candy? You're like, what is Josh like? Off-market real estate and Trump now. So you made a profile called Uncle Trump, and now you offering me off markets. So I'm interested, but I feel like I'm in danger. So, but I don't know. I'm kind of down. I'm letting the Chad know my location if anything happens. But tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Shoot me an email. I'm down, bro. I'm down. He's like, you want some off-market real estate, Joshua? Here, just help me find this house. It's a good deal. Yeah, off-market. Yeah, never been on Zillow before. Yeah, come on. I'm like, oh, okay. Mad because of the correction. I mean, I feel I did kind of drop the Trump shit on you at a bad time. I did it in the middle of like a 10% move on the SPY. So, my bad. Because some of you weren't really that mad at me. You know what I'm saying? You're just mad at the fucking market makers. And I get it. No, my house, no. We went over Ohio the other day. Literally yesterday. Core real estate was a lot of fun. But Ohio's dope. It's weird, though. Ohio is, certain areas of Ohio have different, different trends going on. So, but in general, I like the place a lot. I just don't like being a real estate agent there. It's so expensive, which is mind-blowing to me. Yo, what up? Was it Miles or OVO? What's up, OVO? Do I still talk to Moo? No, I don't fuck with him. Oil and the difference in Trump and Kamala? Well, I think oil goes down with both of them. And goes up with both of them, as weird as that may sound. But I think oil under Kamala will rip and dip, and then I think under Trump it'll dip and then rip. But then I think Kamala will have a bigger range on oil, and then oil will suffer a little bit more under Trump, but then it'll have a tighter range. What up, bro? I see you, man. Yeah. Ever do lending or I don't like construction loans. Nah. I don't give them out. I do lending, I do private loans, but I mean lately I don't like owning the paper as much, but it just depends on the deal. But there is still good. I mean, if you have the right deal, it's pretty easy to raise funds privately, but it's expensive. Fairly new, you love this shit. Well, welcome, man. I'm glad. You're a new guy and you're vibing with everything. That's good to hear, man. Do you have a long term? Because above all else, man, that's the greatest thing out here. And, making sure the market, like even then, look at today. Wild day. You see how quickly the market reacts to this stuff. But get a long term, bro. We have a small account too. And just owning and holding, bro, it's one of the best things. It's the best things out there. An email. I haven't checked my email in a minute here today, but let's see. Are you Tuhin? No, I think that's a spam email. And then someone sent me a Dana White video. But yeah, I don't have anything else. I just got your email, Carson. Nice. You sent me a lead. And congrats, bro, on the property. I'm down to do a long term when I think I might do 2. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, we're into yesterday, 30 minutes after the bell now. So wait, where's my MES? Yeah, MES should be going green anytime now. That's fucked up. But I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. But yeah, I'm kind of down to start 2 new long terms. Once the what's it called? Once the curve uninverts. But then I don't know how I'm gonna do it if YouTube keep banning me for speaking my mind. But other than that, my plan would be 2 new long terms. I would want to make another start with like $500, $1,000, and then add $200 a month, maybe even smaller. I want to make a brand new small account after the curve uninverts, and then I'm gonna make another account that only buys the SPY. So you let me know. You let me know. Wouldn't it be cool? I like the idea a lot. What about Rumble? Maybe, but maybe a vacation. But this is what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know how so many people are okay with supporting living like this. And, like, what did I do? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, and constantly for all the BS over the years. And it's like, so I have to give up all of the thousands of videos and hours I work to build up over 500,000 subscribers and 200 million views. That's crazy. But yeah, you know, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, but it's wild, man. I don't know how people are loving this world, man. I'm here typing on phone. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. It looks cheap as hell. I need to comp it out. I got a great lead yesterday in Massachusetts. Actually, let me see. Does anybody live in Massachusetts? Does anybody live in Pittsfield, Massachusetts? Can anybody tell me about that area? You have property in Massachusetts? It's middle of nowhere, right? The sticks? Yeah. But what do you think about it? Sounds haunted? It's like right in between Albany. You live there for 10 years? No way. It's like right next to New York. It's the biggest town south of North. What do you got? You grew up there? No way. Wow. They cheap there. Rent is cheap. Yeah, I found a really cheap property. Somebody got it off market. They're gonna wholesale it to me. So I'm kind of in, but it's cheap. It's like 130 to 150 grand. I need to see the work on it. Figured, what's the point of buying SPY if you're buying the Mag 7? You get a little bit more, little diversification, you know? But it is essentially that. Population 40K? No way. It's a pretty big lot. Well, I assess the property by looking at the con. And then SPY's ripping, bro. Gold bouncing too. We need like 10 more points on ES and we go green. So that's dope. And yo, is MPW still running up? Well, yeah, just check comps and then if it's already rented, see what we could get with that. And then go from there. But I do need to get an inspection on it. I'm looking up that one you just sent me. It's cheap, but it's been on the market for 30 days. Yeah, what the fuck? These people are crazy. They've been trying to sell this thing for 600 grand. And then they just dropped the price to 175. But they've been trying to sell it since end of last year. December 23 was the first time it was listed. Looking for off market, will it guide you to be your own agent? I mean, it could help you find a deal and teach you the basics, but there's no such thing as being your own agent unless you go and get licensed in your state. It's either fishy or there's something, you need to comp this out better. I don't know anything about this area, but like, what is it? Statesboro, Georgia. What college is near there? There's a lot of cheap properties there, but that one, they're either struggling with something but it is tiny for what they're asking. I don't know. This is when I might lowball them. I just offer them 100 grand, and then if they say, yeah, fuck it. Servers now went up 15, yeah. Well, GG's if you hit it. I don't know how that would have paid out, except for the 5% on the stock. Yeah, MPW's up 5-2. What was the other one you said? Redfin? It's pretty easy to get your real estate license. Nah, Georgia real estate, always cheap. It's been booming in certain areas, but it's always been, that's why it boomed so hot after 2020, because it was just cheap. And then certain parts of Georgia and Atlanta booming. It's literally the new Hollywood. I think we're ripping just off of a squeeze at this point, but there's not any news. Yeah, some states have more hours than not, but it's still easy to get your real estate license. So some states will cost you more and you have to put more prerequisite hours. But like in general, you are able to it's an easy process. It's not like difficult. Yeah, Buckhead, that thing. A lot of places in Atlanta. Atlanta's big, though. For now, state of Georgia just flipped blue. Didn't it flip blue last election, too, though? I want to say even a little bit before that. I know it was usually conservative, but Atlanta has, I don't think it being blue is I don't know if it's that surprising. Is there really peaches in Georgia? I'm sorry, for my ADD. I could Google this, but I think I'd rather ask you. Yeah, no, Nashville's popping. I just want to go to Nashville. I want to go on that street with all the like country people and all the bars and shit. I don't want to drink or anything, but I like the, what's it called? I like the strips. Like I like the Las Vegas Strip. I like Fifth Avenue. What is it? Broadway. Yeah. I want to see it. I've seen a video and I'm like, bro, I want to go there. That looks really cool. Will they still be cool if I wore my turban? I have one, but I don't know if they would accept me or not in Nashville, Tennessee. That's my only issue. I don't know how they handle Arabs. People go missing in Nashville? Man, but ain't nobody kidnapping me, man. Y'all don't. Like, you know, some of you lovely ladies, you got to watch out. You know, some of you like more mini-sized fellas in here. You like 5'1" and shit, looking all cute as hell. Like, you guys got to worry, but me, nobody. I'm a weird little lizard-looking ass. My hairline is hella fucked up. Like, ain't nobody kidnapping me. So y'all good. Y'all good. Yeah, they like Georgia. Georgia and Nashville. All right, let's do it. If I go, Ernest, let's go to Tennessee. I'm down. There are many people who like feet. You never know. I'm safe, bro. I'm flat-footed. I don't even got nice feet. Amen. The Lord bless me. Yeah, bro. Redfin did run up a lot. I think wasn't it at 8 the other day? And then Nvidia going up. Yeah, man. I've heard of crazy things out in Memphis. I kind of want to go though. Can we go? If I go with you, Toriano, do you have a pass? Can we go? Because you have Tennessee plates. I want to see Memphis. Can we like just drive through and then run away, or will we still get clapped? Trust me, you don't. No, I've heard it, bro. I've heard it. Like, dude, Memphis is like yeah, it's not. It's like low key scary. You lived there for college? No way. How was that? Go to Beale Street in Memphis? Oh, no way. Tennessee? Damn, we got a lot of Tennessee people out here. Boeing breakout level. I love college. I want to go to college for the rest of my life. Used to race in Memphis? No way. Bing. Does that mean you were just running away from gunshots or like actual races? Like, 'cause I know you drive. PM might reach there. It hasn't moved though. I think service now. I don't know how much those would have hit. Would have been I know I should have grabbed it, but just too much going on, bro. I had to deal with my gold trade flipping after being amazing. I had to deal with getting banned, and then I had to put my Trump 24 watermark, and then I had my other. I already have exposure, so I'm like, you know what, fuck it. But I'm glad it came. And then my bonds went green, so I was like, all right, 2 red, 1 green. I could write it out. Yeah, SMCI. Low key, I might be down to average down on that one. You got murdered in Nashville 2 times? Like, I'm lost. I'm going to get out of my MES when it goes green. I might let it ride for a little bit. So, again, somebody said that yesterday. They were like, when are you going to get out? I said when it goes green. Even though it was down a lot, I was like, yeah, it'll go. Bro, even Tesla came back up. A day like yesterday. What time is it? I don't think the Tesla play. No, Tesla play won't go negative, but it'll lose value. Oh, shit. It did go negative. No way. Wow. No, that's fucked up. Bro, that was the biggest down day in fucking, 4 years? Oh. Yeah, it's break even. Or down by 1 cent. That's fucked. I didn't think it would. I did not think it would, bro. Especially with the volatility today. Wow. Well. The long term's loving it, but long term got murdered yesterday. Remember, everything got clapped. It had a little bit of rotation, but it wasn't one of those. Like, it wasn't one of those where you held up with value. Like, value even got killed a little bit. LONGTERM, save 10%. LONGTERM, the long term's free. Saving in the same depend. No, okay. You think Trump will be here in Nashville this weekend? I'm not like that into Trump, you guys. You know, what my girlfriend said something, bro. I say, slow your roll. Am I into Trump for the crash? I mean, I'm kind of down with it, but I don't like to see people suffer for whatever reason. Like, low-key, the only thing I would like about Trump bringing things down, because I believe that's my opinion. That's truly what I believe. And again, I hope you guys really listen to me because, like, you know, one, I love this country and I'm worried about things and I'm sharing with you, you know, like what I believe. But again, I'm telling you the reality of what I think will also happen, you know, and I do think that a Trump presidency would come with deflation. I think or some sort of it. Prices would come down. So that would be bad to a certain degree. But do you know why I would like it? Like, do you know why? Think about it. Why would I like prices to come down? I may not grab the perfect short, but there's one thing I like for everybody. Everybody. That would be good if Trump brought some things down. Well, no, I wouldn't I would lose a lot of money initially. I would like to invest in it, but we're going to lose first. You guys, remember, it's funny because you guys are like, yeah, we'll buy more. Mother effers, you don't remember what it felt like when that long term went negative? You ain't buy more. You quit. You cried. Some of you bought. It's a lot. It's easier said than done. What was it? There's one thing that I actually care about that I think would be great for everybody as an aggregate if we had some prices come down. And it's not the long term as much as you would think it would be. Yeah. Housing costs would come down. Ta-da, that's it. It would be an opportunity to not get left behind in housing for everybody, regardless of your race, ethnicity, creed, background, whoever you supported or not, and it would be something more affordable. Would I lose a little bit? Yes, but I think it would be a healthy pullback that would, again, hopefully open up the door for a lot of people to get stable housing and make a good investment there. That's the only good thing I see coming out of deflation, but it will come with pain. I think houses rip when rates drop. They come down first. Go look. Every time they've cut rates, you got to drop before a pop. You don't know house values will rip? Well, how many houses have you bought in the last 2 decades? You seem confident. But it is, but usually the first cut brings in downside. And then we talk about it. And then again, the other policy. So when did you buy? And what were the rates like that made you want to buy on those 3 purchases? Depends on how fast they cut. That's part of it, but even in general, I think at some point, I'm more concerned with the reason why they cut, not necessarily how fast. If we built tons of apartment complexes, China, we can make owning a home more affordable. Boomers don't want more housing. Well, it's kind of the irony because a lot of it is like regulation and like the environment. Clap like 09. Oh, that's not what I asked, sir. Maybe it's okay. We can move on if you don't want to. But go look up the history with rate cuts and real estate prices. Some of you will be pleasantly surprised. It does eventually go up with lower rates, but usually initial knee-jerk reaction. 09, 13, and 17. So two of those moments, they were around the rate cuts. And then again, prices did dip 09 and 13. And then they proceeded to come up. And then again, that was QE. And then 17 to 19 is where it kind of like stayed pinned. And then we had a rate cut in 2020. Real estate plummeted and then rocketed up. Yeah, the jobs market will be there too. Lower rates means more supply. And then we go back. In the long run, lower rates help real estate prices, but usually it's again, you need to spur the market. If you're cutting rates, it's going to have a way different effect initially, because then it's like, why are you spurring demand? The earnings call, 8-9 earnings run up, 575. Good work. The dollar collapses. No, I think the dollar would be more stable, as weird as that sounds. But I'm not worried about the dollar. I mean, listen, if Trump already didn't collapse the dollar and Biden didn't collapse the dollar, unfortunately, we're riding on the back of every foreigner right now. That's why it's kind of like low-key. The dollar is low-key bulletproof. Shout out the foreigners that we don't care about. But I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about, again, aggregate demand and then focus on employment versus price stability. And how that goes about through policy, that will be the effect. Pause. What? Pause on the foreigner comment. Are you not? Or are you trying to make a bad joke? Because it's a really good point I'm making. So if you are making a shitty joke, then yeah, I don't know how we're gonna remedy that. And every single one of your chats is in caps. What the fuck? You've only had one Chad in every day you've been here. Only one comment has not been in capital letters. That's amazing. Do you stay with caps lock? Are you like, is it stuck? Is it broken? That's amazing. It's like when Biden's eyes get all big. I know exactly what you're talking about. That is caps lock. I just did it. Did you see it? The stream keeps sending you somewhere. It's okay, man. Again, I got a community strike yesterday. So, hi. That's why I have a Trump flag today. Maybe I should just put a flag. I don't know. No, that's a little too much. But, yeah. It's good, though, too. And then now, like, anybody who encounters me, the moment they see that, it's gonna, like, they're not going to fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? So in a weird way, it's kind of like a good future deterrent. It may come at the cost of getting targeted, but hey, you know, I don't know. I kind of see a benefit in the long run. It is, like, yeah, it's a good filter if you think about it. Because, you know, they're going to see him and be like, fuck you, I don't want to fuck this guy. And then they'll never see him again. It makes dating easier. Oh, I guess I never had to deal with that. That's crazy. Y'all be trying to like find wives and husbands, and y'all got to deal with political ideology. Maybe I do need to marry my girl then. What the fuck? I never really thought about that. Yeah, imagine you like meet the like most amazing girl. And then she's like, save democracy. Elect a candidate who has not gone through the democratic process. I'd be like, no. Oh, that'd be crazy. I feel bad for you. You said marry her or I will? Oh, damn. I got competition from the lady. I guess it is 2024. No, I'm not going to. I think some of my girl's friends have a crush on her. I'm like, y'all need to hold up, bro. Hold up. That happened to you? What do you mean? Oh, you had the love of your life was Kamala Harris. Does your girl have single friends that are right-leaning? I mean, I think a couple, but I do think a lot of them. I mean, it's Cali, bro. Dating sucks in Toronto. I mean, you just went after my girlfriend. What the hell? What do you mean? I feel like Canada's a great place, though. I love Canadians. That's it. Y'all have to deal with Trudeau, but that's cool. NVAC's going. Oh, I've had that. I did actually. I think it was actually it was during 2020. I did go out on a date, and a girl was asking me if I like went on to like the protest and shit. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I lied about all of it. I told her whatever she wanted to hear. You guys have no game at all. What's wrong with you? You were like, I'm out afterwards. Fuck that. Nah. No, I'm sorry. That was before I was getting banned on YouTube. Yeah, she was like, you voted for this? I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was the protest. Hell yeah. No, of course. How dare they? Yeah, man, I protested all day. You guys are asking me very inappropriate questions. I was just making a joke. Calm down. Calm down, bro. You need to calm down. Okay? You need to repent. So I was trying to tell y'all, man, the fornication is bad. It's going to get to you. So watch it. Yeah, what now? What? Oh, y'all like all the conservative shit till I tell y'all to repent. Huh? Yeah. You fake ass conservatives. You like, you right, Josh. Yeah, you right, I guess. I'm telling you, like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, all of you would be Democrats. Ironically, in 1968, it was the Democrats who got mad about the primary system and reformed it to what we have today. Go look it up. Honestly, the Democrats were the homies in the 60s and 70s, bro. Shout out civil rights and democracy. But yeah, it was the Democratic Party in 1968. They were the ones who got mad that the vice president, was it Herbert Humphreys or whatever, whoever they nominated without the primaries, the Democrats were the one that got mad. Chad AI is going to be like, they're discussing whether or not he hits women. So watch out. I don't know. AI's already on my ass, bro, and they already got me. So Hot dog. Biden literally championed overturning Roe until the 2000s. They got over that one, bro. It's not even about Biden no more. I saw a clip the other day of Biden just saying all sorts of shit. I was like, wow. I wanted to play it for you guys, but then I was like, you know what? It's kind of disturbing. I don't think I would want to hear that because I was like, damn. Just go look it up. It's called, I think it's on TikTok. It's called Biden Mixtape. And it's a dude. He's like listening to the Biden mixtape for the first time. It's awful. He says the N-word a lot of times. Yeah, bro. I think there's more recorded clips of Biden saying the N-word. I don't think I've ever heard Trump say the N-word. Mm-hmm. No, it's him. It's not audio. It's not AI. It's literally him in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. It's legit. Of course it is. What do you mean? You don't. That's why I'm like, you guys don't know who that guy is? Come on. He was super racist back in the day. He did change though, right? Because people do change. If they're old white racist men, they change all the time. But yeah, super racist back in the day, but I guess he has changed. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I know too much history, and sometimes it backfires. Sometimes it doesn't. A lot of times it gets me banned. But I'm like, man, I would get beat if I didn't study this. Men get less racist as they get older, and they're more prone to change as they get older too. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. The older you get, the more you're like, oh wow, maybe I'm not going to be stuck in my ways. Are we still talking about politics on the channel? I'd say like roughly half the time in the last couple days. Yeah, we did go over what's happening in the market. No other news has came out. We had good discussions on Lululemon, and we talked about how that will lead into probably a big earnings miss because the analysts all came out in unison today. And I think that's about it. And then on my ES that got clapped is about to go green. My gold is still murdered. And yeah, so we did have a history lesson on elections, or I guess the reform of primary systems. So yeah, how's your day going? A good day? Feeling good? Feeling great? Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I didn't think the election was going to get crazy. But after this last couple of weeks, not only just my opinions, and again, maybe I am biased. That's kind of the beauty of it, man. G20 to work towards fairer, stable tax system. Draft communique. And then spies up one communique. Communique. I think that's how you say it. Communique. But, like, here's the deal. Like, yeah, I guess I have a little bit of a bias now, and my bias does lie in Team Trump. But here's the deal. The thing that gives me confidence is, like, straight up, ever since the debate, the bond market and yield curve has made a very decisive move. So at the end of the day, I know I'm not going that crazy. Does that make sense? And again, yeah, the dropping out, there's so much shit going on. I agree completely. And I was kind of lulled to sleep for a little bit. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, whatever you think of me, whatever you agree or not, and this is for those people who are in the middle and y'all show love to me, even if you disagree with my politics now, I really hope you get this. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is something objective in the biggest money market in the world has moved dramatically right the day before the debate, and then shortly thereafter, we have had a steepening of the curve, all after that. So everything that's gone on in this last couple weeks, it has been highly political, and I am starting to notice it. But like I'm telling you, there truly is a correlation with something even in money markets right now. So I hope you feel me on that. How do we play? Well, right, like I said, I'd get your hands up. I wouldn't jump too much yet, but we'll see where things go. The Macron follow the data in the French election. We wait for steepen. I think you could scale in small because here's the deal. If it doesn't uninvert right now, then it's going to be a major pump fake and you're going to be pissed. And then if it uninverts without a rate cut, oh, dude, you just stepped into unknown territory. And then if it correlates somehow with a cut or a crisis, then game on. But like I'm saying, I think I would pay attention to it. I would definitely not ignore TLT or the bonds or the steepening because it is doing good, you know. But I wouldn't go all in, and I wouldn't go with the position you're ready to lose. To give you an idea, off of that big dip buy, I bought 5 ZBs or 4. And then the other day, literally yesterday, I bought 1. So I'm in 1 bond future, but I'm not in 4 or 5 like I was just a couple weeks ago. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't go big. I'd get a small position. That's actually what I've done. But I wouldn't be, again, if it really majorly drops, I'm down to go bigger. But I wouldn't be, I wouldn't force it. I would go, and then I wouldn't touch an option, to be honest with you, unless it's super cheap out of the money. But no, I don't know about out the money because we don't know the full plan just yet. It's quite tricky. My analogy yesterday, it's basketball analogy, so you got to know a little bit of basketball. Put your hands up, but don't jump. You need a guard for it because if it's a pump fake, I want your hands up no matter what happens. Hands up means you get a play, but not too big, not too little. You need to guard the play, but you can't commit to leaving your feet and jumping after the ball. Because if you jump and go too big and then they reverse this shit, you're going to get pissed and it's going to hurt. And then it goes right back to a major rally like we've witnessed in April, October, and December 22 as well. So major, again, pump fake village. That's what we called it yesterday. But then, because then they could just dribble around you or you get off your feet and then that's it. So maybe those 2K games did help after all. I buy ZB instead of TLT because it's better. I'd rather go dollar for dollar on the bonds rather than an ETF. You got banned yesterday for saying Trump 2024. Man, you seem like a paid actor. I didn't pay this guy to say that, okay? Liberals, just know that. I think he got banned for other shit. I don't know what it was. He trying to make, you know what I'm saying? I did not pay this guy to come and say that. I promise you. I promise to make some semblance of oh, yeah, no, fuck that. I don't have your chat facts from yesterday because YouTube deleted the video and gave me a channel strike. So, yeah. But, nah, I don't know this dude. Fuck that. You got banned for some other hoe shit. To whom is my concern? If there is an emergency cut, TLT easy. Instructions unclear, paying propaganda payment. Nah, man, y'all need to put me in touch though with the like Trump support line, or like Elon Musk or something. Like I thought I'm in this Trump gang now. Like, don't you guys need to go broadcast what just happened to me on YouTube, man? Like, you need to come on. I thought I had a gang here. Aren't you guys supposed to defend me? This is bullshit. It's okay. I'm gonna start. Will you guys just buy Bibles if I sell them? It's good, man. I like it now because now I can make all of these jokes, and then you guys at least don't. You guys at least laugh. That's the thing. The other guys would get mad at me if I joked about their side. So it's good though. At least y'all see these. These are high quality jokes, man. High quality jokes. Yeah, I was like, do I get an honorary Harley Davidson or something? Like, come on, dude, that'd be fucking awesome. But no. Ooh. Uber and Dash. Yo, Uber and Dash. That's probably something related to the, that has to be something related to the Supreme Court stuff. That's some Prop 22 shit. Uber and Dash. Uh-huh. That's for everybody. Republicans and liberals. It's moving. Oh, these are hella expense. They're scamming, bro. Oh, partial? Oh, I got one. They gave me one on the snake. All right, I'm okay. I got one. I spent $6. Not a recommendation. $80 put call for next week. He gave it to me at 6 cents. 100% premium. But that was the only cheap option. Now they're going for 12 and 18. Damn it. Prop 22 ruling? Yeah. I assumed. Assumption was correct. We affirm the judgment of the Court of Appeal. Held Business Code does not conflict the article section of the California Constitution. Oh, wait. Won't that dump then? What did it do yesterday? Yeah, hold on. Be careful. You might get a dump after that. Because is it saying that they can't classify them? Yeah, hold on. That might actually go negative now that I think about it. If they're saying California can do it, then California is going to force it. So be careful of that. I spent only $6, so if that works, we'll be good. But I would be mindful. If you really want to be a contrarian, you might have something on the downside. Not a reco. You do not trade. And then VIX is dying right now. And then gold going up. You emailed me. Let's see. Did you get banned? Is that why you're emailing me? He said, every culture is racist. There is nothing wrong with it. Thank you for that in my email, man. I did not ask for that, but all right, cool. Cool. The Supreme Court. Oh, man, you just sent me a 32-page PDF, Troy. That's some bullshit. Oh, wait, bond auction? Yo, 7-year auction coming out. Unless these are inflation protected. That's odd, bro. You know how much I get that? You guys have no idea. That's why I'm like, you guys really think I just block people, ban them. I just don't want to deal with it. And then I'll get like 15 other emails. You have no idea, man. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, I cannot read. I can't skim through all this. Put it through ChatGPT. But again, I think it's going up. But if California has the ability to force the gig workers, that's not good. But for now, everyone's taking it positive. You can watch DoorDash as a sympathy, and then SPY going up. How do you know if you were banned on stream? The easiest ways to send a super chat. So you send me money, and then if it goes through, you're not banned. And then if it didn't go through, you just saved money and you're banned. It's a great way to tell. There's other ways, but I think that's the most effective and fun for the whole family. Why are you guys laughing? That's truthful. It does work. I don't know why you getting. I didn't think that was that funny, but California rule, drivers like those for Uber and Lyft can be classified as independent contract. Oh, that's great. And does not conflict with the state constitution. So, no, then it is good. But then does that mean I thought California was appealing it. Interesting. So it's already coming back down. And then SPY's ripping, VIX, bonds too. Again, you had 7-year auction. Where was it? Yeah, there's just 7-year auction data. 8.8% of 7-year notes. Direct 16, indirect 74. Primary dealers accepted 6.5. Directs take 47 of the bid amount. Indirects 80. $44 billion. 4.41. Well, I don't know what the when issued was. Not banned. See, there you go. It works. Let's go, baby. Thank you, my friend. Sark on the low. You flipped the Uber off the car. There you. I mean, I said it. I snaked the call, but I just remember. And this is like a tricky ruling because it has to do with the Supreme Court and then Cali, you know. So I have seen a lot of pop and drop. So if you hit that, good shit, bro. I'm very glad to hear that. Well, I found some properties in Houston. If I purchase, then you will slide your boy some bread. Yeah, if you buy it, why would I give you anything? But if I buy it, yeah, and you bring me the deal, I got you, bro. And you're in Houston, I could pay you in a bust down AP, right? You will accept that as payment. But okay, don't shoot me. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I'll be right back. Oh. Still not bad. Oh, look at that. My man.
Philadelphia, I will note. So that I think he's going, but it's a bit.
We're seeing some images, by the way, so our viewers know. This is from following the speech. He actually had family members in the Oval Office.
Yes, many of whom boarded the plane with the First Lady right after to go to the Paris Olympics, and. You know, Biden's a family guy. Not too surprising that they would be there, but that's he's insisting on on serving out the end of his term.
Yeah.
The press secretary spent all the briefing yesterday, really insisting that would be the case. But as I say, yesterday really felt like the last, speech that a lot of people are going to tune in on for what Joe Biden has to say. Now there is work to be done. He alluded to yesterday Supreme Court reform, ethics reform that he wants to do. Not clear to me whether he means calling for it or attempting to do it by executive order, which would be a fight at the very least, but perhaps a fight he's willing to have. And of course, talks on Gaza, which relates to today's meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, it's scheduled to begin any minute now at the White House, Josh. And he did talk about how he wants to see an end to the war in Gaza, peace and security in the Middle East he wants to achieve. Obviously, a lofty goal. Many others have tried to achieve that as well. So knowing that Biden is looking out for his legacy here, that he knows he's going to be a one-termer. Does that mean Netanyahu might be a little bit more in for it than he otherwise would have been today? What kind of Biden is Netanyahu about to meet with?
Netanyahu seems to believe the opposite. He seems to believe that he should be cozying up to Trump as much, if not more, than Democrats. I suppose it remains to be seen. I think Biden does have now more leeway to strike a deal that might be politically dicey if it gets to that point, but he has more bandwidth to do it. I will say, last week as we sat here 1 week ago, people were saying Biden's running, he's dead set on it. By the way, people believe that to be the case. They do not believe that he was days and days hiding a decision. But he had his big defenders, including some publicly, including lawmakers, the Congressional Black Caucus, for instance. In the last 24 hours since his speech, there've not been a lot of second thoughts. You don't have a lot of people thinking, did we make the right choice? Should Joe have stuck around? It seems to be the opposite. It's a sigh of relief that the tension, at the very least in the party, is over, and Harris really has a firm grip, if not 100% locked up the nomination. and it's sort of all systems go. I will note that both Biden himself in speaking to staff and the First Lady in her slightly salty statement did say, we got to rally around Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Josh, it's great to have you. Thank you for sharing that with us. As always, Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House correspondent with The View inside the White House on an historic evening. The images that we were just showing you from the Oval Office are authentic. Those were not staged following the speech. It was not part of the programming. And the same will be today when we get inside the Oval Office with Joe Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu. This is not a speech or a news conference. They're going to be sitting down. The press pool will be allowed in the room for a moment to get some video, get some brief remarks from the president. If not both, we'll bring that to you when it happens, likely this hour. The press just gathering for that opportunity right now as we add the voice of Carmel Arbit, Senior Fellow for Middle East Programs at the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Carmel, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. It's always our pleasure to have you here. Coming off of the speech to a joint session of Congress yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu brings his message to the Oval Office today. And coming off of this speech from Joe Biden last night in which he implied the ceasefire in Hamas is going to be his priority as he finishes out his one and only term. Will there be progress made today when these two meet?
Well, thank you so much for having me on again. Bibi is coming off a speech to Congress where he was well received. He enjoyed standing ovations from member of Congress, but wasn't especially substantive in terms of the commitments that he was willing to make towards achieving that ceasefire, which on the one hand, he says he's interested in, and that Hamas is the #1 barrier to achieving. And on the other hand, his political interests have been served, much like they have Haniya and the leadership of Hamas, continuing this conflict. That said, we've heard that they're very close to a breakthrough, that they're getting closer to an agreement that would look at some kind of a short-term, less than 2 months ceasefire in exchange for the release of women, elderly, and injured that could then be phased into a longer-term ceasefire. So I think the moment is more hopeful than it had been in the last few weeks and months, but let's not hold our breath. It's not done until it's done.
Well, that's absolutely true. And Carmel, I think we should all remind ourselves of the kind of tenor of the speech that we saw Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu give on the floor of the House chamber yesterday, especially when it comes to what he called his vision for Gaza. This is how he laid it out.
The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
Is that a vision you think the U.S. and President Biden could get behind, Carmel?
Look, I think this is something that Bibi has been saying multiple times in different ways in different speeches. So we didn't really hear anything new substantively from him yesterday. I think the real question is how to achieve a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. And there's no clear path to that. Only about half of Hamas's soldiers have been taken out, about half of the leadership. They're still very far from getting to the point where the Israelis would be able to, quote, claim victory. And so I think certainly everybody is looking for a Gaza that is not occupied by Israel, that is independent, that is peacefully living alongside Israel. But how we get from point A to point B is where we're going to see lots of tension points between both parties.
How different will Joe Biden's meeting be with Benjamin Netanyahu compared to Kamala Harris's meeting later?
Yeah, it's very interesting that they're having these two meetings separately. Of course, as we kind of get ready for what Bibi sees as kind of this lame duck Biden, Netanyahu is really holding out. He thinks that whatever happens, he's going to get a better deal if Trump is in power because Trump isn't going to extract any concessions from him. And so I think Netanyahu is going to continue to be reluctant to deliver anything that would seem to bolster Biden or kind of help him. Biden's ambitions for an end to this conflict are very lofty. It's not just, as we discussed, a demilitarized Gaza or a de-radicalized Gaza. He's also looking for a grand deal, something that would bring an agreement between the U.S., Saudi and Israel, and then Israel and the Palestinians to the table. And I think that's going to be a huge focus for him in his final months in office, and he'll have time and space to do it. I think Biden is, as he has said, a Zionist, someone who feels very deeply connected to the state of Israel, but increasingly frustrated with Netanyahu. I think Harris is going to be coming at this from a slightly different place. I think she's a bit more pragmatic. I think she's a little bit less emotionally attached to this conflict, but ultimately she's going to continue to toe the line of this administration as vice president. And the only time that could change is if she's elected president, and will have to start to lay her own path for her relationship with Israel.
Well, Carmel, as you talk about the idea that Biden does seem to want some kind of grand deal here, he did allude to that in his speech last night. He didn't just say an end to the war in Gaza, but peace and security in the Middle East. So while he may be most immediately focused on the conflict between Israel and Hamas, I wonder if you still see room for other conflict areas to open up, considering that Netanyahu in that speech yesterday talked about Hezbollah and that Israel will do whatever it can to secure its northern border. He said, and this is a quote, "Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price." Is peace and security in the Middle East as a whole, not just in Gaza, a bit of a reach even for this president?
So I think we have to break down the different.
Got to break it down. No, that's crazy. That top was literally our break even on the MES. So again, MES got murdered yesterday. That came back. But my goodness. Sorry, I had to let that play. I had to respond. I had to get in touch with YouTube. Maybe we'll see. I'm raising hell with them. And say, this is wrong. This is wrong. No. I got to go to the bathroom. I can't believe it's already 10:15, man. Time flies, bro. I didn't get out of the MES. I mean, I was too busy there, but that would have been the moment to. But I'm kind of down to ride it for a little bit. But it did go green. I mean, we recovered a big loss on that one. So I'm very, very glad. They're not allowing me to appeal, but I have somebody at YouTube. I'm like, dude, this is fucked. I'm like, come on, man. This is the last straw. Y'all got to stop this shit. This is outrageous. This is considering how the last, 48, 72 hours played out. This isn't a good look. Exxon. Where is oil? Oil got shocked by the China shit. Yeah, bro. SPY just dropped all of that. That was crazy. What was it? CL. Oh, oil went green? What? Oh, dude, we should have. Whoever said that earlier today, they're like, and I said, nah, I don't want to do it. But, yo, that's crazy. It literally went 76 to 78.13 in an hour. Or in 3-4 hours, I guess. Damn, that's crazy. I didn't notice that, bro. I thought oil was in the gutter. My goodness. You took the same. Dude, that's crazy. If you got it, amen. That was dope. Yeah, I didn't want to get involved with that after, everyone back and forth and then almost end. And that was the best play yesterday. But that's dope. If you hit that on the daily, you would have made a bag. I'm going to 85. We'll see. Just watch out till once we get into August. You got one more week. I mean, you could use USO for a ticker on oil. Otherwise, CL. Crude futures, that's what we traded. And then bonds came down after that. We literally hit my break even to the T. And then, or you are going negative right now. That's actually insane. As you know, SPY's still up 0.75. But bonds are the one. That one, watch out where that plays out. $377 reverse repost, $377 billion. The 30-year, well, we'll see. Again, even the yield curve, man, it chilled out a little today, but still at the lowest point of inversion on the year. The Uber play, I just snaked one real quick, but the idea is them getting the win for the court case, allowing them to classify drivers as independent contractors. That's very good for their business. Contrary to if they had to do it as employees, it would come with a lot of costs and change a lot of things for them. By Meta, no, I think it's a good time. If anything, I kind of want to double dip on the SMCI. Somebody said that earlier, kind of around the bounce time. But that's one I think would be a good one. But I was saying all day today, I would be thinking about pre-earnings plays. This would be the moment. Going with shares. Ooh, good luck. FaZe did good. Well, they did bad, but I think it was a sandbag that allowed it to go good. They're still up. And then Chipotle flipped. So the Supreme Court ruled that that the Uber and Lyft ruling these companies or ruling their employees or the workers as gig workers and independent contractors, they're allowed to do that, and it does not violate the California Constitution. So pretty much a win for the gig economy companies, because now they don't have to employ these gig workers and then take on the fees and the liability and offer certain things. Puts for FaZe? Oh, no. That was just the earnings play. So the earnings plays were not like, we don't really care. That's why you try to keep them small. You don't want to throw out too many. But if they don't hit, I'm not like, oh, this is going to happen. It's just kind of playing the opportunity if something broke. And drug test? I don't think they would drug test, would they? I think that's up to the company, but I don't think Uber would drug test you. That'd be crazy. Retest 7, risk calls. Oh, if it goes back down to 7, maybe. I think like 690. I liked it where homie grabbed him earlier. I think he got a good price. Bro, SPY just went down like 19 points. Bing. I'm surprised they don't. I don't know. I think they do background checks and all of that, but I think it's pretty I think they're pretty what's the word? Liberal, I think, with how you could become an Uber driver or anything of that nature. Would Tesla become an Uber employee if robo-taxis on the network? I mean, if the taxis drove themselves, I don't think you need to pay them in W-2. Uber abuses their drivers. I don't know. I think Uber is more reminiscent of a pyramid scheme rather than like a Nike using child labor and then denying it for 50 years. Does that make sense? I think that's the better way to put it. Because I listen. I have all the chads. I know a lot of you guys do the gig economy. I've talked to a lot of people over the years. Some people, they love it. They love Uber. They got a monopoly on their area. You know what I'm saying? Like they're making hand over fist and they're killing it on Uber. It's the best thing that's ever happened to them. And then there's other people who are like, bro, I just did all of this work to make 15 cents. And then my car broke down and now I have to pay for it myself. You know, even same thing with like DoorDash. So I think it's just a pyramid scheme. The ones at the top and the ones who are really doing good on Uber, they love it. They do well. It's great. But then there is like a big portion like starting out, or if you're in the bad area or not, like it just don't hit. And then you'll end up working. You're paying them to work pretty much. Have you ever been in an Uber or Lyft where the driver runs 3 red lights? We arrived at our location so fast. No, I've never. I told you there's one time in Vegas. I got in an Uber and it was in like the morning, and it was a Tesla, and this lady, right when we got in, bro, she just started like complaining about Uber. And she was like, they fucking don't pay us. They don't do this. And she was like speeding. She was honking at other drivers. She was like gassing in and out of the garage. And I'm like, yo, bro. And just telling me how much Uber is bad for them. And I was like, she's about to kill me. She's about to like, we're going out like this. So I had to like agree. I was like, yeah, I left her a tip too. I was like, man, please. That was my only scary one. And then a weird guy in LA. I will never forget that. I was in my early 20s, I think. This was like some of the early days of Uber. I was in Hollywood Hills, and I had this Uber like take us all home, and it was like a Prius, and like homeboy was driving with gloves. He was that type, you know what I'm saying? He wore transitions. It was nighttime, but I could tell they were transitions. He had a worse hairline than me, and then he had the fingerless gloves. You know what I'm saying? Like, but to drive, like he was like and knee pads, I think. I was like, you don't need that. But I'll just never forget, bro. He got so mad that he lost service driving us up, and then he just kicked us out of the car. And he was just hella weird. I was like, I even told him, I was like, dude, you're weird, bro. I was like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, he was just getting hella mad, and like he was like really snappy. And that was my first, and this was in the early days, and I was like, damn. I was like, Uber's hella weird, bro. But, yeah, those are my only 2 bad experiences. My longest Uber, I think an hour from Palo Alto to the Bay, like San Francisco City. I made my girlfriend Uber to Disneyland once. Her and her friend came from Switzerland, and they wanted to go to Disneyland, and like I was busy, and then like I wasn't gonna let her drive one of my cars. I was like, no, I'm not taking this liability. I was like, fucking Uber. So she Ubered from San Diego to Disneyland. Lulu going down again? Yeah. Yeah, Lulu, dude. Lulu down 9, bro. That's hideous. You literally just bought Disneyland tickets? I don't want to ruin the surprise. I don't know who's listening. $400 for 2 tickets? I saw it the other day. A guy snuck in as a baby. It was the coolest video I've ever seen. You saw that video, bro? They like took like a stroller, and I don't know how they got him in there, but they put a grown ass man in the stroller and just like wrapped him in a blanket, so all you see is his head. Put a beanie and a discount, and then it worked. Cause then that's it. And then they just got in there. You could get discounts at Disneyland? You work at Disneyland? Bro, I thought you would praise how, man, you do everything. That's it. and your sister do lie detector test. Man, I like it. Yeah, out there. Yeah, they paid for the ticket. Yeah, so they didn't get sued. I do. That was very creative. It was just funny because it looks so funny, but it looked real. That's why I was like, oh, okay. You worked for Disney for 10 years? How would you describe your experience? How would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? Or a scale of 1 to Drake's preferred age? I would say Mr. Beast, but they may ban me again. You got paid to play music? Oh, were you a DJ? A DJ? Musician? Oh, are you like one of the like live band people? I'm assuming they have that. I haven't been to Disneyland since I was a child. So like I have not been to Disneyland in the modern era. Oh my gosh, gold did just shoot down again. What the fuck? I'm still going to ride it out. Now it hit 5,000 down. So there you have it. My family outside the long term. Enjoy it, baby. Happy Friday, Junior. RTX 10%. That's crazy. Gold is dying like that. Right? It sucks. We're gonna have to roll it over because of the expiration. But even then, PCE and everything else, I'm not closing it into that fucking low. You got me fucked up. I've been here before. This sounds oddly familiar, Chatadonia. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. I was same thing with gold, but I wasn't up ahead of time. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not closing into the ultimate low. You got me fucked up. Fuck that. Scammers. That was that other gold play. Yeah, some of you know what I'm talking about. But that was a short. That was the difference. So, like, last time, like, so, again, there's days like this. You could be in a position, and then it gets, like, blown out, and then it may go against you, and then, like, it gets really pressure, and then everybody freaks out, too, if a lot of people see it, you know? And then I said I wasn't going to short gold anymore. So, no. I kept playing gold. I've done very well on gold. I think I've made maybe 15K on gold this year. I've done very good on all the gold trades, and then even from last year. Gold and bonds have been hooking me up this year. Everything else just depends. But I did that trade and like I was down like 10, 12 grand and it was a bad day and like everyone was like, close it. It's going to keep running against you. It was squeezing, but I was like, listen, I'm not going to close into the big pain, like the max loss. Like what's the point of closing into the ultimate red? I'm going to give it a day or two to balance out. And then I'll still be down to close for a loss, but I'm not going to fucking close at the worst literal low of the day or the high of the day, depending on if you're short or not. That's just my approach. It is a little bit more risky, but I mean, I have kind of had a better experience. Is it painful? Yes, but I've had a better experience always waiting. Yeah, it may keep going down. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That is the risk you take, but I think this too shall pass. And I guess a quicker reversion to the mean. Reversion to the mean usually takes time, but in a certain time frame, I think it'll find an equilibrium. You ever get hit with the effective power text? I did. I remember that. Just like Nike, sir, I don't understand how that applies, but just do it. Just do it, they say. We might flush break even on spot. Bro, you never know. Return to the mean. Got you. Yeah. Hopefully. But yeah, I mean, everything. Some people are strict believers, some are loose, but everything will always return to the mean. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. This is why I hate like finance and understanding some of these things, because I was playing 2K like a couple weeks ago, and no lie, for like 4 games, I was dropping like 30, 40 points a game, shooting 90% from the 3-point line. And I was amazing, bro. And then I was like, man, I hope I don't return to the mean. And then the next like 5 games, I went like 1 for 10 and scored like 2 points. And I was like, man, this is. And I was like, reversion to the mean, bro. Reversion to the mean. Even in video games. I don't even think skill-based matchmaking exists anymore. The only thing skill-based matchmaking exists on is Tinder. So, if you keep matching with ugly girls, I hate to break it to you guys, that's called matchmaking. I didn't realize I was ugly until I got Tinder. Because I was like, why keep showing me the fuck? Why? Man, I ain't down with, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I be shopping for like Ferraris and stuff, and it just kept showing me not that. And I'm like, why? Man, that's crazy. You get the most hideous witches online. Yeah. It's because you're probably ugly or you don't know how to take pictures. It's okay. It's okay, bro. I didn't realize. I'm like, how come none of the hot girls match with me? I'm like, oh, I'm not super hot. That's why. Damn. Fuck. Reality's a bitch. But it's okay. And it just sucks. They never gave me the opportunity to show my personality. Oh, well. Yeah, if you know how to take pictures, you good. If you had an algo that included money, you'd be matched with the hotties. Yeah, but it's not as fun as you guys think. Have you ever been around like a real gold digger? It's a very dense conversation a lot of the time. Like, I don't know. Some of them are very attractive, but it is very dense, bro. It's not like, I don't know. It's kind of exhausting. Only watch the movies. Oh, man, it's cool. Dense? Yeah, like, I don't know how to I think dense is the right adjective. I'm bullish on Nike, yeah. Like crazy, actually. I'm still kind of mad. The target is long-term reversion to the mean. And I think it's good stability, good dividend. I'm not going to sell it. No. This is long-term. I'm not nothing to talk about selling until another 10-year chart plays out. GM Cruise targets first quarter 25 rides with fares and no safety driver. They're raising prices on stuff that half price at outlets. I saw that with some cars, but I haven't seen that in clothing. But I don't really buy clothes as much. I don't know. Sadly, I keep looking at cars. Ever since that one dude tried to buy that shit off me. But I saw it, dude. You know what I saw the other day? Lucids. Bro, you could buy a used Lucid for $60,000. Isn't that crazy? Those things are going. People were paying $250,000 for that. In 100. Yeah, it is still way too much. Yeah, like, and with low ass miles. When I saw it, I was like, damn. Those like really, really got clapped. Last few days have really left you pondering a lot. I want you to know I appreciate everything you've done the last 4 or 5 years. Made an incredible impact. No matter what you say, I got love. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. And get a long term, man, no matter what. You know, I do feel good about today, though. Ironically, getting a channel strike, it just kind of validated everything I was saying, and I think you guys get to see it too. Especially because this time it's not like misinformation. Like, it was just, ugh. So thank you, man. But I really do hope you all get long terms no matter what. And it's like, it's the same thing, bro. Like, I just don't want to be around extremism. I definitely, like, I've seen a lot of aggressiveness on the liberal side, but it's the same thing too. Even if I'm telling you I'm going to vote for Trump, bro, like, y'all know I don't fuck with that extreme conservatism. You know what I'm saying? And, like, I don't, like, y'all racist pieces of shit, I don't fuck with you. Like, I could go down the list. So just anything on extreme, and, like, just because, and, like, my big issue that I have is, like, you know, and, like, if you're like, what's extreme? Like, don't tell me, don't try to justify somebody doing something really wrong today because somebody else did something wrong years ago. That's not what it's like. You have to, unfortunately, apply it all the time, and that's the way I look at it. So, but I do appreciate y'all holding it down, and I think there is a, you know, I have my belief, and at the end of the day, man, if y'all a real one, you don't, I never told you to do anything, and like I'm saying, bro, as long as you understand, like, in a weird way, this, I feel more comfortable because at the very least now I am telling you my bias. And now, you know, again, some of you have seen me for a half a decade, and no, I never really, I haven't been biased. I haven't picked a side or anything. So if I am going to make a shift towards that, I do feel I'm required to disclose that, whether or not, like, you know what I'm saying? And, like, that's where I think, whether Republican or Democrat, that's where you should be focusing on if you're really here for the right reason. It's like, yo, bro, I'm telling you how I feel. I'm at least, you know, where I'm coming from. And at least it's, you know what I'm saying? There is my bias, and at least, you know, I am ready to disclose it, and I will gladly disclose it. So there's a good balance to it. That's why I say, those who appreciate it, I fuck with you heavy. Those who don't, you know, I think it's time maybe it's just a rough breakup. Hey, y'all, what up, BG? He just came in, bro, with the battle rifle. He went with 3 up. Or that's a Halo joke. I don't know if you get it either, man. Thank you, my friend. Hello. BG, going on your tape of TV. A true born killer. Whole thing illa. The ammo, famo, every channel. We've been hot for a long time, burning like a candle. Me personally, I choose not to vote. I feel you, bro. I've never voted in my life. I have a political science degree, all of it. I told y'all. I had a 24-hour election stream, and I never voted. And I did open it, and I wanted you all to express yourself 4 years ago about it, you know? And, like, I feel it just, like, it's crazy, man. Like, and I don't know. I feel like I'm on the right side of history because the thing that finally pushed me was something that in the civil rights movement during the 60s and 70s, it caused reform, and the young people at that time, they really did. They were bothered by it, and I'm bothered by it because this is not America. That's not how it should be. And so it don't matter who you are. You got to really lock into that and make up your mind. But that is what finally pushed me. I'm ignoring January 6th. That's not what I'm talking about. That's why I keep saying I get it, and we could talk about that at a later point, but to ignore what's wrong right now in a complete violation of democracy, to talk about something 4 years ago, and I get it. That's the person I want to vote for. So I totally see where you're coming from. But this idea that we are going to ignore insane violation of democracy and act like this is like we need to save democracy and not doing anything of that nature, I can't get behind that. I can't ignore all of the wrong and untransparent stuff I've seen, unfortunately. So but I get you. But that's not what we're talking about. We are talking about what's happening right in front of you. That again, the civil rights movement, and the last time there was a reform, the last time a candidate dropped out in the 68, America was not happy about it. Because that back then they didn't fly, and you didn't have social media to fake perception and make it seem like something, that everyone down with this. No, because the people were angry, and they were not happy with it to say that's democracy. To go back to a system where the overlords put the candidate in. That's some stuff from pre-60s, 50s, 40s. That's not, I thought we want new voices. I thought we want to go into the future. Again, the progressive Democrats in the 60s are the ones who are saying what I'm saying now. And that's why I'm like, unfortunately, it doesn't make this correct or not. It doesn't make Donald a good guy, but I'm not talking about what happened back then. I'm not talking about it, and I get it. It has some relevance, but right now, to witness this going on with democracy and not do anything, I'm willing to risk my channel and everything. I don't care because it's wrong. So, I don't know, man, but it's happening right now. Yesterday, the day before, all within a week. Again, even Black Lives Matter agrees with what I'm saying. And I know there's a lot of people who agree on the Democratic side as well. Again, civil rights movement, the 60s, I am not far from the truth and what people got bothered by. This is a real issue. Again, and you silencing and this, you cannot stand for that. Maybe all the other stuff we let too much shit slide, but no. This is wrong. And I'm sorry I know people don't like Trump, and I get it. But at the same time, this is right here, right now. You're going to watch that happen and let that happen. What happens if that happens? Again, that's what they realized in the 70s, 68, and they said, nah, and they reformed the whole primary system. The Democrats did. But on that note, I'm sorry, man, but I really, again, I'm passionate about it because this is not, it's weird to me. Very, very weird. Oh, yes. Yes. Well, Chad, it's PHILO time. We could talk about this later if you want. But for now, I got something else. Something else, baby. I got something good for you. And honestly, man, this PHILO, it's kind of beautiful. It's kind of beautiful. I love it in many, many ways. Again, I love y'all reaching out, man. The good ones, I don't know. I guess everything. You got to take everything, the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? But good work. For those of you doing something with your lives or trying to make a better life for you and the people around you. Don't feel bad if you're not as successful as you want to be. Like lending tips, and I know a lot of people, bro. Everybody have their own pace, and it's not about that, but it really is the effort. You know what I'm saying? Even with the stuff I do, man, I don't know what you like or don't like about me, but effort is a big thing, man. You know, what you show up to, what you give your energy to, what you try to go after and build, man, making a commitment, staying with it, bro. So, PHILO, we get to talk about life and a lot of things, but I do get to start it off, and I am very appreciative, and I'm proud, and I hope none of you ever lose that, and keep it up there. You know what I'm saying? And keep grinding and keep working, and no matter what, again, all politics aside, which is funny because we've talked about it a lot, and I do think it has an effect. Remember, it doesn't matter who's president. You get to choose your conduct and what you do, and then at the end of the day, man, especially with the long term and your investment, you'll be good no matter what. Amen? Amen. You know, you'll just have to position accordingly. But keep it up, man. Keep working good. All the people trying, I'm telling you, it's a very beautiful thing. So I don't know, man. I've been loving it, and I've been loving the PHILOs. And like I said, man, you know, a lot of this stuff, bro, I am just as messed up as any of you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you feel me on that. I am just as messed up, if not more, than any of y'all listening to this. And you know why I say that? Because I don't know what like we talked about it earlier. If any of these PHILOs got you to be like, man, I want to change this. Oh, man, I want to do this now. Oh, man, maybe that's not helping me. Oh, I need to switch the path up. Like, bro, that's all you, dude. And I'm glad of those of y'all running into, because it's like, bro, we all have a journey like that. And we all have a call. And I say that because all these I don't condemn none of y'all, man. That's it. I may ban you. I may not want to be around you. I don't want that toxic environment. I don't want to hear certain things and get distracted and have conversations that I don't agree with, you know. But I have no ill will. I just don't want to be around certain things. But I hope y'all know, man, it's no condemnation. I ain't never telling y'all to do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. And that's why I'm saying I'm very proud of a lot of people who have chosen to do the right thing, to do the good thing, to do the thing that would benefit them and their family and their future. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, I'm not here to talk about this stuff to condemn or bring you down, but more so share with you my journey. And again, if anything, I'm just grateful that to share it with other people and to see I'm not the only one, and to see how some of y'all are really like, dude, taking it upon yourself and that real personal responsibility, baby. So go work, baby. Go work. That's a little intro. Man. So that's just a little intro. This PHILO is good though, bro. I love today's PHILO. I love it. I love it. Are you ready for this one? I'm gonna give you a phrase. Tell me what you think this means. Normal as a house guest. What do you think that means? Normal as a house guest. Yeah, I didn't get it either, bro. That's why I'm asking you what you think. Normal as a house guest. What do you think that means? Awkward. People getting too comfortable, not so normal, no idea. Temporary but polite, being respectful. It's as regular as you having house guests. Manners are important. To play on words, not normal at all. Remove shoes and when they walk in, ask for food, ask where the washroom is. You have your bearing. All right, cool, man. So somebody told me this. That's what I say, man. I'm very grateful. This PHILO, someone talking to me, man, and very, very encouraging. And, you know, they let me know. We were talking about doubt. And they brought up a Bible story. And, you know, I don't know why this slipped my mind. And it's very encouraging. But doubt And do you know who doubted a lot? And the good old word, Thomas gets all of the blame. He gets all the publicity. But John the Baptist, the guy who made way, the Savior, this is the Messiah, this is coming, make way, don't follow me, follow him. It's crazy. John the Baptist. You would think he got to write a book. You know what I'm saying? John the Baptist. This guy, he heard the voice, bro. Literally the cousin. Wow. He doubted. You know that? He was in prison, about to die. And you would think this guy, man, so solid. So solid. Even him, he was like, he sent a message. He's like, yo, ask that Jesus guy if he is really the one who we were looking for. He said, because I don't know, man. Go ask, is he really the one, man? I know, looking around, man, all of this stuff. Is he really the one? I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Because you would think someone like that would never, ever have a doubt. But like I'm saying, I think it's kind of encouraging to know, man, to a certain degree, a little bit of doubt is normal. Always, baby. But do you know what the problem is? Doubt isn't bad. It's natural. Guess what? God is bigger than your doubt too. Amen. Thank you. I'm so thankful for that, to be honest with you. You have no idea. But what's the problem with doubt? The emotions. Interesting. Doubt becomes a habit if used too often. Clouds judgment, opens the door to not believing. When it becomes our controller, precedes disbelief, will kill the drive to do anything. Yeah, we've had a PHILO on this, bro. Amen. Doubt makes no moves. So, back to the first phrase I told you. Normal as a house guest. This is what I had someone explain to me the other day. It kind of tripped me yesterday. It tripped me out. I think if somebody came to your house and visited you, that's normal, right? If they came in, maybe they made a mess. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they eat your food. They use your bathroom. Maybe they piss on the toilet seat. Who knows? Maybe they're the best guest. Maybe they're the worst guest, right? But they come into your house. They visit you. And then what would a normal house guest do after visiting you? Someone comes over, eats your food, hangs out with you, talks, you do, and then what? Yes. Y'all feel me. Then what? Then they leave. It's normal for a guest to arrive and then to leave. No? Now, what would you say if that person came into your house, made a mess, ate your food, hang out with you, did their thing, and then you didn't invite them to stay over, but then they stay? What if they brought a sleeping bag and we're just like, yo, I'm just going to chill here? That's crazy. Y'all would ask them for rent? You guys are insane. Y'all would let them stay? If you didn't ask them to, and then they just they pitched a tent, they got a fucking sleeping bag, and they're like, nah, I'm not going to leave. FDA issues warning letters to 80 stores on cigarettes. Watch Mo and Philip Morris. Not leaving, I'd call the police. A friend could sleep on a couch or a spare room. I feel, right? It does depend on the person. If it is a friend, but what if it was your friend? And they're like, yeah, I'm gonna just, oh, you didn't, I never told, but then they just stay on the couch. And then the next day, they stay on the couch. Then the next day, then the next day, then the next day, and then a month goes on. Then a quarter, then half a year, then a year. Think about it. That's not normal. That is not a normal house guest. Do you get what I'm saying? It's okay to come over for a little bit, but you should leave. It should leave. Do you get what I'm telling you? Yeah, it's super deep. Because my brother, that doubt is your guest. Maybe you had a little bit of doubt visit your heart. Okay, that's fine. Don't be so disappointed about that. You know what I'm saying? You had a little bit of sadness. Who knows what it is? That's fine. It's fine for a little bit. You know, maybe even a couple of days for some of y'all. You know? But anything after a brief stay, if it refuses to leave or you don't get it out of there, that's not normal. That's when it becomes a problem. That's when you turn into the doubter, when you turn into the depression, when you turn into the hater. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. OpenAI launching Search GPT. Oh, wow. Watch if Google gets clapped off of that. That's kind of big. I feel like Google should die off of that, but it's holding up good. Maybe until they launch it, but you might get a little bit more of a knee-jerk reaction. But Chad, your PHILO is very simple, man. the doubt and a lot of these things, kind of even yesterday, man, brick by brick, but it's normal. What isn't normal is when you linger on it. When you let it in and you don't let it out. Oh, when it comes in to visit, but it don't leave like a normal house guest. When it tries to become a roommate. I don't know what you're dealing with, but especially doubt. You know, honestly, I like it. Think about everything I've been talking to you guys about. Even yesterday, I shared a lot with you, man, and I felt bad. I told you I've been disturbed by things. You know, even then, man, like I said, the amount of like, I became even a hater in a way. You know? But it's time to let go, my brother. All of these things are normal for a little bit. It starts to be not normal when you keep hanging on to it. I could PHILO every day, but guess what, man? I'm going to have my doubt. I'm going to have my moments. So are you, but what's going to define it is if you let it move in or not. I don't know if y'all feel me. Are you going to let it move in or not? That's up to you. You can't do it every day. That doubt is fine. You feel sad, that's fine. But every day? Nah. Yeah, Google's volume is huge. I low-key think Google might get double. That volume is insane on Google. Let me double check that's real. No, okay, yeah, never mind. I was like, bro, if that was real volume, this thing's going to dump. And then Fiserv is dying. You call it an obsession or an addiction. Yeah, but I don't know. There's something. And like I said, man, somebody shared this with me. And it kind of just blew my mind. But because it's a different way to view it. I don't want to call it your obsession or your addiction. It's literally your roommate. But it was supposed to be a guest. You know what I'm saying? It was supposed to be a guest. Stop by, make you look at things a little bit, you know, have your moment, go through it, but then it moved in. That's the thing. That's why I don't want you to look at don't tell me about an addiction, an obsession, and I know it, we all have those. But I'm asking who's the roommate in your heart. You know, don't beat yourself up because you doubted for a second. Man, even for a day, a week. Oh, you got a lot to live up to. Oh, you sad? No, it's okay, bro. That's normal. You got angry. What else? I could go down the vices. I could go down the list, dude. The vices in the behavior, the character failures, whatever you want to call it. Did you let it move in? So, Jed, today's PHILO is to not to condemn yourself. Hope. For real. You good. But also, you need to start evicting things. There's certain things that are normal and okay as long as it's a guest. But not a roommate. And you got to start asking yourself, what have you made a roommate in your heart, in your behavior, in your habits? How do you make it leave? One brick at a time, baby. One brick at a time. So, Chad, I hope you feel me on this one. I hope you're ready too, man. And I hope you don't let you know what I'm saying? Just think about things. Think about but you're not going to live with this forever. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be angry forever. You ain't going to be doubtful forever. Unless you want it to move in. but you shouldn't be. Stop beating yourself up because you slipped. But you got to really be aware of what you are allowing in there and letting stay longer than it needs to. So, Chad, take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist on mine channel. First link for the Scream-A-Lots boot camp and real estate. Yeah, Google still is going down more. Oh. We got a little John Kirby action. Going free, let's go, baby. I'm him. It's easier to believe a lie than believe that we've been fooled. The whole idea. That song is called WW3 by Uncle Answers. Yeah, OpenAI, I got an update. While the Search GPT prototype is temporary, plan to integrate best of the 3 features directly into ChatGPT. We're launching a small group of users and publishers to get feedback. We're testing Search GPT. So it's not going to get clapped fully, but they're starting it. So they're doing a test at OpenAI. They're doing a private beta pretty much of, what's it called, Search GPT. And then they're going to integrate it back into ChatGPT, it looks like. Could be the start of death. If it is, I think it would take some time to like actually clap Google, but that's been the thing for the last 2 years, ever since AI started getting traction. That is what people are tripping about. Someone asked you, what LT think about you voicing your vote? Oh, what does LT think? He thinks I'm going to get banned off of YouTube. And then he thinks I'm going to lose a lot of money because I'm going to get attacked by the FBI. That's what he thinks. He's a little bit more tinfoily than I am. And I said, I don't give a shit. I'm over it. I really am. Yeah, all my tenants are going to sue me out of nowhere or something. Watch. That's it. I'm gonna find out I have like 4 baby mamas all of a sudden. I'm like, no, what the fuck? I'll be like, that is an elephant. That don't even look like me. That's literally an animal. Why would I, man? That's crazy, man. Thank you for coming out of the closet. I got you, I guess. I mean, I even said it earlier, man. Some of y'all, I know some of y'all better not get too comfortable because, like, I really don't. It's the extremities on both sides. I'm more so very disappointed with the extreme liberalism, and I think a lot of people don't realize how extreme they are, but I don't really stand for the extreme conservatism. And again, there's certain elements that I don't really get behind, and I'm not really I'm not really down with Trump as much. Like, I don't have a flag or a hat. Y'all need to calm down. Yeah. So, good balance. I fall into the Tulsi Gabbard camp, right? You should get one. It's punk. I think I am. I really think I'm a true independent, but I also just know how shit works. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason. Someone's like, why don't you just vote independent? Because it's not. Even then, I'm telling you, I really believe it. I really think Kamala is going to win. I need to watch Europe. I have 4 more months to watch Europe. If there's no conservative flip in Europe, then we're not getting any of that here. I sadly hate to break it to you. So we'll see. If we fall lower today, people will panic even more. Oh, dude, we started. There was like a lot of fear this morning, and then everybody, that bounce kind of squeezed some people, and now we chilling, but now it's a mix of hot GDP, which some people like, some don't. Most of people like it, and then tomorrow, I do think that PCE is just going to come in easy peasy on the low side. Inshallah, otherwise you got a problem. It's a great time to be alive. Same time, politics are at a low. Yeah, I don't know, but it is, though. It is a great time. I wish all of you guys could buy houses and shit. That's been a thing I've been on since 2019. But I've been watching hella old movies. You guys want me to tell you something? I don't know if you guys, this may not apply to all of you. You know what I've been doing with my girlfriend? It's only because she's foreign and shit, so she doesn't get it. But she loves it. We're watching all of the old classic movies. So it started with Beverly Hills Cop because she saw the new one on Netflix, and I was like, nah, you got to see the OG one. So we watched I showed her all of the OG Beverly Hills Cop. She loved it. Oh my gosh, she's a crackhead for the old 80s, 90s movies and like the good OG series. So yeah, you don't know Beverly Hills? You don't know the OG one? Oh, okay. Hear me out. Yeah. Oh, you young pieces of poop! I'm about to change your life right now. Her excuse is that she's foreign. I don't know what yours is, probably because you're 12. But yeah, go look up on Amazon. There's a new Beverly Hills Cop on Netflix, but all of those characters and everything, it comes from something else. There's a Eddie Murphy when he was young in like the 80s. There's Beverly Hills Cop 1, 2, and 3. There's 3 movies. It's dope. It's actually really good. Yeah. Axel Foley is the same characters. Axel Foley, Serge. It's a really, really good one, bro. It's a classic. It makes me smile, bro. Just a great ass series, bro. Definitely go look at it. If you haven't seen them, I think you'll enjoy it if you like the new modern rendition. Now we watched I watched all the classics with her. So now you know what we're back on. We're on the first one. It's been great watching it. I am now showing her all of the Die Hard movies. Little does she know about Bruce Willis. And I feel bad. Pray for him, man. But yeah, she gets this. Yep, Die Hard, bro. The best. The Bruce Willis, Habibi. My dad showed me Die Hard, bro. My mom would get mad. But my dad was like, no, Bruce Willis. This is good. You like it. Action film. Oh, yeah, it's a great series, bro. It's a great series. Yippee-ki-yay, mother... I don't know who I like more, Eddie Murphy or Bruce Willis, because they both have that, like, OG cop vibe, you know what I'm saying? Like, they do everything, but then, like, they all got their little one-liners. Eddie Murphy's, like, funnier, but, like, Bruce Willis kind of funny, bro. Lethal Weapon. Oh, I think I might have to show her that next. Yeah. Book him, Danny. And then, yeah, John McClane versus Axel Foley. Who do you pick? Y'all pick Axel? No. I think that's a close comparison. John McClane or Axel Foley? You said I'm too old for this shit. Big Trouble in China. Well, they did cut rates today, and they weren't supposed to. John took out a whole terrorist group by himself without wearing shoes. You got a point. But Axel Foley figured out, I don't want any spoiler alerts, but, Axel figured out a lot of things, man. You know what I'm saying? Axel stopped a lot of things. He stopped the bandit. Axel fought the drug trade for decades. Both amazing, and they just got to give it to Eddie. Yeah, bro. I don't know. I like both of them. White House Live. Oh, there is a press briefing. India relations. Well, listen, I mean, you already know how I feel about a lot of it, but I really think you guys should look up. This is what blew my mind, because once again, the amount of similarities between what happened in 1968 and today, it's mind-blowing. So again, that Lyndon B. Johnson clip I showed you of him stepping down, the only thing, they did it early. That's it. Lyndon B. Johnson stepped down in March as opposed to August. Or July. But I think you'll be mind blown by that. Well, the riots, the assassination, and then again, even down to the inflation. It's crazy. So, again, what happened after the 68, it literally led into Nixon and then massive inflation. If Biden passes away before the election, Kamala will become president, and then she needs to run again. That'd be fine. I don't want Biden to pass away. I don't wish that on anybody. But if Kamala, through the Constitution and everything, if something happened to the president and she became the president, that's fine. That's normal. You know what I'm saying? That, I think, was it Coolidge? That there's only one president, I think, in history where that happened, and then they got to serve for 2 years, and then they lost when it came down to re-election. And then somebody replaced. I think was it Calvin Coolidge or James? Oh, you could Google it, but it was I want to say the 40s maybe.
Mentioned it in my opening statement is to make it clear to Mr. Maduro that we're watching. We're watching closely. They need to be free and fair elections. Mr. Maduro, that we're watching. Intimidation. And again, no matter who wins, our expectation is that the winner is going to continue to look after democratic institutions in Venezuela.
So if the opposition does win, are you concerned about violence that might break out?
If we weren't concerned about the possibility,
he's talking Venezuela
it in the opening statement.
And then, bro, back to VWAP. So,
thank you. Admiral, 2 questions on Iran.
Was it 4 to replace?
How is POTUS Biden going to deal with Iran? I mean, which aspects
because he resigned.
With Iran is he going to?
So there was more than one.
In the next
You're
6
right.
months
When
in
Nixon
office?
resigned,
And
you had another 1 or 2 years
Which one of them
the
would
VP.
you be recommending to be POTUS Harris if and when she gets to the White House again? And my second
She's already
question.
at the White House. She's already a key partner in our foreign policy objectives.
Commander-in-Chief.
I would tell you that you're going to continue to see over the next 6 months the same focus by this administration and this team, which of course includes the Vice President, on holding Iran accountable for all their destabilizing activities, support to the Houthis, to Hezbollah, to Hamas, the merchant attacks that they're allowing the Houthis to continue to perpetrate, and that they're perpetrating themselves in the Gulf region, as well as their support to Russia and Russia's war in Ukraine. I could go on and on. We have sanctioned Iran some 600 different times. Just in the last 3.5 years of this administration, we'll continue to hold them accountable. That will be a steady focus for the president.
The Prime Minister yesterday labeled those part of the protesters as Iran's useful idiots. What is the administration's method of dealing with them? I mean, what is it?
Well, first of all, that's not a phrase we would use. As I mentioned, I think, to Peter's question, we know that Iran certainly has tried to meddle here. They've tried to sow discord. They've obviously contributed to some funding of some protesters, but I think to paint everybody with that brush is unfortunate and not an accurate reflection. Most of the protest activity here in the United States is peaceful. Most of it is, by the vast majority of it, is organic. It comes from people who have real concerns, and that's what a democracy is all about.
And do you agree with the with the Prime Minister's assertion that basically Israel is protecting U.S. Why is it sort of an overt criticism from leader of an ally? And what does U.S. need protection from an ally?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah. Well, he said when Israel fights Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, we are fighting Iran. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. So why does the U.S. need protection from an ally? Isn't U.S. doing enough?
It is clear that that Israel and the United States share a concern about Iran's activities, and the Prime Minister's not wrong when you're going after groups like Hezbollah or Hamas in this case particularly, or when we together try to defend each other against the Houthi missiles and drones that continue to fly. That is also because of the proxy nature of it, also countering Iran's activities. I mean, together, that's what allies and partners do.
Thanks, John. Just to take the long view of this, very early in President Biden's presidency, February the 4th, 2021, he spoke at the State Department about his priorities in foreign policy. And he said that one of those priorities was reclaiming our credibility and moral authority. The Prime Minister of Israel is, in the judgment of the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, a war criminal. Isn't posting an alleged war criminal in the Oval Office undermining of credibility and moral authority?
No, because we don't consider him a war criminal.
But the International Criminal Court does.
We don't agree, and as we've said before, we don't find the ICC's finding to be relevant or appropriate in this case. We don't find him to be a war criminal. He's an ally and a partner and a friend.
Well, the Chief Prosecutor says that Israel does have legitimate war aims, of course, but the way Israel chose to achieve these in Gaza, namely intentionally causing death, starvation, great suffering, and serious injury to body or health of the civilian population, are criminal.
Is that a question? Because if it is, I've already answered it. We don't consider him a war criminal.
Good.
Thank you, Corinne.
Thank you. Yes, she called me.
I thought she said Jenny.
Thank you very much.
That was Jenny?
Yeah.
My bad.
Thank you.
No, it's all good.
Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, John. I have two questions. Recently, American families who were victims of Hamas filed a lawsuit against North Korea authorities in the U.S. federal court, demanding $1 billion in compensation from North Korea, claiming that North Korea was responsible because the weapons used by Hamas were weapons supported by North Korea. What is your comment on this?
Well, look, Mr. Kim continues to export military capability, and we continue to work with allies and partners and counterparts to hold them accountable for that. They're also exporting technology and weapon systems to Russia so they can kill innocent Ukrainians. We're going to continue to hold them accountable for that kind of behavior.
Also, second question, if Vice President Kamala Harris is elected the next president, will she continue the foreign policy keep going on between U.S. and South Korea, or change?
I am not going to speak for a hypothetical electoral outcome, and I'm certainly not going to speak for the vice president in this regard. You really should talk to her team and her campaign.
Good job.
Thanks, Corinne. John, the president has been pushing for a peace deal, a ceasefire, for weeks, if not months. Now that he has announced that he's not running for another term, how, if in any way, that complicates those efforts to reach a peace deal?
We don't believe it does. And in the conversations that we've been having in just recent hours, there's no reason to suspect that his decision not to run for re-election is going to have an impact on our ability to get the deal done. What's going to have an impact, as I said before, is leadership. Leadership on all sides and the ability to continue to compromise. We are close. We just have to finish it.
The president also last night spoke about his goals in his remaining 6 months in office. One of those goals is to get back those wrongfully detained Americans, people like Evan Gershkovich from the Wall Street Journal.
And Paul Whelan.
And Paul Whelan, exactly. The president has been described by some as a lame duck president. Does it complicate those efforts to get back those wrongfully detained Americans?
I can assure you that we continue to work extremely hard at getting all the wrongfully detained Americans around the world, including those in Russia that we've been talking about, getting them home where they belong. They don't need to, there's no reason for them to be detained. The whole team is working on this around the clock. I can absolutely assure you that.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Also, the last question. Yesterday, Netanyahu asked the U.S. to fast-track weapons in his speech. I'm wondering if the president is considering lifting his pause on the 2,000-pound bombs that the Israelis have requested.
No change to that policy at this time, and I would just add that that is the only shipment of the only type of weaponry that has been held up, that all the military security assistance that had been going to Israel continues to go to Israel. They are still getting the tools, the capabilities, and the weapons that they need for the fight that they're in.
Thanks, Don. Thanks, Greg. What conversations has President Biden had with Vice President Kamala Harris ahead of her meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister?
I won't speak to private conversations between the president and the vice president. I wouldn't do that on any given day, and I'm certainly not going to do it starting today. The vice president, I'm sure her team will give her a readout of how the conversation with between the president and the prime minister is going right now, and that will, I'm sure, inform her conversation, but I'm not going to get more detailed than that.
And just second question, what additional pressure is the president willing to exert upon Netanyahu, just given that the framework, as my colleague mentioned, was just submitted about a few weeks ago and still nothing has come of that?
The framework for the deal? I mean, my goodness, there's, I know we're not there yet, and I get that there's more work to be done, but think about what has happened since he laid that out on the 31st of May. We went from that framework proposal to getting the framework itself agreed to now by both sides. There's some haggling that's being done over some of the details. Some of that haggling has had positive result, and we have closed some gaps. There are still gaps that remain to be closed, as I said earlier, some details that need to be worked out. There's an awful lot of energy and effort being put into this, certainly by our team, but I go so far as to say by our counterparts as well.
Jay.
Thank you, Corinne. I've got two questions, but first, can you tell me the backstory behind the nice bling you've got around your neck over there?
Well, and I had a chance to meet with some of the hostages' families myself back in December. And the father of one gave me this to wear, and I try to wear it as much as I can, just to remember that, again, 293 days they need to be home with their families. And since they're here at the White House, and this is going to be a prime topic of conversation, I thought it was appropriate to wear it today.
Does the president have one?
I don't know.
Okay, I've got two questions. Is it or is it not the U.S. government's position that UNRWA is complicit in terrorism?
UNRWA does some things that no other agency can do on the ground in Gaza. You and I both know that. Now, there has been an investigation done to some of their employees, and I understand that there's been some additional claims or charges against additional employees too that have been laid out there, but it's clear to us that UNRWA has taken this seriously. They fully investigated it. They eliminated the employment of those that they believe were involved in terrorist activities. It's absolutely unacceptable, not just to us, but it should be, and we believe it is, unacceptable to UNRWA. But UNRWA is still, and yes, I know we're not providing funding them now because of legislation, but I think it's important for people to know that there are things that can't get done without UNRWA's cooperation and support on the ground.
And the government's position is that those are claims and charges, right? Claims and charges.
Some of them have been verified because they did their own investigation, UNRWA did, and terminated some of those employees. So clearly, there was something to it.
My second question. Hezbollah has been firing thousands of rockets. At what point does that violate the president's don't warning?
We are working, as I said in my opening statement, to try to resolve the differences at and around the blue line. We haven't seen, although there has been firing back and forth across that blue line, we want to see that stop. We haven't seen it escalate into an all-out war here, and nor do we want that to happen, which is why we're working so hard diplomatically to try to find a solution. One of the things that the Prime Minister and the President will talk about today is what we need to do, what more do we need to do to stabilize the situation on the blue line so that families, both Lebanese and Israeli, can start to move back to their homes.
All right, let's let the Admiral go. Go ahead, Jerry. You have the last question.
Thank you, Kareem. Good afternoon, Admiral. The progress that you cite as it relates to sort of the phase one hostage and ceasefire deal, does that signal that there has also been progress in the day after post-conflict Gaza and sort of what that government looks like?
No, those are two different processes. I mean, when I'm talking about progress made and gaps that can be closed, I'm talking about the ceasefire deal itself, which, as you know, has two phases to it. Phase one gets you 6 weeks of a ceasefire and the return of the most vulnerable, but not all, but the most vulnerable of hostages. That's a separate process than what you call the day after, which is something, frankly, that Secretary Blinken's been working on since almost the day after October 7th in terms of trying to figure out with our partners on the ground, including the Israelis, but Arab partners, what does governance look like when the war is over, and how are the aspirations of the people of Gaza actually met by a governing body and a governing authority that has an interest in meeting their aspirations for peace and security.
How would you characterize that process right now?
It's ongoing, and still a lot of work is being done. I mean, if you want me to give it a report card, I can't do that, but I can tell you that Secretary Blinken, Jake Sullivan, the whole team is still very much dedicated to that.
And John, Pope Francis reiterated this call today for an Olympic truce. Can you comment on that?
All right. Okay.
Thanks, Green. Yes.
Thank you, Admiral. I forgot to thank him.
And yesterday, you were asked a couple of times about the rationale for the president's decision to tune in. One thing the president did not say was explicitly why he stepped aside. He talked about how he believed it was in the best interest of the country to step aside, but why did he believe he was going to lose to Donald Trump?
Look, I think that the president actually answered this question. I think the American people think he answered the question. He said, I revere this office, but I love my country more. He said, I draw strength and I enjoy in working for the American people, but this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, our families, your futures. And I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation. He talked about unity. He talked about passing the torch. I know there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life, but there's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices, and that time and place is now. That is what he said. That is why he laid out why he's passing the torch, why it's time to give it over to new, fresh voices. And he also talked about unity. And I would also refer back to his letter where he talked about also wanting to unify his party.
Did the president believe that his presence in that race was divisive?
I'm not going to get into more than what the president laid out. He talked about unity. He talked about bringing the party together. He talked about putting the country first. He talked about passing over the torch, bringing in new voices. I think he laid out very clearly why he decided to make this decision. And I believe the American people got it. They understood it.
If it was clear, I wouldn't be asked the question, but I'll move on.
I think it's clear. Okay. I do. I think the American people do.
For several weeks, the White House has said multiple times that the president was not going to leave the race. He ultimately did. You've also said several times that the president would not pardon or commute the sentences for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Thank you, Trine. So picking up on Zeke.
Yeah, sure.
For such a monumental decision, the president did address why he left the race.
Well, thank you.
But he left a lot of it for us to read between the lines. He did not make clear why he's leaving the race. Even in the excerpts that you bring up, he says that, the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. Is he saying it's because he was too old? In another one, he said that it was for the sake of democracy. That does not answer why he thought he was in the way of democracy. So why did he make this decision?
A new generation, and he also said the next sentence was to unite, is also to unite the nation. Look, the president has talked about this twice. One in a letter that he addressed to the American people on Sunday, laying out a very monumental, to your point, it is a monumental decision that he made, and he thought very long and hard. He also said that he's been serving this country as a public servant for more than 50 years. It is not an easy decision to make. He talked about unity. He talked about the next generation. He talked about passing the torch. I was asked in this room a couple of days, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago, all of these days are coming together, that when the president ran in 2020, he talked about passing the torch. He talked about the next generation. He talked about being a bridge to the next generation. And I was asked, is that something that the president still wants to do and still cares about? And I said yes. And so this is part of that, right? This is part of what he said in 2020. He talked about unifying the nation. He talked about unifying the party. And he believed the time was now. The time was now to step down from his reelection and to move, ahead with the next 6 months, the end of his term. And that's what he decided to do.
Before he made the decision, he said that there were 3 things that could sway him: the Lord Almighty, a medical condition, and if his team showed him that he could not win. So was it because of the polling?
I can tell you it was not a medical decision, because I've been asked before, and we answered that very straightforward and in a very direct way. I'm just not going to get beyond that.
And then finally, President Biden spent much of his speech talking about the choice that Americans face in November. Trump's campaign manager called it a campaign speech. Your response?
My response is it's not a campaign speech. I will remind my friends on the other side that the president is no longer a candidate.
Thank you, Corinne. Democrats on Capitol Hill are being handed this card with talking points about the vice president and the border. Do you know who's handing this out?
I have no idea. You probably should ask her campaign.
So the first one says, Vice President Harris was never appointed border czar. There's never been such a position. It doesn't exist. Why are Democrats so sensitive about the vice president and the border?
Why are Republicans so sensitive about actually not owning up to them getting in the way of a border deal? Why? Why won't they own up to that? Why won't they own up to the last president told them not to move forward? It was a bipartisan deal on just right there, available to them, and they voted twice against it. Twice against it. Why are they so sensitive to moving forward and actually dealing on an issue that majority of Americans care about, is dealing with what's going on at the border?
Do you think that the border would be less of a talking point now if there was less migration to the border, say if somebody had addressed root causes of migration sooner?
Wait, hold on a second. Did you not hear the beginning of I know there were a lot of toppers, but one of the toppers, I talked about what we're seeing at the border. It's down by 55%. Not because of Republicans in Congress and what they did. It's because what this president and this vice president did. He moved forward and took actions to deal with what's going on at the border. Republicans continue to block getting resources to the Border Patrol agents. They continue to block actually dealing with an immigration system. So yes, we are going to debunk the false characterization of the vice president. She was not a border czar. And it's not just us. Independent fact checkers have said the same thing, that did not exist, and that is not true.
And a different topic, Russia and China are teaming up in the skies near Alaska for the first time ever. Are you getting a sense yet, based on everything that's been going on, that some of America's enemies might be looking at what's happening here and think there's nobody in charge?
So let me just say this. There is very much someone in charge. The president is the president until the end of his term. So that statement is certainly false. And we have seen the president bring together our allies and partners. He reinvigorated NATO. He got more than 50 countries behind Ukraine to make sure that they were able to defend themselves against Putin. He stood up to Putin, and he's done a lot more. And now, right now, as we're speaking, I believe it's still happening, the president is having a bilateral conversation meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel. So, who, by the way, the Prime Minister of Israel thanked the president for the work that he's been able to do in helping to make sure that Israel is able to have an ironclad security, right? And so that's that. But let me be clear. I want to actually address I guess, the basis of your question outside of saying there's no leadership. Our Department of Defense did not see this activity in Alaska Air Defense Identification Zone as a threat. North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, continues to monitor PRC and Russian activity near North America and to meet presence with presence. U.S. and Canadian aircraft detected, tracked, and intercepted the Russian and PRC aircraft, and more broadly, the U.S. remains concerned about the PRC and Russian collaboration across all instruments of national power that do not promote global stability and security, not just in the Arctic, but the president, if anything, if you look at his foreign policy objectives and what he's been able to do and what the last administration did, the last administration ruined our relationships with our partners and allies. This president had to fix that and make sure that we actually mended our relationship with our partners and allies. And that's what we've been able to do. And a perfect example is what we're seeing with Ukraine being able to defend itself against Russia's aggression. Okay.
So yesterday and again today, you insisted that the president didn't make this decision because of a medical condition. It wasn't about his health. Yesterday, you said that he couldn't finish a second term if he won one. So was this decision to step out of the race just a political calculus? He just didn't think he could beat Trump?
I don't have anything else to add to what the president said himself last night, to what he penned and released to the American people on Sunday. Don't have anything more to add to that. He wanted to unite the country. He wanted to pass the torch. He felt after 50 plus years of public service, the time was to do just that. I don't have anything else to add.
Do you have anything to add on what he teased about proposing reform to the Supreme Court?
So that is something certainly that the president would talk to more about in the upcoming weeks. Just for folks who may have missed that, he said last night, he said, I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. And I answered this question, I said this part of to a question yesterday. He believes if you are serving in high office, you should be held to transparency, accountability, and you should be held to a high ethics. That's what the president believes. I'm certainly not going to get ahead of the president, and he will have more to share with all of you soon.
I know many of my colleagues have asked these questions, and just given the historic nature of the announcement and the decision, I think it's important to get some more transparency. You just said that the president thought long and hard about the decision to exit the race, but also yesterday you said that he made the decision on Saturday night, and prior to that,
you could still think about something long and hard if he started thinking about it on Saturday night and finally made his decision on Sunday.
That doesn't seem like a.
I mean, that's your assumption, but that is your assumption. Not everybody will have that same assumption or thought, right? I mean, it is a decision that he felt that he needed to make, and that was the TikTok of it, if you will. We were laying out to you how it happened, and that's how it happened. That's how the president said it happened.
And do you expect the president to address any further his decision-making process, as my colleagues have asked?
Yeah.
We don't feel that we have gotten the clarity about how he made this monumental decision, and so obviously we would love an opportunity to ask him questions himself, but barring that, do you think we should expect any more clarity?
Look, the president's going to make his decision on his own on how much more he wants to share. Obviously, he gave an Oval address and addressed the American people, as he said he was going to do in his letter back on Sunday. And he had a letter on Sunday as well. Maybe there'll be more that he wants to share. We have 6 months. Certainly the president enjoys taking all of your questions, or he'll continue to do just that. I don't have anything to share beyond what you've heard from the president on Sunday and his Oval address to the American people last night.
Just one last one on sort of the next 6 months. We just asked Kirby about this, but is there anything you can tell us about how operations at the White House may change, the president's schedule may change, anything else that reflects, obviously, he has a lot more time now that he's not going to be a full-time candidate?
I mean, you're right. He has a lot more time now. He won't be a candidate. That is true. And the president said he wants to continue his, obviously, as he was doing before, continue and solely focused on being president and what that means and for the American people and delivering and building on unprecedented successes that he's been able to get done, right? We still have a lot more to do. We still have to make sure I was just out about the Supreme Court, right? He mentioned that in his speech. I won't get ahead of that. That is something that he cares about. The ethics, right, and transparency, something he wants to make sure that that is addressed. Again, not going to get ahead of the president, but he gave a little bit of that. He laid out what he's done for almost 4 years and making sure we're building on that, whether it is continuing to lower costs. He talked about that. Bringing down inflation, creating good paying jobs. All of these historic legislation that he was able to get done, they still have to be implemented, right? Whether it's this, the Chips and Science Act, whether it's the infrastructure bill, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act. There's still a lot of work to get done to make sure that we deliver the good things, the good components of those now laws to the American people. Still a lot to get done. He's focused on it, and we will certainly have more to share. As you know, he's going to be going to Austin on Monday, and so, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. So after President Biden said he was going to step aside and endorse Vice President Harris, Democrats quickly coalesced around Vice President Harris. I was wondering if President Biden sought assurances from other leading, Democratic candidates that they would challenge her, that they wouldn't challenge her.
I'm not going to get into specifics or behind-the-scenes conversation. I'm just not. And also that's kind of on the campaign, the political side, so I'm going to be careful from here. Look, I think it's important that what we saw the first 48 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours after the president decided not to run, the coalescing of support behind the vice president, which is not surprising. She has been a partner, a critical partner to this president in everything that we have been able to successfully get done. Some historic items that we've been able to get done. She's been a critical partner to this president. She has 4 years, almost 4 years of experience as vice president, also as a senator, also as attorney general. She has an impressive resume, and I have said this before, and I'll say it again, I do not see, and the president obviously did not see anyone else who would be more qualified to step in. And so it is not surprising that she got the support that she has and continues to get, and the president certainly is going to continue to support her. Okay, Jim.
Thanks, Kareem. The president praised Vice President Harris last night in his address as a good partner and a strong leader. Will he have any objections if she starts creating a little bit of distance with him on any policy areas?
Look, certainly I can't speak to how she's going to move forward with her campaign on policy issues. That's something that the campaign would have to address directly. I would say, again, kind of repeating myself but saying this in a little bit different way, the last 4 years has been very successful policy-wise. They've been able to get things done. They've been able to turn around the economy. We have not to forget, we should not forget what happened when the president and the vice president stepped into their roles, right? They stepped into the presidency, the administration. We had a once-in-a-century pandemic that the president turned us around, and with the help of the vice president. You think about the American Rescue Plan, you think about Inflation Reduction Act. Many of these legislation, she played a role in getting it across the aisle. She also presides, right, in the Senate, right? She really gave us some really important votes in getting things done. So they've been partners in this. I don't want to get into hypotheticals here about how she's going to move forward with her campaign, but you think about crime, you think about healthcare, you think about the economy, you think about immigration and the successes that we have seen in those particular areas, and that's just a few. Foreign policy, she's been a partner of that.
Sure, and she'll no doubt have to run on the record that they have together, but the relationship has changed a little bit. She's not just a supporter vice president now, she's also the candidate and the candidate for the party going forward in the election. So if she decides to show a little bit more of her own views on Gaza, for example, is the president okay with that?
Look, a hypothetical that I don't want to go down a rabbit hole in, what I say is that The president respects the vice president. He endorsed her, believing that, as I said, passing the torch to the next generation of new voices, that she was more than qualified to do the job, more than qualified to step in on day one, as he said himself. I'm just repeating him. And I think that says volumes coming from a president who's been a senator, who's been a vice president, right? Who knows how this place works, who knows how Congress works, now who knows what it's like to be president of the United States. I think that is, I think coming from this president says a lot. I don't want to get into hypotheticals here. They are pretty much have been hand in glove, if you will, these past 4 years on getting things done on the different policy issues, and I suspect that will continue. Good, Karen.
You mentioned now about what the president said last night about the vice president, but one thing he didn't do was explicitly tell Americans to vote for her. He said, now the choice is up to you, the American people. Why not use that moment when he had millions of people tuned in to say that message flat out?
Because he was being mindful. This was an Oval address. This was not a campaign political address. This was an Oval address. And he thought it was important, as he said it. He started off.
Oh, shit, y'all haven't heard me? I was muted. That's bullshit. I was making funny jokes.
The space and the portraits that were in
did y'all not hear what I said about the market?
The importance, the heavy weight of that office.
Oh.
And he believed this was
No
a
way.
monumental decision, as many of you have reminded
I guess,
me
did y'all
today,
hear what I
he
said
made.
about the pullback?
He wanted to take that opportunity.
When was
to
the last
talk
time you heard
through
me?
what he's been able to deliver. To
No.
talk about what it meant for him to be president.
Oh, I'm an
honor of
idiot.
a lifetime. And to
Oh,
lay out
dude,
what
are
this
you
next
kidding?
6 months is going to be.
I had such
And
funny
so
jokes.
That's what he wanted to focus
Yeah,
on.
and Biden
There will
didn't
be
say it because it'd
many-
be illegal.
Plenty of time.
That was to that one,
Plenty
but
of
oh
times
shit.
for him.
All right, I said I have a couple of previews. Yeah, I was vibing all by myself, man. I'm dumb, bro. I like Skechers for earnings. We're gonna go over them. Skechers is expensive though, but there's only a couple of earnings. I think this has gone on for like an hour, so it's almost done, and then we'll get into the previews. But dude, I was telling you guys, this could get really, really ugly. So I'm still in my MES long, which sucks because I went green and then it literally went red right after that. But here's the deal, bro. If we go negative and break a low in this next like hour and a half, this is going to be a really, really ugly day. Again, this feels like 2020, 2021 type beat where, remember, you'd have like a big 1-2% move up. And then if you gave it back by the end of the day, oh, dude, that's a ugly. Like, you guys remember that, right? I don't know, even a little bit in 2023, but no, like this is, I'm still going to hold mine, but like this is still fucked. This is not a good look if we end up going red. If we bounce from here, all is good, but you do got to watch out for this type of move here. It is kind of precarious. So I have the previews for you. I'll get in all that in a second, but I think it's about to be done.
We have been able to
that sucks. Y'all missed all of my jokes.
Amount of work that we've been
That's good though.
To get done, and what's
That's good. Maybe
ahead
I was
the
just
next
doing
6
some
months.
workouts.
So
I got
yes,
the
there were
previews.
Hundreds of staff here.
I was
in the
vibing,
Rose
dude.
Garden. Some of us, I was able to be in the Oval and watch the president deliver.
That's
the remarks.
crazy.
Many of the staffers were able to watch together here at the
Dude,
White House
what?
and residence. And
I
afterwards,
swear for a
came
little bit it
together
seemed like you guys were
and,
reacting
cheered
to me.
on,
That's why
the
maybe.
president and thanked him.
But then I would just
So I
say
think-
my
and he was
comments,
able
and
to
then I
thank
dropped
us
the
and
news.
appreciate us as well.
There was a news. Did you guys get the Allstate news?
Kareem, what's the mood of
Y'all
this
didn't
stuff
hear me
right
on that
now?
one?
I think
Please tell me. I put out a stream
No, it's all
alert.
right. I'm just curious. Is there melancholy? What's the exact?
Oh
mood
yeah,
right now?
Department of
I think it's a little bit
Justice
of
is
what I just said to
investigating
Karen. I think there's a lot of
one of the
pride in
subsidies
the
of an
work that
insurance
we've been able to
company.
get done under this
Where's the
leadership of
headline?
this president. I think
U.S.
that
sues
there's a
National
lot of
General
understanding.
Holding
There's a lot more
subsidiaries
work to
for
be done
falsely
in the next
placing
6 months. We're
insurance on
energized.
hundreds of thousands
And
of
look,
borrowers'
I mean,
vehicles.
I'm not going to. I'm going to be very honest. It's been hard. It's been very hard. When you do these jobs, you believe in the work ahead. You believe in the leadership of the person.
You haven't gotten
that
a
you're
stream,
working for,
dude. I
this
put that
person
out
being Joe
13 minutes
Biden.
ago.
And so it was.
So if you got a
it has
stream
been
alert
a
and it
tough
ain't
couple of
hitting,
weeks,
email
but
right away.
We are so full of pride of what we've been able to get done, and now there's 6 months left.
I noticed, and maybe I misread it, but when you had your prepared remarks at the very top, it seemed as if you got a little emotional, talking a little bit. No, I missed that. Let's read that.
No, I mean it is. I mean, I've said it. It's an emotional moment for everyone, including me. It's an emotional moment. You know, this is, you know, you do these jobs. They don't pay all that well, as you know. You guys have tough jobs as well, and it takes you away from your family. You don't sleep as much. They are, you know, 24/7 jobs for sure, and you do it because you believe in the work. Whether you're, whichever side of the aisle you're in, right? I would hope and think that people who do these jobs believe that you're going to make people's lives better, right? Or you're very much connected to the issues that you're working on. I think that's important. So yes, it's emotional. It's emotional. Okay.
Thank you. What would President say to those who have increased the attack on Vice President based on the color of the skin, the gender, even using terms like lunatics?
So look, there's something I do want to say about that. When you have the Speaker of the House, obviously he's a Republican, and this is something that you all have reported, set up a meeting to tell Republican leaders to stop being racist, to stop being misogynist, to stop being sexist. I think that says a lot, that they have to be told to not do that. But more broadly, I think it's desperate. I think it's disgusting, and I think it's a dog whistle. And we should not forget that she is the Vice President of the United States. She's the Vice President of the United States. She should get that respect. She's been doing this job with the president for almost 4 years. She's a former senator and has been a critical partner in getting the economy restarted, in making sure that that we deal with the pandemic. And to hear that is frankly disgusting.
I have one more question to follow up on the proper about the legal.
Say that last part.
I have one more question to follow up basically on what you said about the legal immigration system at the top of your remarks.
Yeah.
There are around 200,000 American kids who came to this country at the age of maybe 6 months, 2 years, but they all facing deportation as they age out at 21 years of age. Around 40 senators and congressmen wrote a letter to the administration that coming out with some legal mechanism so that they can stay in this country. That many of them are doing quite well. What would the president be doing for them?
I mean, look, I certainly we don't have any policy announcements to make at this time, but again, I talked about the bipartisan agreement that came together from the Senate, where we negotiated a process to help the so-called documented dreamers, and sadly Republicans, and I've said this many times already at this podium today, which is that they voted it down twice. They voted it down twice. And as I said at the top, you know, we are going to provide protection to more than 500,000 people and keep families together.
Yeah, I'm muted now.
I'm waiting
I'm going to post a video. I'm actually editing a video while I'm streaming, listening to another video. You guys can hear a little.
To deal with a broken immigration
You know what I'm saying? I'm very multi-production, task and multi-task. What?
And move forward.
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, homeboy. 2 seconds. And then again, I got previews when this is over. I got that for you too, baby. Yalla.
That would have been the toughest and the fairest way to move forward in dealing with the immigration system, something we hadn't seen in years, and they voted it down twice. And so that is how we're going to move forward, is making sure Congress gets the work done that they need to. I know I think I have to, right? Get it.
Thanks, great. Two topics, the economy first, if I could.
Sure.
There's a new CNN poll out that says 39% of adults worry most of the time or all of the time that their income will not be enough to meet expenses. Prices are up 19% since President Biden and Kamala Harris, the vice president, came into office. How long do Americans have to wait till this worry goes away?
So look, too many families are still struggling to make ends meet. That is something that the president understands, and that is why he works every single day to make sure that we address these issues for hardworking Americans. I talked about the historic accomplishments that this president has done. You think about the Inflation Reduction Act, which only Democrats voted for. Insulin is now capped at $35 a month for seniors. The president wants to see that go more broadly. This goes into the question that I was asked, what else does he want to do? Continue to lower costs, right? You think about what he's been able to do to get housing assistance for Americans who are having a hard time with rent, with getting a house. And so he has taken actions to deal with that issues that Americans have. We get it. We get it. Over the next 6 months, that's what we want to continue to focus on as well. And we know that Americans, again, are having a difficult time. But our stance and how we see this country is very clear. Republicans want to give a tax break to corporations, a big tax giveaway to corporations and billionaires. They want to actually go after Social Security and Medicare. That's not what we believe. That's not what we want to do. We want to protect those important programs that Americans need.
If I could, the other topic. Last night, the president kept with the theme of saving democracy, alluding to the fact that maybe former President Trump is a threat to democracy. The vice president is using the same language. Is this a dangerous rhetoric?
Look, it is important that we continue to talk about unity. It is. Saving democracy, making sure that we're unified as a country. And he called on the country to come together. That is something that is a theme that he's talked about since 2019. Since 2019. Nothing new here. And I'll quote, "Keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence." That's something that the president said last night. Or any violence, ever. Period. "I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids and gun violence." This is something that the president truly believes in. But bringing the country together is a big part of it. That is actually the theme. Unity is the theme that you heard from his remarks last night. Go ahead, Jenny.
But he still talks about a threat to democracy. I mean, there are now 3 public attempts or threats to the former president that we know of.
Yeah.
Iran being one of them, the shooter the other night. So how many threats are enough to lower the temperature?
The president has called on lowering the temperature. But here's the thing, Ed. It takes on all of us to lower the temperature. All of us. I hope you can read between the lines of what I mean by all of us. It takes all of us to take that action and to lower the temperature. And I think when you have a president that uses the Oval Address to talk about unity, not just once, he did it sadly, right after the former president, the attempted assassination of the former president, talked about lowering the temperature then, and also talked about really denouncing, condemning political violence and how it has no place in this nation. He talked about, use the Oval Office to do just that. And we've been condemning political violence for some time. Go ahead, Jenny.
Passing the torch obviously was the central theme yesterday of the
Many
address.
themes.
Okay, one of the central themes. And you just mentioned his commitment in 2020 to run as a bridge candidate. 2 weeks ago at the NATO press conference, he was asked exactly that and what changed, why he's not doing this anymore. He said, "What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. Obviously, since the presser, none of these factors have changed. So I think it's a fair question for all of us to ask you if you can help us understand
Here's the thing. It
his
is
shift in thinking.
No, sorry. Go ahead. No, sorry. Go ahead, Jenny.
Made
Go ahead,
him
sorry.
arrive at this conclusion that passing the torch now is the right time.
And it is a fair question to ask. I don't have anything else to add to what the president said. I'm not going to get ahead of this president. I'm just not. He put out a letter, and he said what he wanted to say about the situation last night. I'm not going to get ahead of it. I'm not saying it's not a fair question to ask. I do not have anything more to add than what the president said. Yes, he talked about passing the torch. He talked about unity. He talked about bringing the country together. That is what he wanted to share to the American people. If there is more to say, I will leave that to him to say that. I don't have anything else to add.
Quick thing, obviously Kirby just teased that there might be opportunities for trips or legacy engagements in the next 6 months. Is there anything you have talked to him about, something that he wants to do before he leaves office?
I think he's still thinking through it. I think that it's going to be a process. We have a lot of things that we want to get done domestically in foreign policy space. NSC is thinking through it. The president's thinking through it. And when we have more to share, we certainly will share that with all of you. Thanks, everybody. All right. Bye.
Thank you, Karine. Thank you, Karine. All right, good timing. Great time. I just posted my video. I posted it on Instagram. I don't think I've ever shared what I've just posted on Instagram with you guys before, so you guys can see it. It's kind of funny, but it's also like a way to, again, I don't know. I think a lot of you guys got recently really interested in what's it called? You got really interested in gold. I don't know. Maybe it is all the inflation and the move it's made. I didn't really think that many of you both didn't know about gold and wanted gold so much. Oh my What? You for real? On my Instagram post, you can see my face? Stop it. Hold on. I'm supposed to go over previews, man. I don't need that right now. Especially after I pissed off a lot of the liberals. They're going to get mad. Wait. Oh. Yeah, on the trading fraternity. Oh, man. Shit. They won't notice. I know it's funny, but it's like, it's real. No, it's serious. That video's not even a joke, though. You know that, right? I might have to delete it, though, but hold on. But I'm being dead serious. Like, I don't know if you guys ever see it, but like, I didn't realize it because I was like looking at it, and then I pulled out the gold that I have never put in there. But like, dude, it's crazy. All that coin flipping and like just having this coin out, it's so fucking bad. It's definitely not. It's like compared to like a brand new one. Oh, dude, it's crazy. That's it. No, don't download it, please. It should. I already took it down, I think. Please don't download it. Why am I blocked on your IG page? I don't know. That's probably something you got to ask yourself. You know what I'm saying? You should ask yourself, be like, what did I do? Did I go out of my way to be negative to this individual who has never addressed me individually? That could be part of it, but you will have to look into that. Don't make me sad. It looks like you're gearing up to leave YouTube. I don't want to leave YouTube, but again, they're fucking banning me and channel strikes for telling you I'm going to vote for Trump. That's not right. And again, I put in a lot of work, man. A lot of work and hours, but I mean, if you guys think that's fair, do what you need to do. And but anyways, let's get to our earnings previews. My Instagram is, I don't want to tell you actually. Do you only recognize the negativity? Not always. I mean, I usually like kind of make fun of it, but no, man. I think every day I give my shout out, and a lot of the OGs and the ones showing love, man, it's there. Even yesterday, I was there for, I try to provide encouragement. It's just not as loud. You know what I'm saying? Like I've helped a lot of people too. I've given away a lot of my money, a lot of my time, and I've been there for people. I don't talk about it though. You know what I'm saying? That's not how I was raised. That's not what I believe in. I don't go and that's why it's easy to see the negative stuff when I both address it and when it's there. But like, I'm not here trying to get praise and attention for anything else, unfortunately. But I only have a couple of previews. So I was going to make a really funny joke, but I refrained. Damn. Oh, wait, why did I put Dell? I meant Deck. So, Deck, honestly, today after the bell, you're going to get Dexcom, Skechers, Texas Instruments, Decker, Boston Beer, Juniper, Tree, Doc, Opfolio, and NOV. And then tomorrow morning, BMY, 3M, Charter, Booz Allen Hamilton, SAIA, Centene, POR, Colgate, and then Barnes and T. Rowe Price. But I'm only going to go over a couple of these, okay? I'm only going to go over, I only have Deck, Skechers, and what's the other one? 3M. But I will tell you, Juniper, that was one that stood out to me because Juniper is, it's cybersecurity. It's not pricing in a lot. But when something crazy happens, the thing moves crazy. So make sure you guys look at it. Model Y Juniper. But let's get into it. Deck. I don't have a preview for CNC. I could price it for you, though. So Decker, this one's huge, and this one had a crazy... I'm mad that it came down, but anything... I was thinking about it. That's why I like Skechers, bro. Anything retail clothing, I think is going to get murdered. And then if it does do good, it'll pop. But I honestly think if the prices are cheap enough, just downside on any consumer retail. I don't know. You tell me. But Deckers, it sucks that this one dropped so much because this thing was up 1,000. Now it's at 840. Hold on. I like Kohl's just as like a bargain bin. I think eventually Kohl's gets cheap enough. Its real estate that it owns is worth more than its business. I don't think Kohl's is a good business at all. I think the smartest thing that Kohl's ever did was buy their real estate locations. That's literally all that they're worth. Yeah, Hoka, that is Decker. That's actually big. So anyways, let's get into it. Deck, they're expecting quarter one revenue of $807.5 million. Hoka, $531. UGG, $218. Teva, $47. Sanuk, $9.1. Gross margin, 53.9%. SG&A, 41.2%. Operating margin, 12.8%. And EPS of 3.48. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $1.2 billion. Wow, that's very strong. So, Deck, I'm telling you right now, all that matters is their next quarter guidance. So $1.2 billion, gross margin 51.9, SG&A 32.9, operating margin 19.1, and EPS $7.29. Full year guidance March 2025, revenue $4.7 billion, operating income $916.5 million, operating margin 19.5, EPS $29.5 to $30, gross margin 53.5. Price history for quarter one since May 23rd. Damn. They're only down 2.3. I guess that's where it was, huh? That's wild. Down 2.3. SPY is up 5.6. XLY is up 9.3. Near-term options implied 10.8% move last 4 quarters. Gain of 14. Gain of 14. Gain of 19. And loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 19 quarters. Nuvo, popping 19, PNC. The chain is expensive, but that thing gonna move a lot. Hoka. It is. I don't know though. I mean, I really think it'll say a lot, depending on how it plays out. But like literally, it is the most popular shoe in the world right now. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then so was ON for a little bit, and then everybody got over that shit. I feel like shoe trends are very finicky. You tell me. Oh, and they don't have any weeklies? No way. Interesting. Let's see. And then it sucks. The stock has already dropped like 120 leading into it. So it says it's pricing at $111. Excuse me. That's a fat spread, bro. Mine says 103. We'll go 105. 105. $12.5%. So it's a little bit higher than the preview says. This ain't a mover. No, this one does move, but it's expensive and it's hard to play. I just think lotto puts on any retailers are kind of worth it, but in this case, I mean, you need a $210 move, which will put you around $620. $200 for that play. Do you guys have any like a dollar menu? $500 for 50 cents. Best I could do. Best I could do. No bid. And then Nuvo, that's a penny cap, PNC, penny stock, PNC called out. I do. I think all the retailers. So the next one, I'd like this play a lot. I didn't make a play on it, but the problem is that it's moved And it's pricing in a lot. How come? Oh, I didn't save it. I mean, dumb. I guess I didn't save one of them. Oh, Tim got the peach. He's a big name, man. Big money. So Skechers, I guess I didn't save it. But I like Skechers. I like Skechers a lot for the downside. I think they're all going to surprise to the downside. But the problem with Skechers, that shit's pricing in a lot. So just like last time, you guys remember? No. Y'all don't remember what happened with Skechers? I remember. We hit that shit. And then the option barely went up, even though it was like 2 standard deviations. And then 2 seconds later, it fell back down. And then that was it. And then it didn't move. And then weeks later, it ended up hitting. So Skechers is a great one with everything going on, but it's pricing in a shit ton. It did the same exact thing last time. I'm pretty sure it priced in 10%, moved around 15, and then came back down, and then that's it. You still lost. The shoes are the Skechers. I think my dad has Skechers, bro. I saw him wearing some shit the other day, and I was like, man, I don't know. Maybe in Egypt they still pop in, but Skechers blew up, man. Skechers used to be like really popular, and then shit, and then they got crazy. You bought my dad Van slip-ons. You like them? Yeah, I don't know. He likes them. I don't know if Shaq tried to take over Skechers. But Skechers expecting revenue of $2.23 billion versus guidance of $2.175 to $2.25. So analysts still think they're going to do on the top end better. Gross margin 53.6, operating margin 9.7, EPS 94 cents versus guidance of 85 to 90. Next quarter expecting revenue of $2.22 billion, gross margin of 53.6, operating margin of 10.9, and EPS of $1.11. Full year guidance since December 24, revenue $8.73 billion to 888, EPS 3.95 to 4.10. Price history since April 25th. Skechers is up by 9.2, SPY is up by 10.2, and XLY is up by 8.9. Near-term options imply a 9.8% move last 4 quarters, gain of 11, loss of 10, loss of 1, gain of 10. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. 4-quarter revenue has beaten 3 of the last 15. Juniper is not cybersecurity. Are you sure? I thought they have some element. I know it's not full cyber. It's like networking, but I thought they have a cyber segment that was relatively large. The Wi-Fi, they don't have any cyber? I really thought they did. I thought they have some element of cybersecurity. I know it's not like a pure cyber play, but there is some of it. Let me check. They make firewalls. Harris says she's ready to debate Trump and ready to ban people on YouTube if they state their opinion. What? That was my quote. Sorry. My bad. They engage in business of designing, developing, selling products and services for networks and customers to build networks. They also offer routing, switching, Wi-Fi, network security, AI-enabled enterprise, networking operations, and software-defined networking. Company was founded by Pradeep Sindhu on February 6, 1996, headquartered in Sunnyvale, California. I don't have preview on Sam, but again, we could price it. So again, Skechers says 9. Skechers is pricing in a lot. I like Skechers, but it cucked last time. And then again, same idea with any of these. It just seems like retail, big struggle in retail consumer plays, especially apparel type beat. And then the real key, anybody who actually does good will have a very great time. Yeah, pricing in 10%. You'll need about what? 13.20, 13.30. Allstate still dumping. Again, they had Department of Justice investigation. Huge Netflix boycott on Twitter because they donated to the Harris Foundation. All right. $13 be like 17.77. Habibi. Oh, and these are monthlies? Damn. I don't know. Okay, what's the next one? All right, that's let me go to the morning preview and then I'll price in anything else you guys want. But these are the ones I'm interested in. 3M for tomorrow morning. Remember, 3M moved a lot. Spy running, yeah, it's good. If it dumped, oh, that would have been ugly. I don't think Snapchat is tomorrow, no. I think Snapchat's going to be next week with all the other boys. All the other media companies. Yeah, Snapchat is August 1st, actually. So Snapchat is next Thursday. Ondera will acquire all Nadaman shares owned by Intermedia Holding of Japan Group. Japan brewer Asahi to exit restaurant business. Oh, you're right. Sam did have the buyout. No, but remember they denied it. Remember it was the Japanese company? Yeah, you know why? MMM's expensive because it had a decent move the last couple of times. They've been going through it. Oh, yeah, if Juniper is getting... That's why it's such cheap premium. Duh. You're right. Yeah, I forgot they're getting bought out. Yeah. There's no play on that. It don't matter what they do for earnings. So 3M is expecting revenue of $5.85 billion, adjusted operating income $1.15 billion, adjusted operating margin 19.7%, EPS $1.68, full year guidance December 24, EPS $6.80 to $7.30. Since last quarter, April 29th, 3M is up by 13.6, SPY is up by 8.6, and then XLB is only up by 0.6. Near-term options imply a 4.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 11, gain of 5, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten consensus 12 of the last 20 quarters with 5 in line. EPS has beaten consensus 7 of the last 20. 4-quarter revenue has beaten consensus 1 of the last 6 quarters. It is outperforming heavy. But then if they break out, I mean, this could be very good for them. I didn't realize they got back up to those 2020. I guess, damn, no, that was still a bad level. They still got a long way to go. That's kind of pricing in a lot, though. It's pricing in exactly how it's moved. If they do report outside of the lines, that thing will move to standards. Yeah, 3M is a multinational corporation. Hell yeah. I think they're probably top 100. Bro, Allstate still dumping. The 30M. Oh, no, this isn't. 103. We'll use the 104s. All puts on 3M. $50 both. That's kind of expensive. But it is kind of at a pivotal spot. Yeah, it's pricing in 5.5. Oh, on Allstate? Well, yeah, bro. I'm mad at my thing was muted. I put out a stream alert right here at DFJ, but that is dumping more now. Nah, be careful of Juniper. I forgot HP is buying him out. No, it's not going to move. One more time. 1080. 1160. Was that 140? Or 115? I ain't see no wires. I don't know. Am I tripping? So what? 580 times 2, 1160 plus 103.69. Yeah, 115. So it's $20. So $50 to play both ways. That's not bad. I thought you meant $100. I wasn't down with that. And what's $11 here? $92-ish. Yeah. Oh, fuck. You're right. Those are the weeklies. Good looks, baby. Good looks. So $35 for the calls. $92. So $60 to play it both ways. Which isn't bad. I kind of feel like the downside is better, though, to be honest. But then again, it's like value rotation type beat. And then this will be like the second earnings since Solventum wasn't there. I'm kind of down. Let's see. Let me check one more thing. Let me get one more thing. I'm going to go to the bathroom and we'll see. And then, I need to price in the other ones. So give me a sec. It's already 12:30. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you and good morning. BRB.
Improve the performance of almost every company. For the first time, we're having technological change that significantly affects the jobs of service workers, white-collar workers, and so every company is going to improve their productivity and their margins utilizing AI. It's going to take a while to happen, and there's interesting thing is that it's likely that the greatest beneficiaries will be hardware companies and companies that have deep intellectual capital, almost consulting advisory type capabilities, as opposed to the big land grab that you had in direct-to-consumer businesses like Google and Meta and Apple.
One other thing that seems kind of interesting about this phase, as opposed to the last big technological phase, was how many companies in this space are still private, meaning that for a whole cohort of at least public investors, they don't necessarily have access to be able to get in on the ground floor the way a lot of private investors have come. And I know that's been a broader change that we've seen in investing overall, where private markets have been, at least for a certain investor class, much more accessible than the public markets.
Well, I think the reason for that is a couple-fold. Number one, these companies don't generate any earnings. So valuing them in a public market is a little bit more challenging. The second is they're materially more risky than the average public company, and therefore are more appropriate for large, deep-pocketed institutional investors who, by diversifying, can afford to have some what we call in the investment business donuts, where a lot of money is invested and it winds up being worthless. So that's, in my view, best done in the private world. I think if you look at the last set of technological innovations, you take a company like Amazon. So Jeff Bezos brilliantly put the pedal to the metal for 20 years and created a category killer of a company. If you go back 20 years, logically, Amazon should have been created by Walmart. They had the customer base, they had the countrywide distribution network. They had all the things, the logistics that Amazon had to build. Why didn't that happen? The reason is there were 20 years of negative income statement to build a huge terminal value.
Right.
We would have probably had 5 CEOs of Walmart over that period of time if they had tried to do that, and the board would have been attacked by activists every year. So it's very hard in a earning public company to do these terminal value investments.
The patience is just not there, right, from public investors. I want to get your take on politics, because I know that you are a supporter of Vice President Kamala Harris. You back her campaign. What is the best argument you can make for why she is good for the U.S. economy?
Well, I think if you look at the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration.
Because we all go get rich.
Quite honestly, I've been mystified why the president and the vice president.
That's what I'm saying, man. Y'all better own your stocks.
On this more.
Evercore chairman.
Of the things that they accomplished were things that President Trump talked about and did nothing about. He talked about bringing.
You gonna get rich. Well, I don't know. Good for the economy, but remember, inflation benefits those with first access to the money. I told you this about 4 or 5 years ago, off the first Donald Trump print. So pretty crazy. But I did make a play, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did the 2 standard deviations on 3M, but I went with a 91 put instead. And I grabbed 2 of them. I'm more down with the downside. And then I grabbed 115 call for 30 cents. That's funny. LT just set me an off market. He sent me an off market. He's texting me now, but they had a Kamala sign in front, so I think he was trolling me. The son votes Kamala, the mom votes Trump. He talked to him. Both like the Cybertruck. Nice. One of them will hate my channel. I think. Do not disturb tenants. What? The Cybertruck did drop on Fortnite. I saw an ad for it. I was like, what? I did 91 put for 3M. I grabbed 2 of them. And then I grabbed 1 of the 115 calls. Ooh, you did a butterfly. Not bad. Yeah, short off VWAP. I mean, there's only 20 minutes now. I was getting worried right here. If that dump, bro, it was about to be one of those days. That like a Fed day where you rip up and then just rip down and then death and destruction. But as of now, tomorrow's going to be one part China in the AM and then the other part PCE. And then let the crackheads crack away. Crackheads mixed with fear. Yeah, CLDX is running up. No, my date was for August 2nd, next week. All 2 standard deviation plays are next week. Full hold. Yeah, bro. Bro, I'm mad. It literally went exactly to our price and then came right back down. Very ironic, but I'm still cool with that one. Again, I think PCE is going to be good. And then worst case, all of these plays will reevaluate, even if they're still down by Powell, which again is next Wednesday. I don't think we have to wait too long. We're already there. Look at the code. It's the 2020 lesson. Welcome to the simulation. Cool. Glad to be here. I believe in Sky Daddy. I'm good, man. I'm good. It's crazy. Somebody said it in the chat, and I never really thought about it. But I have in a different fashion. But, like, it's been 8 years of, like, Trump and Biden. So that means all of these 18-year-olds have been affected since the age of 12. That's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. And then it's good. Another person, another Democrat emailed me, and they said, stay strong, Josh. They said, you're not the only one thinking that. He said there's a lot of Democrats who feel the same way you do, but you don't get any media coverage on it, and they don't like what the leadership in the DNC is doing. So that's cool, man. Good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. In theaters, December 24, Crackheads in Fear. Brought to you by Jerome Powell and the Fed. Oh, we didn't. We could do it, though. That's actually a really, really good comment. Let's see what the SPY is pricing in for tomorrow's PCE. Fucking genius. Look at you. See, that's why I'm glad I teach you guys things. You know what I'm saying? I'm very glad. Juniper is bought out. So Juniper just is a buyout play. I'm mad at how much you guys put into elections. Only the elderly vote in the UK. It used to be like that here. Just social media made politics really, really popular. But then again, you'd be surprised. Like, there's a lot of people in America, like, they don't even really know what's happening, nor do they care. And they're like, everything will be all right. Which is cool, which is kind of dope. You do have a lot of people who don't give a like, they have no idea, bro. They don't even give a shit about none of it. They don't care about no primary. They don't care about no history. They're like, wow, no way. That's what's going on? No way, wow. Well, I'm sure it'll be okay. So, yeah, that's kind of the funny part. So, SPY, where are we now? 541, great price. And then this is right at the end of the day. So, beautiful time to price. Okay, did that just change on me? It is 230. Damn. It's moving too fast. So 235 to 256. We'll go give or take 10-cent barrier, 490. Yeah, that says 502. Honestly, I'm going to go with their 502. I don't know. It's looking like 1%, no? Yeah, about 1%. That's pretty big. So about 0.9 from here. So when we're literally break even. So tomorrow is going to be about 0.91%. So 502. That means we're at 540. SPY is either going to go to what? 545.75 by tomorrow, like right here. Or it's going to be at 535, 2 points below where you hit today. Ta-da. Some people can't even tell you how many people in Congress. I always like that one line from Uncle. He said the opposite of pro is con. So Congress, what is going on? I love it. That's an old school meme. If you don't know, think about it. If pro means to move forward, and progress means to go forward, and the opposite of pro is con, and if progress is moving forward, what is Congress? It's a good one, man. It's a good one. Yeah, NVIDIA did hit one of those. I was tripping at that. Like I said, it allows people who don't know but speak on politics. I don't think it's even about that, to be honest with you. I think it gives just a false impression of the reality of what's happening, and then it helps shape reality because of the perception. Because that's what I'm saying. A lot of, like, when you go on social media, you would see how many, like, there's just so many bots and people like, oh, so excited, and then they've brainwashed a lot more. Then you get some natural people doing it, but it's just, I don't think it really highlights how people really feel about some things. And then but then again, it stops the other things like riots and all of that. Again, compare, like, that's how you have gotten a very awful set of wars, and then people not as aggravated by it like they were in Vietnam in the 70s and the 60s. You know what I'm saying? So again, even this time around, literally just going back 50, 60 years and installing your candidate, that's again, it has caused much outrage in the past by Democrats, but not this time. You know, now you gotta be like, oh, I don't know. So yeah, but it's crazy, bro. Again, social media has changed the world. And I thought that was 10-minute rigged. You're already getting a candle. No play on Skechers. No, it's too expensive. So it's pricing in 10%. You break even at 10. He said, I was talking to somebody and I was explaining to them how Kamala is basically the Drake of the DNC. And then my gold coins are from 2013 and 2015. Why are people upset? I think people are upset, but not as many. Or, like, you don't see that perception because, again, I think social media. And then again, if you express that you're mad about it, you get attacked by either bots, your fellow peers, or literally YouTube will clap you, hence my last 72 hours or 48 hours. But yeah, but there is people. I'm not the only one who feels like this. But I also think you don't have people as bothered by the war and other things, which makes this one easier to slide by. I did not swing the video, no. So Troy is asking, were people kidding when they said they could see your face? Because I didn't see it. Man, Troy, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. There's no way you've been here that long and fell for it. That one's fake news, bro. Fake news. Fake news. We got you to look for the headline. You see that? I think I got like 20 subscribers. I mean, hey, listen, I don't judge y'all, but a lot of men want to see my face. Is the way I like. I get pretty hyped up on it. I'm not gonna lie to you. But thank you. Better keep following me though, because if they ban me, how am I gonna contact you? You're hilarious. Bro, I'm telling you, I'm even funnier when, like, I'm not afraid of getting banned. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea. There was a good time, bro. That's why. I hope you guys get a better version of Yash very soon. And it's cool, though. I know in being around the homies, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I've been even clowning the Trump guys. And now this time, every time I make a Trump joke, I don't have to have liberals taking it way too seriously. And then when I make fun of Biden, I don't have a fucking liberal getting mad and it's the end of the world because their candidate's shit and they're scamming the American people. So that's good, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad about that. It works out really good. The Rev heard around the world. That's a top-tier joke, Troy. That's a top-tier one. What if one of your friends leak your face? We call that a hoe. Call that a hoe. Because, like, bro, I've even had ex-girlfriends who ain't even leak my face. So that just means you a triple OG hoe. You'll pay $500 for the face leak? Pff, fuck it. You up it to 1,000 and email me, bro. I got you. I got you. I don't know. I feel like this is getting inappropriate, though. I feel like that's a slippery slope. Next thing you know, I'm going to be selling feet pics. So you got to be careful. Yeah, see, look at Buff already asking. Yep. Nope. I'm out. Back out. I'm not going to lie, though. I kind of want to make like a fake AI girl and then scam all you guys. Not like you guys, but like all the idiots on the internet. You know, that's the new wave. I'm telling you, these fake online AI girlfriends, bro. I want to do it for like everybody who talks shit on me. I'm going to follow them with like a hot ass AI girl and then catfish them. We think the same. Yeah. There's a lot of things I'd do if I wasn't ethical. Like vote for Cam. I mean, you know, if I had no moral and beliefs and just went with everything for the sake, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd do a lot of other things, but, you know, I told my girlfriend that idea, and she's like, do you want to go to hell? And I was like, okay, I guess. I'm like, man, I love you, baby. Thank you. Be spun. Man, some of y'all, I wish I... See, that's what I'm saying, man. Sometimes I look back, maybe I should have took that FTX money. And just, you know, maybe got a couple of the Biden guys on there. Because y'all ain't show me no love, bro, for trying to be me. Another Lambo would have been nice. But, hey, I guess not. That Benzinga bread, oh, yeah. All of it, bro, even now. That's the thing. You guys got to realize, like, I haven't reached a point of no return. You know what I'm saying? If I'm willing to grovel, eat shit, and do what they want, oh, they'll pay me. You have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Get a quick couple $100,000. I'll be like, hey, actually, you know what? I like Weeble and Kamala. I'm just saying. Oh, shit, bro. Final 5. Yeah, watch out. No, dude, this is ugly. Bro, this is end of. Nah, this ain't. I don't know if it's hard landing, but nah, dude, this is like 2022 bullshit. Maybe 20. I was telling you guys for a while. I said it in the morning. If the gap don't really fill, we're fucked. But then that strength looked really good. But you just flipped 1% after flipping 1%. No, it's a really bad look, dude. Yeah, no, people are going to panic tomorrow if that PCE don't come in good enough. Yeah. No, it's hella 20. Again, December 2022, December 13th, I believe. That was the last time you even had the little Japanese panic. And that was part of this morning, too. No, it's not March of 2020 vibes. This is like just like financial Japan liquidation volatility. We've seen it before, just not in a while. Yeah, oh shit. Well, Chad, we got to wrap it up. We got a live watch list today. I hope you guys are all feeling good, but it's time we wrap it up. I love you and thank you for being here. But as my thank you to all of you who did not report me, and well, I don't know if you reported me or not. Maybe, I don't know. But Trump 24 is on the screen, so who knows. But either way, if you accepted me for who I am and only contributed with goodness and no brainwashing and propaganda, I appreciate you for not being on the extremes of either side. And as my thank you to you and your time here, I want to just show you how appreciative I am by warning you that it's going to get really loud, because I don't want you to leave on a bad note. I don't want you to have a bad day, okay? So when I say earmuffs, that is your safe word to mute your speakers and protect yourself so that you don't get any loud noises, okay? Sound good? And listen, I'll tell you this. I'll make a deal with you guys. If I don't get a channel strike today, I won't put Trump 24 on screen. Maybe by Friday, actually. How about that? If I don't get another channel strike by here and Friday, okay, I'll take off the Trump 24. Otherwise, I'm going to get a flag next, okay? And then I'm going to wrap my other cars. I'm just telling you, I'm going to go down it's full tilt, bro. It's full tilt. Full tilt, baby. Still not banned. All right? Sound good? That sound like a deal? Sound like a deal? All right, man. And listen, don't be an a-hole, because I know some Trump supporter be like, I'm going to report him so he does that. No. You're better than that, okay? You're better than that. Okay, earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please tow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. for the live watch list tonight. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. at sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 85 degrees, hot and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would go down and then you switched to it going up, and then right when you did that, it switched back down because everybody in the stock market and Washington, D.C. hates you. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. As we make this final approach, though, anything else? I forgot what I was saying there. That joke was a little too funny, but that's it. And then a Cold Rapid Rewards program card. Please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, bro. You got to wrap this up, man. It's a ugly day. You got less than 10 seconds. PCE tomorrow morning. You really got to decide options, futures, however you're going to play it, or lock in now, because this is the moment. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Whether or not there's a channel strike, it don't matter. You made it till the end of the day. The market's crazy. I need a GG in the chat right now, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lose money. As long as you large something, baby, contributed, brought something to the chat. Plays, those vibes, personality, info. Love, baby. Love. You know what I'm saying? You ain't that crazy. You vibe. No matter what. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you and good game. GG, baby. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Watch out, Twitch. You may get a lot of roommates soon. Oh, yeah. Good game. GG, baby. Way to hold it down. members, non-members, stream alerts. You held it down. You contributed, baby. You supported the channel. You didn't have to. Y'all been throwing in donos, everything, baby. God bless you. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. God bless. GG, baby. GG. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh. I wanted to listen to something else, but that's it, Chad. I'll get you the earnings when they come out. There's not too many.
Why the people in the government
pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers
separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions.
Oh, you ain't banned.
Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they taught us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus.
I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different.
Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct them? I read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain.
Watch out if this shit dump after I roll. This is hideous.
And
then there's Dexcom.
But that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name, Muhammad would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was
Dexcom down
Moses,
13.
told me that he chose
Damn,
him.
I didn't have a preview.
Confucius would have said, darn it, I know it. If I said
that was the one we played last time, you remember?
The way you treat us. This is Phillips traded time.
I remember that one moved in Cuck too.
This is Phillips molded minds. Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time. So my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
We should have went for Dexcom. I didn't even look at it. You guys don't remember last quarter? I said it. That one was, bro, that one's going to be 3 standard deviations, I think. Remember, we went big on Dexcom both ways last time. And then it hit for a little bit, and then that was it. But that was the one with the pin. It was going through a big-ass story with recovery. Yeah, I slipped up on that. I wonder. Those would have been dirt cheap, probably. Probably a little bit more. Let me see what they were trading at. Don't worry, I'll play you another one. I want to listen to it. I want to listen to an OG one. Where is it? Recession trend, incumbency, Republican. The right side blame the words that said. The left blame Russians in our election. It's amazing. There's an old one too. This one's a little more angry. I like it too though. Liberals and preachers was the first one.
I don't even know, bro. Could be wise. Yeah, they hold them Bibles like they Hitler, and Biden still dismissed it, and I'm still trying to sell you. Like, you should come invest in shit. Epstein ain't dead and shit. Think it's cause the president. The problem clearly.
Wait, bro.
Saw this in the medicine.
Oh, they just ripped it. Skechers record quarter sales 2.16.
Suicide. Forgot the vest, come home.
I think that was a beat. And then $1 billion repurchase on Skechers.
You're right. This really is about the blacks and whites, the darkness and the light, the goods and evils, pick your fight. The difference this time is we actually looking weak, we making moves before we think. It's not a movement if you sink.
So they
Before you
slightly
shoot me, let me
missed.
tell
I
you
think it's the
something.
buyback.
I don't care about the message, just don't do it
trying to
dumb.
see
And don't
margin.
forget, every man is always wanting and he's scared of some. And if you hurt the innocent, then you just like them. So can we conversate? Bring solutions that
They
don't confiscate.
missed
Hold
on
up if you
EPS.
violate. So if they tell you that
I think
they
it's all
sorry,
just
then
because
you
the
can't
buyback.
complain. And yeah, they'll use you cause it's good views, then throw lots of money at your pain. Whatever you decide, I'll ride, but no, I take my time. So you can't wait on me, that's fine, I know you got your life. Just know I'm watching and I strike it when my time is right. The fruit is always bitter if you pull before it's ripe. So tell me what we doing, I stay standing if they shooting. Enough about problems, toss solutions. Don't bandwagon, make a movement. Otherwise you just diluted. This about dollars, not pollution. Or some shit they attach it to it. Stop the talking, show improvement. But I ain't trying to judge, I sat at home and did me none. Made $200,000 while people scared about their lungs. Not flexing, but the money is the moral of the story. Every story need a publisher, and that's what starts the horror. I ain't got a chorus, I just listen problems back because the problems keep occurring. Like the walls we built in Berlin, how we still got starving children. Think the problem starts with learning, but the margins are the burden. We should teach instead of kill them. Come with peace and don't condemn them. Show them that there's more to living. Maybe we would come out different, but there's people stuck in prison on sins that could be forgiven. Or where legal if said different. That's the problem with the system, y'all ain't feeling. And the damn vote won't fix the fucking issue.
Unless you teach them about the governments and representative systems in the districts, the effects of the
consensus, how they monetize dimensions for political agendas. Y'all ain't want that shit. Some of y'all just wanna rob some shit, pressure me to talk some shit. Now people think that's all it is. Perverted with the politics, witch hunts and abolishments, remnants in the chloroquine. Everybody's dumb as shit.
Come on, bro. They don't feel me. So I love Uncle, man. He's a good one. He's a good one, bro. Anyways. Yeah. I think that's it. I think Dexcom, absolute miss. Skechers barely missed, but still near the top. And then they literally buy back $1 billion. 3M is in the morning, yeah. We should teach instead of kill them. What's the other one? Deck. Yeah, let me get you that one real quick. Y'all just want to talk some shit. Pressure me to, y'all just want to rob some shit. Pressure me to talk some shit. Now people think that's all it is. Perverted with the politics. Witch hunts and abolishments. Decker was EPS 452. Wow, they killed it again. Oh, shit. I think this one might really run. Maybe the environment's not good. And then Chipotle, bro, they beat the top end of EPS. So they did 452. The highest estimate out of 18 estimates was 449. Revenue 825 versus estimate of 808. They literally were right $100 or $100,000 below the highest analyst estimate. Full year guidance 2975 to 3065 versus guidance of 2950 to 30. So they raised guidance. Some analysts were a little bit higher though, so that's kind of tempering it. Revenue $47 billion. This is full year versus estimate of 48. That's a little lower. So full year guidance is still on the low side. Gross margin expected to be at 54 versus guidance of 53.5. SG&A now 34 to 34.5 versus 34. So that's bad. That's for Decker. That's what I'm speaking on right now. Operating margin now expected to be in the range of 19.5 to 20 versus prior guidance of 19.5. I think it's a solid ass earnings, man. And then Sam, I emailed you, bro. But no, don't buy the stream alerts if we need to get you a long term. I don't know. You've been donating hella money too, but unless you want to just support or like and need fast news through the stream alerts too, but I think just focus it all on the long term if you can hear me, bro. I just emailed you. Yeah, that was Decker. Decker was really good. I could get Sam earnings if it came out already. They had a price target raise, but I don't think it's out yet.
So everything's on my
I see.
Dexcom, so they reported 43 cents versus 39. Revenue was 1 billion and versus 1.0. Non-GAAP operating 195 versus 180. So they did very good on this quarter, but then their guidance, in addition to certain unique impacting 24 items, they're establishing guidance of 975 to 1 billion. Previous estimate was 1.1, and then full year guidance about 4.0 to 4.05 versus guidance of 4.2 to 4.35. Non-GAAP margin to 63 versus guidance of 63 to 64, and then 750 million reshare purchase program. So essentially, they guided down full year by 10% minimum. The next, oh, you haven't heard the next. I think that might be the last one, man.
I see old people. Ay. Driving home from church, know the devil trying to tempt me. Blinded by the life, bigger, little, listen, Annie. Made it through the fire, do it better than the Stanley. All black whip, snap next time, Clancy. I'm just trying to start the dialogue. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, I'm talking about the D&I. You don't like the candidate, we treat him like a criminal. So appalled, underwater, sell a couple trillion bombs. Bitch, I don't gotta ask. I know the drugs, they yelling now. Talking about me, but you the one you telling now. Matter jealous, bro. Tell me what you settle on. They asking me which guy, the only one you hating now. Amen. Sorry. I'm just trying to bless the flow. Remember El Cajon, mama left me at the Texaco. Should've died every year we hear, it's incredible. Little immigrant, we ain't get shit. Keep that in mind when you hearing this. I ain't fear shit in life, and that's word of Nazareth. But enough of all the riddles, let me get up to the diss. Bloomberg. While everybody on the team reach out, be showing love. But you banned me from a terminal and call the people dumb. Criticizing Elon Musk and all the good he could've done. But the owner of your network spent $1 billion on a run. Next up, we gotta talk about the...
Oh, shit, I forgot. Uncle might be... Maybe Uncle should release the other one. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's time to start beef with everybody. Like I said, I don't usually go out of my way. And I learned that from Uncle. Because Uncle, he talks shit, but he just kind of... stay low key, so he told me not to. Bow now. Bow now. Bow now. I know the drugs that yelling talking about me, but you the one you telling matter jealous, dog. Tell me what you settle on. They asking me which God, the only one you hating on. Amen. Chattadonia. No, I don't think the Dexcom CEO is Joe Biden, but they guided down by 10%. I knew that play, man. Last quarter, we went big on it, and it didn't hit. I don't know why I slept on young Dexcom. Shout out San Diego, though. You know what I'm saying? San Diego company. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful, beautiful evening. We have a live watch list, bro. You know that? So listen, if you stay on the channel, like in the top right here, bro. If you go up here, you'll be good. It'll send you right to the watch list, and then we're gonna talk about what happened, and then we'll be live. Is anything cool happening live? Cause like low key, bro. Every time we've been there, man, it's been like kind of crazy. Like every single like Thursday, there's been something going on, but is there anything going on? I don't know. I don't think there is. That's it. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I think we're chilling, right? Yeah, usually, again, Deck is already up 7. About representatives. Which one? Is it the liberal, the country song, or was it this one? Well, that one's called Riot. The other one's called Liberals and Preachers. And then the other one's called I'll See You on the Watch List Tonight. No? Nobody's with me? Okay. Nah, man. You ain't banned. You're good. You're good. I'll give you a feature for free. I won't. I could probably talk Uncle into it. I'll do a country feature. I got you, bro. I got you. But Chad, there's Dak. There you go. My goodness. But Chad, I love you. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. For real, man. Some of you are very beautiful souls. And I appreciate you, man. I don't know. I want to yell like Narnia or freedom or whatever. You know what I mean? That's how I feel, man. I had a lot of fun today. I hope you did too. I hope you're ready for a lot more, man. Get that damn long term. Stay in the game, baby. And let's have a good one. But that is all I have for you. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. And The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And why you need to go and look at your house guests. Some things are normal, but not if they stay there as your roommates. It's normal for things to come and go, but watch what you let stay there for a while, baby. Why, baby? Why, y'all? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Jadadonia, you have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious evening. I will see you in the AM, and peace out. Hey. If I'm not in the race, I'm still your president. Fuck you. And fucking ban Josh. Fuck that guy. He keeps talking shit. He's not even talking shit. He's just talking about history and what he feels. But I'm not having that. It's fucking, if you're not for me, you're against me. They're all enemies of the state. Fucking get him. I dare you. Fuck yeah, Google. You guys want fucking easy, funny money? Another 4 years or not? Then yeah, tighten up. Fucking get this guy out of here. He's a fucking immigrant. I don't care if he's an immigrant. Fuck him. Fuck his parents. Fuck how hard he. Fuck I don't care how much time he put in and worked and fucking, what his family had to go through to have his opportunity. Fuck you. Fuck him. Take him out. Take him out right now. I don't know. I still don't even know who Josh is. I don't know. He sounds like a good guy. Maybe. But still, I'm going to fuck up the economy too. I know. At least I'm a little better, but still. It's tough. I know. And all I know is I'm still shooting under par. God bless America. God bless Joshua and his family. I don't even know what they do. Okay. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye. I'll see you on the watch list. The watch list. Exactly. Now, do you think it's a coincidence that Joshua tells you who he's voting for? And then he has a community strike for talking about what Mr. Beast said? Is that ironic? That Josh got in trouble for child safety before Drake? Exactly. Before Chris Tyson? Exactly. Before Mr. Beast? Exactly. It's because it told you who he was going to vote for. I don't know. If you like that, if that's what you want to support for 4 more years, be my guest. That's on you. I'm putting it on you. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.